This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dead Sand by Brendan Dubois. Narrated by David Stifel. Chapter 1. I'm not much of an expert on highway safety, but I would guess that the bright red Celica was going at least double the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit that evening when it left Cable Road and struck the utility pole and the stone wall. The pole was splintered and bent, and gray stones from the wall had been cast into someone's front yard. The car was now twisted and steaming, cast off like a crumpled-up beer can, the doors having been scissored open by firefighters from the uptown station of the Tyler Fire Department. The teenage boy and girl in the car had been taken away in 2 fire department ambulances not 5 minutes before, and I had sat there on the stone wall, not moving, watching the firefighters at work. It was the first warm weekend in June after a cold and recession-darkened spring, and the crowds, with their money, towels, and suntan lotion, were streaming into Tyler and its beaches from Massachusetts and Maine, Quebec and Montreal, bringing with them a sense of frenzy, of knowing that the summer was open to them after so many cruel and cold months, and determined to squeeze every bit of fun out of the next 12 weeks. Sometimes their search for fun ended them up in town-owned vehicles, like ambulances or police cars. I sat on an undisturbed section of the stone wall, my brown topsiders resting in the tall grass, my tan reporter's notebook in my hands. Along the side of Cable Road, 2 men in a public service of New Hampshire line truck were getting ready for their work, and a green and white police cruiser from the Tyler Police Department was at the sharp curve of Cable Road, the strobes of its lights casting pillars of blue across the houses on the road. People from the homes were standing at the side of the road and in their yards in silence, sometimes murmuring to each other, as if embarrassed at being there. 2 of the uniforms were taking pictures and getting tape measurements, and Detective Diane Woods was talking to 2 of the firefighters. A red pumper truck was farther down the road, its engine making a loud rumbling that seemed to make my teeth ache. Hanging from a clip attached to the collar of my red polo shirt, distinctive to me because it didn't have any reptiles or mammals stitched over its chest, was a thin plastic card. It said press identification in capital letters and was issued by the New Hampshire Department of Safety, and in 2 sections it said, "This will identify Lewis Cole as a staff member of Shoreline." In other sections, the ID said I was 6 feet tall, with blue eyes and dark brown hair, and with the listed date of birth, it gave me an age of 35. The photo was as good as one can expect, since it came from the same people in the state who issue driver's licenses. To get the press ID, I had to provide a letter to the Department of Safety from my editor at Shoreline, and provide the basic bio, and report to a National Guard armory in Porter some weeks later to get my photo taken. That's it. Tonight I had it on my chest because it was summer, and although I knew all of the full-time members of the Tyler Police Department, I didn't know all of the part-timers. The part-timers, called special police officers, are hired for a 3-month period to fill out the department at a time when Tyler and Tyler Beach are among the most populous spots in the Northeast. I wanted to avoid trouble with any new cop. Avoiding trouble is something I've always tried to do, with some success. Diane Woods came walking over to me, a thin smile on her tanned face. She was wearing her summer uniform of black running shoes, blue jeans, and a buttoned short-sleeved shirt. The shirt was blue with thin white stripes and was not tucked in, the better to hide her badge clipped to her belt, and her revolver, a Ruger 357 snug in a waist holster. She had short but thick light brown hair, cut in a wedge shape that an Olympic ice skater some years ago had made popular. Diane thought it was the latest fashion, which was probably true for this state. She stands 3 inches shorter than me, and when she smiles, it can warm the heart of a Colombian hitman. But when she frowns, it's as if her skin is stretched over the bones of her skull. She has a short scar on her chin, from a time when she was a uniform and a drunk struck her head in the booking room at the Tyler police station. Besides leaving her with a scar, the incident also left her with distaste for drunks and a hatred of having her back exposed, either out on the streets or in her office. She came up to me and said, "Seen enough?" I shrugged. "Nothing I can use, you know that. They going to make it?" She turned and looked at the car. The front tire was flat, and for a silly moment I almost said, "What a pain to have to change that tire." "I hope so, Louis," she said. "I certainly hope so." "You want them to live because they should live, or because it'd mean less work for you if it's not a fatal?" Diane's light smile flickered. "You can sometimes be a bastard, Louis Cole." "Sometimes," I agreed. "Ready to ride?" "Yeah. Let's see if we can do some real cop work tonight." I got up and followed her to her unmarked cruiser, a dark blue Crown Victoria with black welt tires and a whip antenna at the trunk, which was the best unmarked cruiser the Tyler selectmen could afford, and which was also instantly identifiable to those people in Tyler who had an interest in things illegal. As I went past the Celica, I glanced in to see what was left behind. The windshield had been shattered, scattering fingernail-sized chunks of glass throughout the interior, and there was crusty blood along both front seats, and a woman's black high-heel shoe stuck between the brake and the clutch. Among other things, I write for a monthly magazine. I don't write for a newspaper. I was with Diane this night to tickle my mind for an upcoming column, and this accident wasn't going to do it. I kept on walking. From Cable Road, we made a left onto Route 51, which is a straight shot to the east and to Tyler Beach. Though the Crown Vic had air conditioning, I had my window down. Cold air from air conditioners gives me a headache, and I liked the smell of the ocean and the salt marsh. Traffic was fairly steady for the 1-mile ride into the beach, and the night sky was clear. But the street lights and the glow from the beach faded out all but the brightest stars. Before us and about a mile away was a long stretch of low lights, marking the cottages and hotels, bars and motels, and Tyler Beach's famous and popular strip, featured in newspapers and magazines that pay their writers better than mine. Rearing up near us was the water tower for the beach, painted white with Tyler in large black letters. Off to the north and beyond the marsh were the dimmer lights of North Beach, and to the south, 2 miles away by Tyler Harbor and other flatlands of the marsh, were the white and orange lights of the Falconer nuclear power plant. Route 51 is 2-lane and narrow, and has one of the highest traffic accident rates in the state. There have been studies and letters to the editors and campaigns to the Department of Transportation to have the road widened, but it will never happen, unless the governor himself is killed in an accident, or the Republicans succeed in dismantling the entire Environmental Protection Agency. The road is bounded on both sides by federally protected marshland, and there will never be any additional construction allowed on the marshland here or anywhere in this state. Period. That reminded me of something, and I said to Diane, "You hear anything new about the body in the Marsh case?" She made a face and said, one hand casually on the steering wheel, That's a case I could really sink my teeth into. Remains of a woman dug up, mysterious death, unknown cause, wrapped in canvas. Instead of a good case like that, I might have to investigate a fatal, 'cause two bonehead teenagers decided to get drunk on wine coolers. When we got to Tyler Beach, we took a ride onto Ashburn Avenue, which goes one way south to Tyler Harbor and to Falconer. The traffic at this hour was even heavier, almost bumper to bumper. Most of the cars and pickups were playing loud rock, and people were crowded along the sidewalks. So many people, so many places to go. It made me feel like I was missing something important, something that would always make me remember this summer. "Jealous of the North Tyler cops?" I asked. Insanely. A little over a week ago, a developer in North Tyler, next town over, was doing some illegal trench work in one of the marshes between the town and the ocean when his backhoe unearthed the remains of a woman wrapped in canvas. No ID or anything. The marsh had preserved the body fairly well, and the best guess from the ME's office was that she had been buried there for at least 30 to 40 years. Besides the initial flurry of articles in the Tyler Chronicle by Paula Quinn, there had been no more information released by the North Tyler cops. I was going to say something else when the radio chattered to Diane, and she made a sharp turn, and I felt the small of my back press into the seat as she accelerated. The night air was quite warm, and I was sure I was sweating. Something was up. Within 2 minutes we were on Dogleg Avenue, a short street that jutted off at an angle from Ashburn and headed to the harbor before petering out in a dirt parking lot. What's known as the main beach at Tyler is mostly bound in between Atlantic Avenue, also known as Route 1A, which runs parallel to Tyler Beach in the ocean. Between Atlantic and Ashburn is a confusing collection of cottages, motels, grocery stores, miniature golf courses, and stores that sell everything from Frisbees to black and red T-shirts that say, "Tyler Beach every summer." Rising up over all of this was the Tyler Beach Palace, a 2-story wooden structure that contains dozens of shops, arcades, and a stage for rock concerts, where most of the bands that play are either on their way up or out. At this part of Tyler Beach, most of the streets connecting the parallel avenues of Atlantic and Ashburn are lettered, going from A Street to T Street. Think of a long ladder, with the rungs being the lettered streets, and that gives you a pretty good idea of the layout. The joke among the old-timers at the beach is that the town is lucky the genius who named the streets didn't number them, or there'd be a street called "To Keep Counting, Take Your Shoes Off," between 10th and 11th. Dogleg was shaped like its namesake, crooked and bent. It was lined on both sides by 1- and 2-story cottages, and cars with Massachusetts and New York license plates were parked on the cracked asphalt sidewalks. Diane pulled the cruiser over at a yellow cottage that had a number 12 painted on the front steps. Less than 2 minutes ago, the call had come to her from Tyler Dispatch. Report of a body at 12 Dogleg Avenue. No other information. The caller was possibly male and had hung up. I got out of the car and joined Diane in front of the cottage. There were men and women and only a few children visible along the street, sitting on cars or on folding chairs in front of the cottages, most of which had no heat and soiled furniture and 1950s-era appliances, and usually rented for several $100s a week. Some deal. From up and down the narrow street, I saw a furtive motion of hands and the clinking of glass as beer and wine bottles were hidden away. Tyler has a tough open container ordinance to cut down on such vacation attractions as public drunkenness, vomiting, and urination. But Diane had more important things on her mind. There was harsh rock music coming from one of the cottages, the lyrics saying something like, "Bang your head, kill your parents." "See any lights?" she asked, carrying a portable radio in one hand and a long black flashlight in the other. "Not a one." She sighed. "Jesus, I hate this shit." The cottage was one story and had a small porch, and if it contained anything larger than a family of two, they'd be elbowing each other just getting from one room to the next. The yellow paint was peeling, and I saw something that gave me a little twinge. In this hot weather, every window was closed, and every shade was drawn. I pointed that out to her, and she said, "Looks worse and worse. Let's take a look." We walked up to the porch, and flies buzzed around us from 3 or 4 bursting green bags of trash piled in one corner. The door was locked, and Diane knocked a few times with the long flashlight, saying, "Tyler, police. Anyone home?" There was no sound. From up the street I heard some more raucous music, and I looked at the people in the cars and chairs, the men mostly shirtless and with beer guts, the women in shorts and smoking cigarettes. Here they were, with one of the most beautiful beaches in the Northeast a walk away, and you'd think they were in the parking lot of Foxborough Stadium in Massachusetts, waiting for the hapless Patriots to play. "You looking for backup?" I asked. She shifted the radio in her hand and gave me a curt smile. "Why, Lewis, I've got you here." "Glad to make you feel better." "Appreciate that." Diane knocked again, harder, and nearly yelled, "Tyler, police, anyone home?" And in a softer voice, "I hate barging in. Depending on what we find, some scuzz defense lawyer may call this an illegal entry." I looked around us and said, "Diane, I think I hear someone in there calling for help, and I'd be a witness to that." She seemed startled and said, "What?" "Oh, I understand. Thanks. Come to think of it, I thought I heard something, too. Here, hold this." Diane handed over her flashlight, and in a moment reached under her shirt and pulled out her Ruger 357. And I felt tingly again, and wished that instead of a flashlight I was carrying one of my own pieces, a 9mm Beretta or my .32 Browning. But on ride-alongs, Diane is adamant that I don't carry a weapon because of some department procedure and insurance regulations. Diane also tells me that she doesn't trust automatics, and I've told her that I don't trust weapons that are only good for stirring drinks after 6 shots. But since she can beat me shooting at the police range without breathing hard, I always let it slide. With one sharp motion, she shattered a pane in the door and reached in past the flapping curtain and opened it wide. The door creaked, and the thick smell assaulted me. And I said, "This definitely does not look good." She took a few steps, saying, shit over and over again in a whisper. But I stood with her, switching the flashlight on, and things became very bright and very awful. Something moved before us, and Diane brought up her piece in a quick motion, saying, "Who's there?" And then she took a deep breath and let her hands drop to her sides. I stood with her and tried to breathe through my mouth, not wanting to think of what bacteria and odors were settling on my tongue. The young woman before us was dressed in a man's white T-shirt that went to mid-thigh. Her flesh was swollen against the soiled fabric of the shirt, and I saw that her toes and fingernails were painted red. Her eyes were closed. I was thankful for that. Her hair was long and blonde. At her feet, fallen over to the side, was a wooden, 3-legged stool. There were dark stains on the floor and along her legs. Her head was canted sharply to one side, as if tilted to hear some far-off whisper. The flesh around her neck was also swollen, so I could only make out the rope as it went up past her head to the open rafters of the cottage's ceiling. She moved again, twisting from side to side as a breeze came through the open door. Diane backed away, the glass crunching underneath her feet, and I was with her in a moment, standing on the porch, both of us blinking our eyes quite hard. Diane looked at me with no expression and said, "What a goddamn waste." She picked up her portable radio and started making her calls for a backup unit, an ambulance, and the medical examiner's office. I stood on the porch, still breathing through my mouth. My four-wheel drive Range Rover was parked at the police station, a 5-minute walk away. It was late and I was tired and needed a drink. As I mentioned before, among other things, I write for a monthly magazine. I don't write for a newspaper. This really wasn't something for Shoreline magazine, but it was something for me. I stayed. Chapter 2. On Saturday morning, I was riding my 10-speed along the seawall at the north end of Tyler Beach, known for some inexplicable reason as North Beach. There are no stores or restaurants or fried dough booths on North Beach, just the concrete seawall to the east and about 100 feet worth of Atlantic Avenue and beach homes and condos with such names as Seaview and Tide Pond to the west. And beyond that, the flat emptiness of the salt marsh. I headed south to Weymouth's Point, which has some of the more exclusive homes in Tyler, and mostly unexclusive people. Beyond Weymouth's Point is the main beach at Tyler, where I had been until at least 2 that morning. The morning was cool, with a fog that made it impossible to see more than 30 or so feet of the ocean, which roared in softly against the rocks and empty beach. The seagulls were quiet, racing in and out of the fog like plaster models on wires, making not a sound. Some of the cars driving by, their tires humming softly on the slightly wet road, had their headlights on and their wiper blades going at slow speeds, smearing away the fog's moisture. I stopped and leaned my bike against the concrete wall, looking out to the fog and the ocean. I had on a pair of cutoffs, a blue and white UNH t-shirt, and Nikes that had seen better miles. I had the sidewalk to myself. Another car drove by and was followed by a woman on a bicycle wearing red and green tights and with a radio headset against her ears. I smiled at her, and she made no motion, no change of expression as she whispered by. She probably didn't like the battered black Schwinn I was riding, or my clothes. Not classy enough, I guess. The sun began to glimmer through the clouds. The fog would burn off soon. I thought about last night, about what might have happened to force a young girl onto a stool to kill herself by slow strangulation. Something about it bothered me. Something that made me look over my shoulder at odd moments. I waited, and I thought, and I wondered what it would all look like once the mist was gone. The night before, about a minute after Diane had spoken into her portable radio, she'd come back from the trunk of her Crown Vic with a thick roll of yellow crime scene tape, police line, do not cross, and I'd helped her block off the cottage. As we unwound the tape, she said, "You touch anything in the cottage when we were there?" "Nope." I tied one end of the tape around a utility pole. "And you?" "Not a goddamn thing." "Except for the doorknob." She said, "Shit. Yeah, the doorknob. But I only undid the lock, didn't touch the entire knob, Suspicious? By then we were going down a narrow dirt driveway that separated the yellow cottage from its green neighbor. The grass looked brown and stunted, and I was sure not much light ever got between the two cottages. "Always suspicious," she said. "Always. We got an untimely death here, no matter what else happens. And I want to keep everything tight before we decide just how untimely it is." Within a few minutes, Dogleg Avenue had become even more crowded, and I snapped my press ID back on and leaned against the trunk of Diane's Crown Vic. 2 more Tyler cruisers showed, along with a black Saab that belonged to the county medical examiner. A news photographer, paunchy, bearded, with a Banana Republic vest and camera bag, stood outside the taped barrier, taking photos. He nodded at me, and I returned the gesture. I knew he worked freelance for the Tyler Chronicle, but I had forgotten his name. I wondered what was keeping the paper's reporter, Paula Quinn, and I saw the photographer pull out a notepad and talk to Diane. He was probably stringing the story as well. She came over to me and said, "You don't have to stay, you know." "I want to." She looked at me, oddly. "This for Shoreline or something else?" My curiosity. "What else?" She started to say something, but a light blue Lincoln town car pulled up, and she muttered shit as a heavy-set man in his early 50s got out of the car. He had on dark pink polyester pants, white shoes, a white belt, and a snug black polo shirt, which gave him a round, polished look. He was tanned, and his thin white hair was combed back, held up in a slight pompadour with hairspray. His face was a weird mix of firm and slack, and overall he looked like a retired pimp on vacation. He was Jack Fowler, owner of the Fowler Motel, the Fowler House Restaurant, a few grocery stores, and a laundromat. He was prominent in the local Chamber of Commerce, and his family was fairly well represented in the town governments and police departments in this part of Wentworth County. He was also the chairman of the Tyler Board of Selectmen, the 2 men and single woman who were the town's part-time government. I think Jefferson said people pretty much get the government they deserve. I wasn't too sure if the people of Tyler deserved this. He came right over to Diane, and I caught a whiff of his clearance sale cologne. I heard him asking something about the poor girl, and Diane said, "No, not a thing, Jack," and I resumed looking at the crowd. I wondered if anyone there knew her, knew who she was and what had happened to her, and I was awfully glad at that moment that I didn't work for a newspaper, for an editor would probably make me work the crowd. I don't mind talking to people who are grieving. It's something I've done before. I just mind being told to do it. So instead of talking, I resumed waiting. She walked away with him a few feet, and I knew she was talking through clenched teeth. The Tyler Police Department has only one full-time detective to handle major crimes, and I was looking at her pretty jean-encased butt as she walked to the cottage. Jack Fowler was the main reason for the department's lack of detectives, because he had his "we're really overtaxed and can't afford big city police luxuries" speech down pat for every March's town meeting. He stood next to Diane, looking grave and serious. And then he smiled after the Chronicle's photographer had taken his picture. 2 firefighters came out of the cottage, carrying the folded gurney with a blanket-enclosed shape on it, tightly belted in, and I thought for a moment that the smell had come back to my tongue. There was a sigh from the vacationers and beachgoers from behind the barrier, and their camera flashes joined those of the Chronicle's photographer. Some vacation shots, I supposed, to go between those of Dad and Mom at the beach and Sis and Buddy eating their first lobster. They put her into the rear of the ambulance and slammed the door. The firefighters in their dark blue uniforms looked sweaty and tired, and I knew they had just come back from Exonia Hospital after bringing in either the driver or passenger from the Celica. Thinking of what had happened earlier, I wasn't sure that the young girl from the cottage would be alone in the hospital's morgue that night. In a while, Fowler eased his bulk back into the front seat of his car and left, and when Diane came out from the cottage again, I asked her if I could go back inside. "Your curiosity again?" "You got it." She looked over at the photographer. "He might be pissed if he doesn't get invited." "Then invite him later. I go in and come out and go home and leave you alone. How does that sound?" The past hour had dirtied up her hair, and her hands looked sweaty from having worn latex gloves. "Sure. Why the hell not? Just be careful not to touch a thing." She went inside the cottage with me and spoke for a moment to the two uniforms, wearing black-zippered jumpsuits, who were taking photographs and drawing diagrams on clipboards. I knew them both by sight, and they nodded and went back to work. The lights were now on, making everything seem much smaller than when I was there earlier, carrying the flashlight. The stool was still on its side, and there were stains on the wooden floor. The rope was still hanging from a beam in the rafters, dangling free. It had been cut in the middle to allow the firefighters to load the girl's body onto the gurney and to keep the knotted piece around her neck for the autopsy. What a job. Against the wall was a black vinyl couch with a red-checked blanket tossed over one side. There were rips in the black vinyl, with white stuffing hanging out. There was a dusty television set, a Sony boombox, and a scattering of cassette tapes on the floor. All of the windows were closed. All of the shades were drawn. So embarrassed at what she was doing, she drew the shades beforehand. In front of the couch was a lobster trap, made up to be a coffee table with a slab of plywood over it. On the plywood were a mess of magazines and some advertising circulars. There was also a buff envelope with an address. Lynn Germano, 12 Dogleg Avenue, Tyler, New Hampshire. I could just make out the postmark, Lawrence, Massachusetts. Off to the right was a kitchenette, with a formica table and 2 metal chairs. Why anyone would have designed something so uncomfortable to eat on was beyond me, and a mini fridge and hot plate. I went past the 2 uniforms and through an open door into her bedroom. There was a single bed with a pile of white sheets and a solitary wool blanket. The closet was an open space on the wall, filled with dresses and blouses hanging from wooden hangers, and there was a mirrored bureau with makeup and hairbrushes scattered about. There were 4 high school photos stuck into the side of the mirror, 3 girls and a boy. All were smiling, confident, certain they would live forever. Another door led into a bathroom, with sink, toilet, and a metal shower stall that looked slimy, and another shelf filled with hairspray, mousse, shampoo, and the usual other bathroom items. Back in the bedroom, a wooden ladder led up to the rafters. There was a black curtain there, pulled back, and 2 suitcases and a duffel bag. Storage area. I looked back into the living room and saw the 2 uniforms dusting away at the mini-fridge. I climbed up the ladder and peered into the storage area. Part of the area was cleared away, and there was an electrical extension cord leading away and into a wall. I climbed back down and stood still for a moment, trying to remember what it was like when I was in high school, wondering about what little pressures of grades and friendships had whispered to me of going over the edge, of doing something crazy like stealing the family car and driving off to California. I thought about what might have pushed her. I wondered if it was an event or a person. I remembered again the closed eyes, the swollen body, the faint creak of the rope rubbing against the rafter as she swung in the breeze, and I went outside, feeling hot and greasy. Diane was leaning against the trunk of her car, writing on a metal clipboard. She was nibbling on her lower lip, and some of her fine, short brown hair hung forward. "Her name is Lynn Germano?" I asked. "That's what we're working with, but you never know." She looked up at me and flipped her hair back. "Do me a favor, Louis. I don't know if this is something personal for you or for Shoreline, but don't start tracing the name quite yet. Let me do that." "It's yours," I said. Most of the crowd had drifted back to their own porches and seats. With the body gone, the show was over. It was now time to get back to drinking, smoking, and yelling at each other, and other wonderful beach pastimes. "Any note?" She was back writing. "Nope, no note." She put the pen down on the pad and rubbed at the back of her neck. "Next day or so will be rough. Gotta find out who she is, trace her movements the last 24 hours, find out what could have depressed her so much that she killed herself, and find out who your mystery caller was." "Ah, the mystery caller," Diane repeated softly. "Maybe a boyfriend, maybe someone who was breaking into the house and panicked, or someone who was walking by and peeked through an open shade and saw her dangling there. Yeah, I'd love to find out who that caller was, Louis." I tasted the air, and it was the taste of salt and exhaust. I no longer tasted what was inside that cottage, and I was glad for small favors. "Time?" I asked. "Almost 1 a.m. You heading out?" "Yeah, I can walk to the station from here. You be in touch?" She smiled and touched my hand briefly. "As always, Louis." I walked up the street, smelling the pungent odor of someone brave enough to smoke dried leafy matter in the presence of so many cops, and then walked along Ashburn. A Camaro drove by, people inside yelling in my direction for no apparent reason, and in a couple of minutes I retrieved my dark green Range Rover from the lot behind the police station, a squat one-story cinder-block building. I tossed the press parking sign under my seat, and in a matter of seconds was heading north on Atlantic Avenue. Traffic was thinning out, with most of the drivers around then leaving because they were bored, or they had someone, male or female, to spend time with, or some other excuse. My excuse was that I was tired, and nothing else. From over the darkness of the ocean, I saw the star Vega, and its hard brilliance stayed with me on the short drive home. I pushed myself off the concrete seawall and resumed bicycling to the south, then took a left up onto Weymouth Road, which looped through the outcropping of land called Weymouth's Point. Homes on this part of Tyler Beach sell for $300,000 minimum, and my destination that morning was the most exclusive home of them all. The road was steep and shaped like a U, and at the base of the U at the top of the hill was a chest-high stone wall and an open wooden gate. The nearest houses on either side of the wall were at least 100 feet away. Beyond the gate was a 2-story house, late Victorian, with an attached garage. Both house and garage were painted white, and parked in the garage was a dark blue Volvo. I drove my bike on the gravel driveway and leaned it against the front porch. A woman was sitting on the porch in a white wicker chair, and she took off her glasses as I went up the 3 stairs. Alice Crenshaw. Alice had never told me her age, though I guessed her to be in her early 60s. She had on sandals and knee-length black shorts, and a sleeveless red blouse with 3 buttons at the throat. Her skin was tanned and pretty firm, and she loved to boast that she hadn't yet one varicose vein. Even on an early Saturday morning, she was carefully made up, with manicured toenails and fingernails and red lipstick. The flesh about her face sagged only a bit, though there were fine wrinkles about her eyes and lips. Her eyes were a moist blue, and her hair was light blonde, permed into a shape that I jokingly teased Alice was her own personal crash helmet. I also once teased her about her meticulous appearance, and in an uncommon bout of seriousness she had said, "When you get to certain age, Louis, appearances count. Sometimes they're the only things that count." On her lap was the Boston Globe, and at her elbow was a wicker stool with a used ashtray and empty glass. We touched hands briefly, and she said, "Thirsty?" "Always, you know that." She smiled at me. "Probably too early in the morning for someone like you to drink, but I can get you an orange juice with no kick." "That would be fine." I followed her into her living room and to a wide kitchen with windows that looked over a bluff of land that was the very edge of Weymouth's Point. The house had been in Alice's family since the turn of the century, and she had been raised there, growing up as the only child of a physician who was prominent in Tyler in the 1940s and 1950s. Her father, Dr. Gilliam, had done well for his heirs, for even that many years ago, real estate was expensive on Weymouth's Point. She poured 2 glasses of juice, and we went out to a rear arch from the kitchen, and she sat in another wicker chair while I sat on the porch railing. From there the ocean's sounds were much louder, and the fog had finally burned off. Out on the swells of the ocean, the Isles of Shoals were visible, as well as a red and black tanker heading to Porter and the Piscassic River. Tiny colored buoys belonging to lobster fishermen who worked out of Tyler Harbor and Wallace Harbor, farther north, bobbed in the ocean's swells. Up along the north was the concrete seawall I had just bicycled past, and the land curved out again to the east, forming a tree-covered point, Sampson Point, site of the Sampson State Wildlife Preserve, and former site of the Sampson Point Coast Artillery Station. Just before the point of land was a tiny cove, where the shingled roof of a small dwelling was just barely visible. My own house, purchased after much pain and expense. At my elbow on the porch was a U.S. Navy quartermaster's spyglass, mounted on a swivel set into the railing, which had belonged to the late John Crenshaw, Alice's husband, a Navy veteran. The spyglass had been the cause of the introduction between Alice and myself. A year ago, biking past her house on a summer afternoon, I had seen her standing at the gate. She had called out, "You must be the man with the telescope. Why don't you ever wave back?" That had made me stop. On the small deck off my bedroom on the 2nd floor, I often brought out my 4.5-inch reflecting telescope, but only at night. I really didn't have much use for such a telescope in the daytime. Thinking about that, I had rested a foot on the ground and replied, "I've been looking up at the night sky. I usually don't peek into people's homes." She had laughed and said, "You should try it. Adds a little something to the day." She had offered me a glass of water, and I had gone out to her rear porch, and sure enough, I could see my house from there, and that disturbed me a bit, that my hard-won privacy was being violated, but once I got to know Alice, it had been all right. She used her spyglass to keep track of the vessels and what was going on at the Isles of Shoals and the beaches, for the porch on her house had wonderful views of North Beach and the main beach to the south. Alice knew Tyler and its people and its history almost better than anyone else I knew. She was on a half-dozen town boards, including the Historical Society, and she would talk for hours about the history of Tyler and its beaches and the wonderful things her father had done, and I would listen, never bored, always pleased to be in her company. This morning she told me of a sailboat she had seen, flailing against the waves, the sails flapping and the boat almost broaching, obviously skippered by someone who didn't know one end of a sailboat from another, and I must have been staring too intently at the sea, for she stopped short and said, "You're not listening, are you?" I then noticed that my glass was empty. "Of course I am, Alice." She wrinkled her nose at me. "Don't lie to your elders, Lewis. I just said that when the boat got under way again, there was a couple copulating on the forward deck, and all you said was, uh-huh. What's the matter? Something on your mind? Or have you lost interest in the two-backed beast?" She got me there. So I told her of the previous night, and of seeing the body of a young woman, bloated and stained, swinging by a rope, alone in a dreary cottage, and how no matter how hard I showered when I got home, that the scent and smell remained with me for the rest of the night. Alice shook her head slowly and said, "Jesus, the kids we're raising today." She put down her glass and crossed her legs and looked out to the Atlantic and said, "You know, when John died, I felt like one of those Egyptian mummies, the ones you see down in Boston at the Art Museum. Felt like all of my insides had been ripped out and dumped in those big clay jars, and that there was nothing but this big black emptiness inside me. For months all I wanted to do was to end it quick and join him. But I didn't. You know why? I knew he'd be pissed at me, that's why. Pissed that I wasn't able just to go on without him. So I did go on without him, just to prove I could." She shook her head again and said, "What must have happened to that poor girl? They know the name yet?" I was going to say something, but I remembered my promise to Diane and said, "No, they don't. And don't be so hard on the younger generation. They face a lot of pressures none of us had to when we were growing up. Bah!" She picked up her empty glass, remembered it was empty, and returned it to the table. "Look out there, Lewis. About 350 years ago, less than 100, Englishmen came over that water in 2 leaky boats and bumbled their way into Tyler Harbor. There was nothing here but trees, swamps, wolves, and Algonquin Indians who weren't too happy to see them. You want to talk about pressures? You tell me why there were no recorded suicides those first years of settlement." "I'd rather not," I said, getting up from the porch railing and passing my glass over to her. I might end up continuing this history lecture. "Something you wouldn't appreciate, you Hoosier boy." "You forget. I'm native-born about 15 miles north of here in Dover. Blame it on my parents for moving me out when I was 5. "Maybe I will. And when are you going to tell me what brought you back to New Hampshire?" I smiled. "Never. You know that. Gotta go, Alice." "You young fool," she said. "Here, give me a kiss before you leave." I bent down and kissed her firmly on her lips, tasting her lipstick and tobacco, and she murmured, touching my face with her hand, "If only you were 20 years older, Lewis." "Still wouldn't work," I said, smiling. "And why?" she answered in mock anger. "Because you smoke, Alice, that's why." As I walked through her living room to the front porch, she was still laughing. The ride back home was slower, as the morning sun was quite bright, and already cars and trucks were pulling into the slant-angled parking spaces just adjacent to the seawall. The North Beach was more popular with families. The younger crowd, who raised more hell, tended to stay at the main beach, where there were more cheesy boutiques, video games, and bars. There was nothing at North Beach save the sand and the condos and motels across Atlantic Avenue, and the flatness of the marsh. I had to dodge children and parents lugging coolers and umbrellas and folded chairs as I headed north. After about a mile, the flat surfaces of North Beach disappeared into a collection of rock ledges and boulders, and the road rose up some and curved to the right. I bicycled in an easy fashion, for I was not one for racing either myself or anybody else. Traffic was heavier, and I was conscious of the tons of metal speeding by me with only feet to spare, and I was thankful when I saw the Lafayette House up ahead, for it meant I was almost home, and no longer had to gamble that a driver working on his first six-pack of the day would miss me. The Lafayette House is near the border of Tyler and North Tyler, and supposedly the Marquis de Lafayette stopped there for a quick drink in 1825 during his famed tour of the United States. Most of the original tavern is gone, of course, and the current Lafayette House was built in 1902 in the old rambling Victorian hotel style. Its customers were mostly middle-aged people who still thought there was something glamorous about paying hundreds of dollars a week for staying at a beach. Across Atlantic Avenue was a small parking lot that said, "Private parking for Lafayette House only," and I turned in and went to the lot's north end, passing the parked Mercedes, BMWs, and Porsches. There was a low stone wall and a place where some of the rocks had fallen free. There was a path, open to a walker, bicyclist, or someone who owned a four-wheel drive vehicle. I followed the path as it went down and to the right, past my own no trespassing signs, and my house came into view. It's a weather-beaten cottage, 2 stories tall, with a dirt crawl space for a cellar and a tiny oil furnace room. There's no lawn, just rocky soil with some green tufts of grass that poke up every summer and which I leave alone. To the right of my house was a sagging shed that served as a garage, with my dark green Range Rover parked inside. I dropped off the bike in the garage and went up the 3 stone steps to my front door, unlocked it, and went inside. It's unusual for people to visit me here, but when they do, I always enjoy their reaction as they first step into my house. The outside is unimpressive, and I've kept it that way, both because of historical accuracy and because of sheer laziness. The best I can guess about my house is that it was built nearly 150 years ago and served first as a home for the supervisor of a lifeboat station that was operating at Samson Point sometime in the middle part of the 19th century. When the government took over the station and built the Samson Point Coast Artillery Station, my place was turned into junior officers' quarters. Over the years, it continued to be owned by the U.S. government, but now it belongs to me. That took a lot of effort and work, but there are always times when I think it was worth it. Entering the front door, there's the landing for the switchback stairs that go up to the second floor. To the left is a wide living room, and to the right is a kitchen and dining area, which remain spotless because it's hardly ever used, and a door to the tiny cellar. There's a couch and 2 chairs, a stereo and GE television with VCR unit, and there are 3 bookshelves, crammed with both hardcovers and paperbacks. Mostly history, some fiction, and a couple of biographies, and several astronomy texts. Framed on one wall is an old photograph of the Great White Fleet, the U.S. fleet that Teddy Roosevelt sent around the world in 1907 to prove that the United States was indeed a great power to be dealt with. There's also a framed picture of the Space Shuttle Discovery taking off. And I'm sure it's a coincidence that both the ships and the shuttle are colored white for maximum visibility. The hardwood floors are covered by oriental rugs I purchased at estate auctions in small towns up north, and there are a couple of floor lamps. I went through the living room, past the cold and empty fireplace, and checked the green light of the answering machine, and saw that it was glowing steadily. No calls. I drew open the floor-to-ceiling curtains, undid the locks to the sliding glass doors, took out the wooden rod that I had jammed into the runners, and stepped outside to the deck to catch some of the morning air before showering. The ocean was at low tide, but the tide was running in, and out on the water the Isles of Shoals, 9 tiny islands several miles out, looked close enough to swim to. There weren't many boats out there, and I wondered if Alice was disappointed. She'd have to go back to looking at the early morning sunbathers, and I would be hearing a lecture the next time I saw her about how tourists were still too stupid to use trash cans. The deck is wide and has 2 wooden chairs and an outdoor grill that is about as clean as my kitchen. Below is a small cove, my own private cove, no matter what the state says. Even though the beaches along the state's 18 miles are all public, it's hard to get to these 100 feet or so. To the south, where I could just make out the Crenshaw house at the edge of Weymouth's Point, there's a mass of boulders and fissures, ravines and raw rocks, which ocean waves pound at constantly. Only the most physical and agile bother to climb over those rocks, and with wide sandy beaches just down the road, not many people do. And my illegal, no trespassing signs near the rocks also help. To the north is the wooded expanse of Samson Point, part of the Samson State Wildlife Preserve. Most of the preserve is open to hikers and picnickers, but the southern end, just abutting my property, has been closed off because of toxic chemicals found in some of the decaying buildings that were once part of the Coast Artillery Station. Throughout the preserve are underground bunkers and gun chambers, and the day trippers and hikers are content to spend their time there instead of coming south and bothering me. It was an arrangement I liked. Off somewhere I heard the sound of a helicopter. The noise made me shiver, and I went back inside and then upstairs. At the head of the stairs is my bathroom, and to the left is a small study with desk, chair, filing cabinet, and my Apple Macintosh Plus with modem. A door to the right leads to my bedroom. After showering, I dried myself and checked my skin, as I always do. There's a faded scar along my left side just above my kidney, on my back near the coccyx, and on my left knee. Every time someone sees me like this, it's cause for a comment like, "Jesus, what kind of fights have you been in?" And always I say, you should have seen what happened to the other people involved. I never smile when I say that, and I always change the subject. In my bedroom, I put on a fresh pair of light blue gym shorts and another UNH t-shirt. My bed is an old oak 4-poster, and I have a matching set of bureaus to go with it. In one corner, sitting on a black tripod, is my reflecting telescope, and in another corner is another bookshelf. Once Paula Quinn, the Chronicle reporter, asked me how many books I owned, and I said I had lost track after 2000. Another sliding door leads out to a smaller deck on the south end of the house. Just another typical summer residence, I thought, as I towel-dried my short hair. Except, of course, for the 12-gauge Remington pump-action with extended magazine that I keep under the bed, the 8mm FN assault rifle in the closet, the 9mm Beretta in my study, the .357 Smith & Wesson revolver I keep in the kitchen, and the .32 Browning automatic in the downstairs closet. Not that I'm paranoid. I just like protection. I went downstairs, and in the living room the light on my answering machine was blinking. The phone must have rung while I was in the shower. I played back the message. It was from Diane Woods, telling me something that I had already guessed. Lynn Germano had been murdered. Chapter 3. The 18-mile-long rocky seacoast of New Hampshire begins after Salisbury, Massachusetts, and ends just before Kittery, Maine. It lies entirely within Wentworth County, and is anchored on both ends by the power of uranium. The 1,150-megawatt nuclear reactor of Falconer Unit 1 at the southern end of the coast, producing electricity and headlines for 1 million New England homes, and the naval shipyard in Porter at the northern end, where sleek Los Angeles-class attack submarines glide into the Piscassic River for refueling and refitting after they're never reported in any newspaper missions. The nuclear power station at Falconer has attracted thousands of demonstrators in its short history. In searching through years of newspaper clippings, however, I've not found a single story about any demonstrators at the naval shipyard in Porter. I guess certain types of uranium attract certain types of publicity. Route 1A, also known as Atlantic Avenue, begins at a set of traffic lights at the Salisbury-Falconer line. In February, the light is set on blinking yellow, and the wind off the ocean blows snow and fine sand across the cracked asphalt, past the closed motels and shuttered clam huts, and the cars drive by fast, as if not daring to stop in such an empty place. In July, the light is back to its normal timing, and traffic is often backed up for miles, as tattooed guys from Lawrence, young women with teased hair from Lowell, and working-class families from towns and cities along the north shore of Massachusetts stream into Falconer and to Tyler Beach, crossing over the Felch Memorial Bridge, which spans the channel into Tyler Harbor. Atlantic Avenue travels through the wide sands and the strip at Tyler Beach, past Weymouth's Point and Sampson Point, to the Sampson State Wildlife Preserve. From that park, it winds its way through the wide marshlands and up and down rocky points of land, past the hotels, homes, and beaches of North Tyler, to the mansions with soft lights and long driveways in Wallace, and past Wallace Harbor. Through the crowded 19th-century elegance of Foss Island and the brick sprawl of Porter, one of the largest cities in New Hampshire, once known for its whorehouses during the Navy days, and now known for its shops that sell Italian T-shirts for $30, Atlantic ends halfway across the Piscassic River on the Memorial Bridge going into Maine. And out on the ocean, quietly watching it all, are the 9 rocky islands of the Isles of Shoals. On Sunday afternoon, I parked at the state park just adjacent to Tyler Harbor, and was standing on the Felch Memorial Bridge, a bunch of early summer flowers in my hands. I had purchased them at Tyler Point Grocery and had removed the plastic wrapper and rubber band at the store before making the short walk to the bridge. Behind me was the wide harbor, mostly empty this afternoon of the lobster boats, bottom draggers, and charter boats that bring seasick tourists out for a few hours of fishing, warm beer, and vomiting. The marshland stretched out nearly to the horizon, to Route 1 and the center of the town of Tyler proper, and there were islands of trees and shrubs across the marsh. Near the harbor were a mass of stores, boating supply houses, the marina support buildings, and several condominium developments, one of which housed Diane Woods of the Tyler Police Department. Before me was the harbor's channel and the 2 long stone breakwaters that bordered it, leading out to the rolling waves of the Atlantic. Powerboats hammered out to the ocean, with tanned men wearing gold chains around their necks, with beers in their hands, pushing the boats to high speeds. I waited a few minutes for a moment of reasonable silence before I tossed the flowers into the water. They scattered on the short drop to the water, and their bright colors only lasted for a minute or two before the cold Atlantic swallowed them up. But they had lasted long enough. Something tugged at me again as I thought of Carl Socha, Trent Baker, Sissy Manning, and the others, the forgotten others of my section, lost so many centuries ago. And the damnable George Walker. I looked again for the flowers, but they were gone. Not much, but a ceremony. I think they would have liked it. I hope they did. I try to do a ceremony similar to this one every few weeks or so. The town of Tyler has always had a dual personality, involving the permanent rivalry between uptown and the beach. Uptown is a typical New England town, with woods and some farmland and light industry, and white steepled churches around a small-town common. The banks, the library, the town offices, and an uptown fire station are all within walking distance of each other. Route 1 runs straight through the middle of the town, and Tyler is a 5-minute exit from the 8 lanes of Interstate 95, which cuts through New Hampshire on its journey from Massachusetts to Maine. Yet only 10 minutes away from this typical and sober New Hampshire town are the sands of Tyler Beach, along with the Strip and the arcades, fried dough stands, dance clubs, nightclubs with best Hooters contests, and charming emporia that sell roach clips, bongs, and Captain Condom T-shirts. The relationship between the town and the beach has always been an uncomfortable one. The town has always complained that its taxes go toward big-ticket items, like the police budget, which mostly benefits the beach. And the beach always says that without the money they bring in, Tyler would have some of the highest property taxes in the state. The fight goes on, and will probably go on for years. It's sort of like the old Irish landlady who has a hooker for a tenant upstairs. She hates what's going on, and hates sweeping up the broken beer and whiskey bottles every Sunday morning. But by God, she loves the exorbitant rent money filling her pocket every month. Over the years, there have been some compromises. The town is governed by 3 elected selectmen, but the beach has limited self-rule through the Tyler Beach Village Precinct. My friend Paula Quinn of the Chronicle hates to cover the Village Precinct meetings. "Jesus, Lewis," she complained to me one day, "it's like attending a future Capitalists of America meeting. All they bitch and moan about is taxes, and how best to drag tourists into the beach so they can better fleece them." The Tyler Police Station is a result of one of those compromises, and as in many compromises worked out in anger, it has never really satisfied anyone. On Ashburn Avenue, right next to the beach fire station, the police station is a 1-story structure that's too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter. The townies complain it's too big, all that wasted space in the fall and winter, while the beach people point out that it's too small. Not enough cell space in the summer, when the hundreds of arrests each weekend provide the bulk of the fine money each year for the town and the state. In the station, the detective bureau is a small room in the rear, adjacent to the locker room and the booking room, and that is where I found Diane Woods that Sunday afternoon. There were 2 desks there, one for her and one for the other full-time detective that she's always promised every budget year, and who never shows up when the budget gets cut. The cinder blocks were painted a faint green, and the room was jammed with dented black filing cabinets and cardboard filing cartons. On one wall was a chart from the DEA, listing dozens of legal and illegal drugs and their side effects, and on another wall was a poster that showed a blonde in a tight, wet black string bikini holding a .44 Charter Arms revolver to her large cleavage. The caption under the poster said, "Gun control means being able to hit your target." Some uniforms had placed the poster up as a joke, but Diane had gone them one better by leaving it there. The 2 windows to the office, looking out over the police parking lot, were barred, and on one windowsill a marijuana plant was growing. Diane's desk was covered with files and papers, and a stone paperweight shaped like a skull held down some reports. She leaned back in her swivel chair and propped her feet up on the desk when I came in. She had on tight jeans and a rugby-type sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up. Her shoes were off and her feet were brown and dusty. She had an open file on her desk. Her voice was light, but there was no cheer in her eyes. They were red-rimmed and cloudy, and I wondered how much sleep she had gotten since Friday night, the night when we walked into Lynn Germano's cottage. I said, "What do you have?" She grimaced and said, "What I have is the undying thanks that Jack Fowler was not elected to a position that can control our county ME's budget. So at least Wentworth County is lucky that it has a medical examiner who knows which end of the scalpel is up. That's what I have. I also have the fact that one 17-year-old Lynn Germano of 16 Rye Lane in Lawrence, Massachusetts, up here for the summer and working as a waitress nights and weekends at the Palace Diner, was murdered." Strangulation, with the hanging to make it look like a suicide. "Exactly." She frowned and flipped through a couple of pages in the file. "A slick bastard, that's for sure." The M.E. found some surface bruises on her hands and wrists that made him think that she had been bound. And when he started cutting, he found what he needed. When someone's strangled, there's a fracture of a horseshoe-shaped bone at the throat called the hyoid bone. But that will only happen with a manual strangulation, not a ligature like a rope. Lynn was strangled and then hung to make it look like a suicide. "Any evidence of sexual assault?" "Yeah, some vaginal bruising. And during a swab, the M.E. detected the chemical used in condom lubricant. So we don't know the bastard's blood type. Fingernail scrapings came up empty, and a neighborhood canvas turned up squat. You know the types down there. Rent a cottage for a week or a month. You hardly know who's next door, never mind what's going on down the street. So many people moving in and out. No one saw a thing. And we still don't know who the hell our mysterious caller was, telling us about the body." "Roommate?" "Our Lynn lived alone." "Oh. Then the killer might have been the mysterious caller." She shrugged. "Or someone who doesn't want to get involved. It happens, even here." The outside door to the booking room slammed open, and I heard someone cursing. Each summer weekend, the Tyler Police Department averages about 200 arrests, mostly for drug and alcohol offenses. Concerned about the image this was bringing to the beach, the Chamber of Commerce inserted advertisements in area newspapers, posted signs on all the roads leading into Tyler Beach, and took out radio spots warning about the town's strict open container laws. When that media campaign was over, every summer weekend the police department still averaged about 200 arrests. "Here's her picture." She handed over a high school class photo, and I imagined a victims gallery with hundreds of similar pictures of young women with the same long hair, bright smile, and attractive face. So many victims. And for what? I didn't want to think of what that face looked like in her last minutes, with a stranger thrusting upon her and then twisting his hands around her throat. But I couldn't help it. It must have been awful. I handed the photo back and said softly, "I'm thinking of doing a column on this one, Diane." She took the photo and slowly lowered her feet to the floor. "You are you?" "Yep." Diane put the photo back into the folder and said, her voice low, "Any other police department or town, I'd tell you to stay the fuck away. I want you to know that. But in this town, Lewis, I've got about 20 major felony cases I'm working on. From that arson last April that killed that old lady to 2 rapes last week. The state police is on board on this case, and I'll be doing what I can, but Jesus, there's only so much I can do." We've had this talk before. She slapped down the folder on her desk. "Damn it, I know. And I didn't like this talk the first time. I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding, right? Anything of interest you find, you come to me. The state or anybody else gets a handle on what's going on, I'm going to pretend I don't even know you, Lewis Cole. And if it means me saving my job here in Tyler by arresting you for interfering in an investigation, I will gladly do it." I got up and said, "Thanks for the words of encouragement. And there'll be no misunderstanding." "Good." And she opened the folder again, and I left. I went down a short corridor, past the empty chief's office, and through the dispatch area, where a short woman with long blonde hair was writing something down in a wide notebook. She had on a short denim skirt, white sneakers with no socks, and a black polo shirt. A large tan leather handbag hung from her right shoulder. She turned and said, "Lewis, you been talking with Diane the Dick?" And I have. Paula Quinn, reporter for the Tyler Chronicle and second-best writer in Tyler, stuck her black pen behind an ear and said, "What's she telling you?" "That the state police are working with her, and that she needs a good night's sleep." Paula arched an eyebrow. "I'm sure she does. Listen, let's get something to eat. I'm going to try to talk to Diane, but I'm sure she'll give me shit. The whale song sound all right?" I shuddered. "Make it the Harpoon." "Good. See you in about 10. The Harpoon was a 5-minute walk from the police station and 2 blocks south from the Tyler Beach Palace on Atlantic Avenue, where the Palace Diner, Lynn Germano's place of employment, was. It was a warm evening, one of the warmest so far this year, and there was a slight edge to the people eddying around me as I walked down Atlantic. It was Sunday evening, and some of them were looking for their last hour or two of fun before returning home and back to their jobs the next morning. Traffic was stop and go, and the smell of the sea wavered and died in the lingering exhaust fumes. At the Harpoon entrance, I hesitated for a moment before going in. It's located in a 1950s-era hotel, the Colonial, but it tries to maintain the decor and style of a restaurant that had been at Tyler Beach for 100 years. Unfortunately for the Harpoon, in the late 1890s there had been a couple of grand hotels and some fishing shacks at Tyler Beach, and not much else. Still, it had its pretensions, and one was its dress code. I had on tan chinos, worn topsiders, a short-sleeved blue Oxford shirt, and no socks. The Harpoon's dress code was an accurate reflection of the beach's economy. A good season meant jacket and tie required. A bad season meant that bare feet were acceptable. The maitre d' just frowned at me as he led me to a corner table, so I guessed it was too early to tell how the season was going. The lighting was subdued, and there was walnut paneling on the sides of the restaurant, and unusual for a beach restaurant, each table had a white tablecloth with matching napkins. The restaurant had 2 levels, and loud laughter from the upper level made me turn my head. The upper level had a wooden ship's railing, and a man sitting at a table there with 2 women and 2 other men gave me a slight nod of the head. Felix Tenios. Tonight he was wearing a double-breasted dark blue suit and red tie with matching handkerchief, and his smile was wide and white. His skin was dark, and his black hair was slicked back. His male companions were beefy, red-faced types, whose lime green and lemon yellow polo shirts looked ready to burst from the cholesterol content of their bodies. The women had teased blonde hair, and they whispered together. From the way he was talking, Felix was working, but I could tell it wasn't heavy work. That was one of his favorite suits, and I knew Felix would hate to get blood on it. Someone else's blood, of course. I knew that if I was going to work on the Lynn Germano story, I would eventually need to talk to Felix, and I felt a slightly queasy feeling, like I was remembering a bloody hunk of roadkill I had passed on my way into town. Just as I was ordering dinner, bottle of Heineken, French onion soup au gratin, and 6 fresh jumbo shrimp, Paula bustled in, slinging her leather bag over the back of a chair. She sat down and took both hands and tossed her hair back and announced, "Should have just walked out with you. She didn't tell me shit, damn woman. You'd think she'd give me a break, the circumstances and being another working woman and all. But the way she talks to me and gives me information, you'd think she pissed standing up." "That's not the way Diane is." "Huh. Tell me about it." A waitress came by, and she ordered a tonic water, salad, and a haddock dish. Paula is 7 years my junior. Her face has a flawless complexion, but her chin is a tad too large, and her nose is just shy of being a pug. She's also self-conscious about her ears, which she thinks stick out at an odd angle, and which have an annoying tendency to poke through her long blonde hair when she's trying to be serious. We met soon after I started publishing in Shoreline, when she called me one night and said, "Luce Cole, the name is Paula Quinn and I work for the Chronicle. You seem to be about the only other person in this town who can put 3 sentences together, and I'd like to buy you a drink." Being a reasonable person, I let her, and things have gone on from there. Tonight she sighed and leaned back and said, "So, why were you seeing Diane tonight?" "The same reason as you. Information." "What did she tell you?" I smiled and said, "Same as you, Paula." She stuck out her tongue. "Go ahead. Play your little game. Why are you so interested anyway?" I said, thought I might do a column about Lynn Germano's death. "Huh. Column? What are you planning? Something about a young girl coming to a beach town for fun and money and ending up getting murdered? Story of life and death in a small New Hampshire beach town? Doesn't sound like you, Lewis." "Doesn't matter if it sounds like me. If it sounds like Shoreline, that's all I care." "I think you and Shoreline should do something about the body in the Marsh case. More up your alley. Deep mystery and history in the great wilderness, all wrapped up in one. Imagine that poor son of a bitch developer doing some illegal drainage work at night, thinks no one will notice, and his backhoe operator pulls up a woman's body wrapped in canvas. Ugh! Cops called it a dead sand case." "Which is?" "Dead sand. Body's been in there so long, open the mouth and sand falls out, and not much else." "Anything new on that one?" "You working on a column right now?" she asked warily, tilting her head at me. "Nope." "Good." The waitress approached with a tray, and Paula unsnapped her white linen napkin and said, "Cops in North Tyler said the mystery woman was wearing a ring, and that's all they'll say. Won't tell me if it's a wedding band or an old secret decoder ring. Just a ring." Paula likes to boast of her steady weight, and I'm sure it's because of her energy level. By the time I had unpeeled my 3rd jumbo shrimp, she was cleaning off her plate's remains with a roll. As we talked and ate, I looked up at Felix Tenios and wondered what streets he was traveling on tonight. When the dishes had been taken away, I said, "Looking for a little information, Paula. Maybe you can help me." "Really?" she said, smiling. as if not believing a word I was saying. "Sure. I could spend half the day tomorrow on the phone, but you could probably tell me right now. Who owns the Palace Diner?" "Where Lynn Germano worked?" "Some coincidence." She leaned back in her seat again, one of her ears poking through her hair. She had a satisfied smile on her face. "Funny you should ask, because I do know who owns the Palace Diner. Make a deal with you. A trade. I tell you who owns the Palace Diner, and you tell me what you did before you came to Tyler." I felt like sighing, but I enjoyed the look on her face and said, "Deal." Her smile grew wider, and she said, "Oliver Mayu owns the diner, some cottages, and a motel, the St. Lawrence Seaway. Likes to cater to the French-Canadian market." "What do you know about him?" She shrugged. "Typical business owner. Moans about the weather and taxes. Always threatens to close down every winter, and every spring he comes back." The waitress dropped off the check, and I reached out to it, but Paula slapped my hand. "Hey, you're half of the deal." "Oh, all right." "Paula, the first time you asked that question, what did I say?" She made a show of rolling her light blue eyes. "You said you were a spy." "Exactly. That's still the truth." I reached for the check again, and she murmured, "Bastard," and she grabbed it away. "This'll be paid for by the Tyler Chronicle." I'm never one to argue with an expense check. When I left, I made it a point to see if Felix Tenios was still at his table, but he was gone. The high-haired women and beefy men were still there, but as he can do so well, Felix had slipped away without being noticed. We walked back to the police station together, and halfway there, Paula put her arm through mine. Since we've known each other, she's sent up her share of signals, and I've returned them with my own. Thanks, but not right now. Too much going on. Still, I enjoyed the touch, and I didn't discourage her. At the police station, she turned to me and said, "You've got more going on than just a column, and don't bullshit me, Lewis." I looked at her earnest face, and I said, "No bullshit, Paula. Something more than a column will be going on." She shook her head. "You be damn careful. Not many writers around here, and I don't want that to change." "It won't." I said good night, and for some reason I stroked her cheek before I left her, just for a moment, but I liked the feel of her skin. After taking a shower and throwing on a pair of faded black gym shorts, I stood by myself on my second-floor deck, just outside my bedroom. The night air was warm, and there was a soft breeze coming from the east. The sky was clear, and off on the horizon, the flashing light of the solitary lighthouse at the Isles of Shoals blinked out its warning. There were also boats out there, fishermen getting in a few more hours of dragging their nets, sailors who didn't mind seeing the sunset behind their sails, and drunken partiers who were no doubt seeing the lights of Tyler Beach in a foggy and dreary haze. The waves coming in made a soft crashing noise against the rocks and sand below me. I drank from a Jameson's and water, and wondered again why Paula was interested in me, and why I was so hesitant in responding to her, and other things. Out in Tyler this late evening, I was sure there were many folks having a troubled night. Tourists who were here to have a good time, but who somehow ran afoul of the drug laws and open container ordinances, and who were now bedded down in a cold and dirty cell with 60 or 70 other drunks. Runaways and the homeless. Yes, we have some homeless even at Tyler Beach, scurrying into hidey holes in deserted cottages, looking for at least one peaceful night. And men and women waking up with strangers by their sides, wondering if they could slip away without making a fuss. I took another sip from my drink. My home, my town, my state. Tonight there was a man, maybe in Tyler still, who had killed one Lynn Germano, and I hoped he was not sleeping well. I hoped for that very much, because I was going to ensure that the rest of his nights would also be troubling. Off in the west, I made out the tiny, fast-moving dot of a satellite, and I thought about whom it belonged to. Us? The Russians? The Israelis, perhaps? And what was its purpose? Who was looking at whom? I thought about that, and I also thought about Lynn Germano, who worked as a waitress, but who could afford the rent on a prime beachfront cottage by herself. It didn't make sense, but I would leave that for tomorrow. Chapter 4. Monday morning dawned hot and sunny as I parked at the police station. On good beach days, parking is almost an impossibility at Tyler Beach, unless one arrives an hour or so after sunrise, since in all of Tyler Beach there is not one free space for visitors. The parking spaces are either metered, 25 cents for 15 minutes, quarters only, or they are part of a few large parking lots, which charge $6 per car, no matter if it's 10 minutes or 10 hours. But I was able to park free, thanks to my police parking pass, which allowed me to stop at the station any time of the week, whether I was visiting there or not. This morning was one of those days when I wasn't going inside, and within a few hours of my arrival that morning at the beach, I learned why Diane Woods and her friends at the state police had made no progress in their canvassing of Dogleg Avenue. I had arrived early in the morning for a reason, since most people would still be home, sleeping off their previous night's adventures. But I was surprised at the chaos I found when I started knocking on doors at the homes around Lynn Germano's cottage. Either the men and women who answered the doors had just moved in that very day, or else they were only staying with a friend or a cousin in the cottage. Or they hadn't seen a thing. Or they didn't care. Or they were out getting hammered the evening of Lynn Germano's murder. At each door I said the same thing, who I was and what I was doing, a column for Shoreline magazine on the death of their teenage neighbor. With each opened door and to each bleary face I made my well-rehearsed pitch and passed over my business card. I'm quite proud of my card. It's light blue, and the magazine's logo is centered in the middle, the letters of Shoreline curling a wave to a lighthouse in one corner. The ink is dark red and embossed, and my name is below the logo, along with the word columnist in italics. There's my post office box number and home telephone number in Tyler just below my name. I had them made up myself at Tyler Printing and Copying, and many times the little rectangle of cardboard had opened doors and memories of people within 100 miles of my home. A funny thing about the business cards, it cost me all of $100 for 500, yet people trusted the cards, put their faith behind the person passing them out, and often told me everything I wanted to know without too much trouble. A scary thought. I wondered if Ted Bundy or his friends ever carried business cards during their busy and bloody lives. My last visit of the morning fairly summed up the entire exercise. A sweaty young man answered the door to a cottage 4 houses away from the murder scene. His breath reeked of stale beer, and he was wearing only University of Lowell gym shorts. He was muscular and looked like a football player, with slabs of muscle along his thighs and chest. His hair was blonde and cut short, and he reminded me of those old photos of young Aryan German soldiers, shirtless and smiling, exercising in a Ukrainian wheat field on their way to tearing out the heart of Mother Russia. He took my card in his thick fingers and turned it over, and after I gave him my spiel, he grunted and said, "Man, you're asking me about some chick who got croaked up the street? Shit." And this member of our future generation grinned at me. I hardly know who I'm waking up with sometimes, you know? I knew. Still in college? Yep. For lack of anything better to say, I asked, "What are you studying in school?" He shrugged. "Business, what else? Look, gotta go." I blinked and stepped out onto the narrow street and walked back to the police station. The sun seemed too bright, and its rays seemed to bore right through my eyes and rattle around in my head. The young man's look and attitude stayed with me, and as I went back to my Range Rover, I started looking at the legion of parked vehicles on both sides of Ashburn Avenue and began tallying up the various makes. There were only a few from a country that had a red, white, and blue flag, and those were older and rusting. "Business," I said aloud. "What else?" And I smiled when I got to my own vehicle. When I was shopping for transportation, the year I came to Tyler Beach, I considered buying domestic. But I thought the British auto worker needed a little bit more assistance that year. And living near the salt water, I liked an aluminum body, so I went with the Range Rover. It was expensive, and sometimes wasn't the best, and the speed wasn't the greatest, but it had style, and sometimes that was good enough. After going to the post office and picking up my mail, I went home, showered, and checked my answering machine. There was a blinking light, and in playing the machine, I got a message and a dinner invitation for Tuesday night from Alice Crenshaw. I spent an hour or so in my upstairs office, tapping out a real column for the November issue of Shoreline. It certainly is a challenge, with sweat rolling down your back and wearing nothing but shorts, to write a column that will sound appropriate for winter, when the tourists and the fishermen are mostly at home, huddling near the heat and wishing for the summer to return. After a while, I gave it up. I was working on something else. I spent a couple of hours on my ground floor deck, reading the latest issue of Smithsonian and tossing some things around in my head, while just half hearing the sounds of the waves against the rocks and the cry of the gulls near my cove. It's a habit, one I've never been able to break, and one that was useful during my previous life. I've always been able to read and have my thoughts racing through problems and solutions as I've flipped through magazines or books or reports. And once a woman I loved complained that she always came in second, behind the printed word, behind anything that was a sentence. As much as I hated to admit it, she was right. And even so, I would love to hear that complaint from her again. As it grew darker, I changed back into jeans and a white shirt and headed back to Tyler Beach. The Tyler Beach Palace is on Atlantic Avenue, on the Strip, a name that is probably used for main drags in dozens of beach resorts from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The Beach Palace was built in 1912 and has been added onto over the years, and has even made it through a couple of fires. It's 2 stories high and stretches for 3 blocks. On the top floor is a kiddie amusement park with rides and games, some shops, and the Palace Theater. Years ago, the Palace Theater was the site of evening ballroom dancing, with orchestras coming here from their East Coast tours, from the Glenn Miller Band to the Count Basie Orchestra. Today it hosts rock groups and comedians who have a fixation with the one word that can serve as a noun, adjective, and verb. A few of the bands, however, are quite good. And last year, I went with Diane Woods to see Bruce Hornsby. It had been odd to see a modern concert with speakers and electric guitars and who knows what, played in a place with wooden floors and tall rafters. About the only remnant of the Palace Theater's earlier and simpler life is the second weekend in August, when it hosts the Miss Tyler Beach Contest. The ground floor of the Palace is open to the beach, and its sidewalk is crowded with out-of-towners walking up and down the strip, looking at the stores and each other. Across Atlantic Avenue is a bandshell and state park buildings, and the widest stretch of Tyler Beach, and just a ways up the road, the Lady of the Seas Monument. Inside is a warren of video and pinball arcades, T-shirt shops, souvenir stores, and the usual photo shop where a group can get their photographs taken with costumes as if they were 1920s flappers or 1880s outlaws. There were also the Whales Song Restaurant, an ice cream and frozen yogurt store, and the Palace Diner. I sat there in a two-person booth and ordered a cheeseburger and fries and a small Coke, trying to do my best to blend in. The Coke was adequate, and the fries were cold, but the cheeseburger was quite good, thick and cooked medium, just the way I like it. The diner was set up as a large square, with an open kitchen area and counter forming the center square, with outer squares of booths and tables. The noise from the arcades and the traffic out on the strip was constant, and there were shouts and loud voices from some of the younger customers in the diner. As I ate, I watched the waitresses. They were all of high school age and wore white shorts and black T-shirts that said Palace Diner in bright pink neon. They did their work, but they seemed determined to have a good time as well, joking and gossiping with each other. I kept looking at all of their faces and actions until I found the one I was looking for, the quiet one, the one who kept to herself and watched what was going on. While the other waitresses would group together and talk and laugh, she did her job with a slight smile and forced enthusiasm, as if wanting to be somewhere else. She was about 5 feet 5 inches, with curly black hair and a pudgy figure. Unlike the other waitresses, she hadn't teased her hair into a lion's mane, and her skin wasn't tanned or sunburned, and she wasn't loaded down with jangled jewelry. She stayed to herself as she worked, and as she came by, I spotted her name tag, Sarah L. After I'd gotten my check and left a $10 bill to cover it, I picked up my Coke and took a seat in her section. She was quick to come over. I ordered a refill, and I said, "What does the L stand for, Sarah?" She looked up from her notepad and said, "Lockwood. Why do you want to know?" I passed over my business card, and she looked at both sides. I said, "I'm doing a story, Sarah Lockwood, about Lynn Germano. Can I talk to you?" "About what?" She wasn't really one of my friends. "Just 10 minutes, that's all." She walked away and came back with my Coke and said, "Would you use my name?" I was going to say, "Of course I will," but I saw the hesitancy in her eyes, and I said no. "Only if you want me to, Sarah. I'm just looking for some background information, that's all." There was a neon clock over the cash register, and she said, "Shit, I don't know. Look, I get a 15-minute break in a couple of minutes. We can talk then." "Thanks," I said, and I watched her walk back to the counter and look at her order pad, her shoulders bowed over, alone. We got out of the Palace Diner and walked a ways up Atlantic and sat on a park bench, looking over the beach and the ocean. The sun was almost setting behind us toward the marshes, and the sands looked cold. The only people out there were kids running around and couples strolling hand in hand. She sat there, arms folded, and said, "You know, I hate the beach. I really do. It's hot and sweaty and sand gets up in your skin, and there's nothing to do except read and get sunburned and watch the boys do their mating thing." "So why are you here?" She turned and said, "I ride my bike here from Falconer every day and save every dime and nickel I can. The diner may not be much, but the job is as good as one can get here in this county, and it's going to pay my way to UNH this fall, and that place is going to get me into law school one of these days. Any more questions?" "How well did you know Lynn Germano?" She drew up her legs and wrapped her arms around her knees. "Not very well. She stayed away from most of the girls. You know, most of us are from around here, but Lynn was from Massachusetts. You often don't get the out-of-state girls up here, you know. They usually stay home and save money and find work near where they live. But we do get them, and usually they bundle up 2 or 3 to a motel room. But Lynn stayed a lot to herself. Not that she was stuck up or anything. Well, not too much stuck up." "The state police talked to you?" "They talked to all of us." "What did you tell them?" "Exactly what I told you. That she was a good kid. She didn't deserve to get killed, and there wasn't anyone we could figure who'd want to hurt her." Out on the sands, a young boy was trying to fly a kite, but his little legs wouldn't let him run hard enough. I said, "Did she have any boyfriends?" "No." "Who was her closest friend among the waitresses?" She rubbed her chin against her arms. "Hard to tell. She hung around with all of them, but none of them. You know what I mean? It was like she had her own thing, her own agenda. Like she was too good for them, or too different." The boy with the kite was crying. "How did she get along with the owner?" "Mr. Mayu?" She shrugged and looked away from me. "All right, I guess. He doesn't come by that often, but he's an okay boss." "Lynn like him?" She grunted. "I don't know if anyone liked him, but yeah, I guess she got along with him all right. You know, besides this place and a motel, he owns some cottages on the beach, and he lets some of the girls live there at a discount." "But you prefer to bike in and out every day, even at night?" She kept her face turned away from me. "I prefer to sleep in my own bed in my own home, Mr. Cole." By now the boy was tearing up the kite with his hands, still crying. Sarah looked at her watch and said, "I'm going to be late, so I gotta run." She looked at me with her head cocked and said, "You're supposed to be a writer. Why didn't you take notes?" "Cursed with a fine memory," I said. "Sarah, you've got my card. Call me if you think of anything else. Anything you think I should know." From the way she nodded her head and turned to leave, I had the feeling the card would end up in the first trash can she met on her way back to the Palace Diner. I watched the waves for a while, and the lights, and tried to see the stars. But the light pollution was too bad, and I gave up and walked back to the police station. At the police parking lot, Diane was sitting on the bumper of her dark green Rabbit, her arms folded, staring down at her feet. She wore her usual jeans and had on a wrinkled blue and white Colby sweatshirt. She looked up at me as I walked over to her. "How goes the story?" she asked, her voice tired. A seagull was perched on a telephone pole in the lot, looking over the expanse of buildings, and 2 green and white Tyler police cruisers were parked at the rear entrance to the station, which led into the booking room. "It goes," I said, sitting next to her on the car's hood. "You look wiped." "Thanks for the compliment." "It's the truth." She stirred and scratched at her hair and said, "The Lynn Germano case isn't going anywhere. About the only thing that's happened is that her body was buried yesterday, and the chief is bugging me about a shitload of other cases, and I'm out here trying to get some fresh air, and I feel like I'm too tired to drive." I said, "I'll take you then." She lifted her head up and smiled. "Where?" "To my place. Where else?" "Oh?" I said, "I'm 10 minutes away. Your place is easily 15. Those extra 5 minutes of sleep could be vital." "And leave my V-dub here?" "Yep." She stood up and stretched, muscles and bones cracking. "Such a scandal, Mr. Cole. Such a scandal when my fellow officers see my car still here and see you dropping me off here tomorrow." I took her arm and walked her to the Range Rover. "A little scandal may be just what you need." About halfway home she fell asleep, head resting against the door, and she woke up only when I went through the reserved parking lot of the Lafayette house and down the bumpy trail to my house. "Jesus," she said, rubbing at her eyes. "You're so soon." "Sleep well?" She yawned. "Stupid question." I pulled into the garage. Without the light pollution of Tyler Beach, the stars were quite bright, and Diane stopped for a second before my door, craning her head back. "Sweet God, I never get tired of looking at those stars. At my condo there's too many street lights, and I'm lucky to see the moon at night. All these stars. They seem like they were put right here for your house." "Nice thought," I said. She stood there weaving. "So many stars. So many millions of miles away. Sometimes it makes you and everything you do seem so small and worthless, Louis. All your work and efforts and ideas." "You need some sleep. Too much philosophy can ruin a person's mind." She yawned again. "There's the Big Dipper. I'm embarrassed to say that's the only constellation I recognize." I touched her elbow. "Here, I'll tell you something. You can impress your friends." "Oh?" I came closer, smelling her scent. "Look up at the handle, at the middle star. You see it?" "Yep." "Well, you see wrong," I said. "That's actually 2 stars, Mizar and Alcor. And if you have a very good telescope, you'll see that each of them is a double star. So instead of looking up at 1 star, you're looking at 4. She weaved again. "Is there a point?" I tapped her on the shoulder. "Yeah, a cop point," I said. "It pays to look at things real close. You'll be surprised at what you'll find." I sensed her grin. "You'll be surprised to find me sleeping on your lawn if we don't hurry up and get inside." When we got in, she went upstairs, and I listened to the sounds of water running as she showered. In the living room, I got to work, and by the time she came downstairs, wearing a red and white Boston Museum of Science t-shirt from my bedroom dresser and nothing else, the couch had been unfolded, and I had the blankets and pillows ready. She smiled as she came to me, rubbing her hair with a towel, water still beading along her tanned thighs, her clothes and revolver in her other hand. "Thanks for the astronomy lesson, really. It was just that I needed to get inside. A lesson and a place to sleep. Such a host. Such a guest." She rubbed at her hair and smiled, and that made me feel good. The dispirited woman I had seen in the Tyler police station lot wasn't the Diane Woods I knew. "One of these nights I'll get to sleep in your bed, Louis Cole," she said, tossing the towel to the floor. "Promises, promises," I said, kissing her on her nose. "Sleep well." I went and locked the front door, and when I came back she was on the couch, blankets over her, breathing slowly and softly. I trod upstairs quietly and stripped down and crawled into my own empty bed, pulling a sheet and a single wool blanket over me. As I lay there, my eyes closed, I remembered other places and times. I remembered a group of people in uniform, smiling faces, and a certain high desert, and the thrumming sound of a helicopter that eventually brought me from those sands to this sea. So many lifetimes ago. I listened for a while, wondering if Diane was dreaming, but there was nothing but the sound of the waves upon my beach. Chapter 5. In the early morning on Tuesday, I awakened to the sound of a shower. I lay there silently, not moving under the single blanket and sheet. Strong sunlight was coming through my windows, making everything look store-bought new, which was one of the many side benefits of living on the ocean, and which sometimes made up for the seagull droppings that littered the house and the deck, and the sand that blew and sometimes got into everything, including one's sugar bowl. I waited, lightly dozing, listening for the shower to turn off, and then listening to see which way the footsteps would go, here to my bedroom or back downstairs. From some time back, soon after I had met Diane Woods, I already suspected what the answer was going to be, but one never knew. One always had to be open to other options, other changes, possible surprises. And so I waited. Then came the sound of the footsteps returning back downstairs. I closed my eyes and dozed a bit more, and then got up and showered. I joined her out on the deck. She had made us each a cup of tea. We both belonged to the breakfast sounds nauseous at this hour club. She ran her fingers through her still-wet hair as we sat in the deck chairs, mugs in hand, our legs stretched out to the wooden railing. She turned and smiled and said, "In a few minutes, I'm back in that stinking concrete place they call an office, and you get to stay here." I said nothing, and she looked around at the deck and the ocean and the bright sun upon the early morning waves. There was a shape moving out there on the horizon, and again I silently thanked myself for not having the desire or need to be a fisherman working out on those empty waters that were called an ocean. She took a sip of her tea and said, "Times like these, I'm jealous of you, Louis. You can just go upstairs and get right to work. No one over your back, nobody screaming in the rear cells, no families calling you up wondering why you're holding Junior. Nothing like that at all. Just bliss." I smiled and raised my mug to her in a salute. It's not always bliss, but you should try it sometimes, even though the temptation's always there to goof off and watch the morning talk shows. Child-abusing nuns who are closet Nazis, that sort of thing. To make it work right, you have to enjoy what you do, or else you'll start hating where you live. But I do admit, working out of your home is different. She looked into her mug for a moment before saying, "Different, I guess, than what you did before, right?" I sat silent, remembering how to explain to her what it had been like, with the 3 different kinds of photo ID and the keycard that let you into your work area. Rules that anything left on top of desks overnight would be shredded and burned by next morning. Signs on your telephone reminding you that the lines were not secure for confidential conversations. The late night and early morning calls demanding your presence, demanding your special knowledge, having to write and rewrite reports, sometimes hundreds of pages long, that would be read only by a handful of sharp-fingered men nearing retirement. And reading the newspapers every morning and seeing what was on the front page, thinking to yourself, that story's wrong, and that one is only about half right, and feeling smug. How to explain what it had been like? I finished my tea. It was different. You're absolutely right. She nodded and did not press any further. That type of technique made for a lousy cop, but a good friend. After dropping her off that morning at the police station, I had offered to let her off a block away, but she would have none of that. "Scandals, remember?" she had said. "At least give me something to look forward to." I drove west on Route 51 and went into Tylertown for a few minutes. I bought a copy of the Morning Globe and Union Leader, and at the Sweet Honey Donut Shop near the town common, I picked up 2 chocolate bran muffins and a large orange juice. I thought I was getting hungry. Getting onto I-95 cost me 2 toll tokens, and by the time I neared the Massachusetts border, I had finished the juice and had tossed 1½ chocolate bran muffins out on the side of the road for the benefit of anything furred or feathered that could eat something like a chocolate bran muffin. My stomach wasn't into the work I was going to do that morning, and I wasn't in the mood for eating. I decided the pangs in my lower region weren't from hunger. Crossing over the Massachusetts line, I saw a sign welcoming me into the Commonwealth by the current Democrat who was governor, followed by a cheerful sign that warned me of Massachusetts's mandatory 1-year jail sentence for unlawful possession of a firearm. Just before the Merrimack River, I took the exit onto I-495, and within a half hour I had taken one of several exits into Lawrence. Like any city, it had its downtown and uptown, its barrios or ghettos, as well as those neighborhoods where the lawns were always green and well cut. Lately, though, the downtown had been slashing and burning its way into the green sanctuaries, and like rich refugees everywhere, the people of the uptown had been pushing their way north. Pulling over to the side, I had glanced through my eastern Massachusetts map book and found the street I was looking for. It took me only a few more minutes to get there, but in those few minutes, it was like passing into another world. Hispanic men and women stood in front of grocery stores and restaurants with Spanish names, looking at the strange vehicle with New Hampshire license plates. Graffiti had been sprayed onto walls and abandoned cars, using crooked and angular characters that made no sense to me. Less than an hour from the white sands and even wider population of Tyler Beach, I could have been in another hemisphere. Rye Lane was a residential area of small houses with even smaller yards. It was the type of neighborhood where each postage stamp-sized yard was separated from its neighbor by an unfriendly chain-link fence or shrubbery. I had a thought of walking down here at night and seeing no life, no activity, just the quiet, empty yards and long fences, the incessant blue glow of inhabitants watching their tubes, and nothing else. Number 16 was a light shade of yellow, and nearly identical in shape and size to its neighbors. A late-model blue Buick was parked in the short driveway. Not particularly enjoying what I was doing, I walked up the short walk and rang the doorbell. Germano was printed on a piece of paper in a little slot on the side of the door and covered with clear tape. A woman in her late 50s answered, her face puffy and pale, her eyes red-rimmed. Her gray hair was curly but flattened on one side, as if she had been sleeping, and there were creases along her face. She was wearing a pink corduroy housecoat and she looked up at me with a puzzled expression as I went into my usual spiel. She said nothing, and then I pulled out my card and passed it over to her, and she looked at it and gave it back to me. "Mr. Cole, my husband and I just buried Lynn yesterday. I'm sure you'll understand." She started closing the door, and I said, "Please, it'll only take a—" The door was closed. I raised my hand to the doorbell and let it drop, and then I took out a pen and scribbled a note on the back of my card. "Please, if you can, do call me." I left it in the little slot, hiding the Germano name, and walked to the street. I looked back and thought I saw the curtain at the front window move, but I wasn't sure. My card was there, alien in its little spot, and I thought of walking back and taking it away, but I was too embarrassed to go across that small yard again. I got in my Range Rover and headed north, back to where I felt at home. The things I do, I thought. The things I do. So much for the glamour of magazine writing. Later that morning, I spent a half hour at the Tyler Town Hall, which is a 5-minute walk from the town common. It's a 2-story building with white clapboards, made up to look like a Unitarian church without the steeple. Inside are the town offices, from town clerk to tax collector, and the records and assorted bric-a-brac that every small town has collected, including a dusty weather vane made to look like a grasshopper, which was in the basement, leaning up against an old safe that has a couple of 100 years' worth of town records hidden away. Next to the town hall is the Uptown Fire Station, which was built during one of those great compromises between town residents and beach people, so that the town would have adequate fire coverage in the summer when traffic was so bad at the beach. Tyler being Tyler, after the fire station was built, the selectmen cut back on the fire department budget, so the station remained empty most of the week. Both the town hall and the fire department, along with the Gilliam Memorial Town Library, are on Marshwood Avenue. About a mile from the town hall was Cable Road, which connected Marshwood with Route 51, and where, that Friday evening a few nights ago, I had seen 2 high school students pulled, bleeding and screaming, from their crumpled car. I wondered how they were doing. I spent my time that morning with Clyde Meeker, the tax assessor for Tyler, and a retired accountant who used to commute into Boston every day to work at some enormous bank that had branches in Maine and Vermont, and was now in such financial straits that polite men with New York accents and suits from London were now busily tearing it apart and feeding its bloody pieces to a bankruptcy court. Clyde told me once that after his retirement, he sold off his car because "I got so goddamn tired of driving. All I wanted to do was walk, bike, or bum rides for the rest of my life." Even in this hot weather, he was wearing a suit and tie, and his dyed black hair was impeccable. This morning, like all mornings, Clyde was his usual helpful self. I told him what I was looking for, and he gave me a grin and said, "Town records, my friend. Public information. You can root around in here all day. See if I care." When I was done with my work at his office, I went out into the small lobby just as Jack Fowler, the selectman chairman, came into the town hall. The last time I had seen him was that same Friday night, when he was outside the cottage at 12 Dogleg Avenue, talking to Diane and smiling at the photographer from the Chronicle. He nodded at me, and I gave him a half-smile as I tried to go past him through the outside door. Next to us on the brick wall was a large bulletin board, listing the monthly blood drive at the fire station, the American Legion's pancake breakfast, minutes of the planning board and zoning board meetings, and the agenda for the next week's selectmen's meeting. He held his hand up for a moment and said, "Hold on." You're that magazine writer, right, Cole? Live out in that old government cottage near Samson Point?" "That's right, Jack," I said, smiling and trying to think of a way to go by without seeming too rude. I knew him slightly, having attended a handful of selectmen's meetings over the past few years, and last Christmas I actually went to a party at his house up in the Towler Hill section of Tyler, on Hillside Road. He held it each year for the politicians in the town and county, and for reporters who covered town events, and I had gone as Paula Quinn's date. The party featured lukewarm punch and drinks in little plastic glasses and tortilla chips in white plastic bowls on paper tablecloths, and old 8-track tapes playing Andy Williams Christmas tunes. Paula had left the house after exactly 3 minutes of conversation with Jack Fowler and 8 minutes with the other 2 selectmen. "I may be a reporter," she had told me that December day, "but I'm no goddamn martyr." I thought of that, as Fowler nodded to me. "Got a little piece of news for you, you being a writer," he said. Today he wore light pink polyester pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. His thin white hair was so slicked back it looked like a petroleum product. "That's so." "Yeah," he said, smiling, and he nodded at 2 elderly women standing in line at the town clerk's window. "Last night I was elected president of the Tyler Beach Chamber of Commerce. Think I could get a write-up in that magazine of yours?" I thought of what I wanted to say, and of what I should say, and the latter won out. "I'll give it a try, Jack, but I can't promise anything. My editors are in Boston, and they're pretty tight on space." "Thanks," he said, slapping me on my arm and strolling across the tile floor, heels clicking, leaving behind the scent of his aftershave, which smelled like a pine forest in the middle of a strawberry patch. As I left the building, I thought ahead to the rest of the afternoon. Just another day of lying. Back at Tyler Beach, I lucked out and found a parking space only a few blocks from where I was headed. It was in a small town lot on Atlantic Avenue and was metered, and I only had 2 quarters, which would give me only 30 minutes of parking. As I walked along the sidewalk, I came across a T-shirt store and a poster store. Both places had signs in their windows. No change given for parking meters. Since I didn't want to buy either a T-shirt or a poster showing off the latest cartoon cable television star in order to get more quarters, I kept walking. Tuesday traffic was light that late in the morning, and there were only a few people walking along the sidewalk, and none of them were shopping. The sun was high, but didn't feel intense, and there was a good breeze coming off the ocean. Near the beach was a parking area, reserved only for motorcycles, and there was a group of leather-clad men there, talking and joking, slapping each other on the shoulders, and not looking at the ocean at all. I made a reasonable guess that they probably weren't discussing French philosophy, and decided not to cross the street to ask them and prove my theory. Instead, I kept on walking, and when I reached Baker Street, I went to the place that Oliver Mailloux called home. From the tax assessor's office, I had gone through real estate listings, and in talking with Clyde Meeker, learned that Oliver Mailloux lived and worked in his hotel, the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn. I also found out that besides the Palace Diner, he also owned about a half-dozen cottages. The St. Lawrence Seaway was at the corner of Baker and the southbound side of Atlantic Avenue, and was 3 stories high with the usual hotel sliding windows. It was light gray and had a basement parking garage. I went into the lobby, past the sign that said, "French spoken here. Nous parlons français ici." The lobby was small, with only a couch and 2 chairs, and a check-in desk. The wallpaper was a pattern made of yellow and light green seashells, and on one wall was a rack of folders and brochures listing the marvelous things one could do in Tyler Beach and the state of New Hampshire. One of the summer attractions farther north, in the White Mountains, is Santa's Village, which is only open from June to October. Not really the season one would normally think for Santa. Still, it was one of the state's most popular tourist destinations. Go figure it. A young woman, about high school age, was behind the counter. Her name tag said Lucy, and she had short-cropped blonde hair and 4 earrings in one ear. Her nose and face were dusted with freckles, and she wore a white polo shirt with the motel's name in blue letters and blue slacks. And it made me wonder who had the motel and restaurant polo shirt franchise for Tyler Beach. He or she must be doing very well. After some talking on my part and phone whispers on her part, she put down her phone and said, "He'll see you, but only for a moment. Go through this hallway, go upstairs, and it's the office on the right." "Thanks." As she began tidying up her counter, I said, "Lucy." "Yeah?" "Your boss, Mayu. How do you like him?" She quickly flicked her eyes back and forth, as if looking to see if anyone was watching, and then she looked down at the counter and said, "Just go down that hallway, please." So I did. I went past the numbered and closed doors of the first-floor rooms and heard a woman yelling at another woman in French. The floor and stairs were carpeted with a sickly green material, and at the top of the second stairs was an open wooden door that had "Office" on it with black and silver stick-on letters. In the office there were 2 men. One was at the right, sprawled out in a captain's chair, while the other sat behind a cluttered desk that was covered with forms, receipts, and had an adding machine on one corner, along with a brown ceramic ashtray full of squashed cigarette butts. There were filing cabinets on all sides, and hanging up on an open space on the white walls were 2 calendars. One was a large-sized Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, and the other was something called Best California Buns. Both were open to the month of June. The man in the chair looked up at me for a moment, and then went back to cleaning his dirty fingernails with a short knife on a keyring. He wore a red tank top, cut-off dungaree shorts, and black Reebok sneakers with no socks, and his upper arms and thighs were solid and hairy. His hair was black and combed back in a thick mass, and his face was light red and puffy, as if it had been slapped a lot when he was younger. He looked like the type of guy who liked his women tattooed. Across the desk, the other man looked up at me when I came in. He wore a short-sleeved white shirt and had 3 gold chains around his neck. His skin was dark, and his face was slightly pockmarked, and his teeth were dim and uneven. His hair was gray-black and parted on one side. "Oliver Mayu?" I said to the man behind the desk. He nodded, and I passed over my business card. "I'm a writer for Shoreline magazine," I said. "I'm working on a piece about the waitress who worked at your diner. I'd like to ask a couple of questions, and then I won't take up any more of your time." He looked at my card, and without waiting for an invitation, I sat down in the other free chair. The man cleaning his fingernails looked up for a moment, and then went back to work. Mayu tossed the card across his desk. "Never heard of your magazine, pal. But then again, I'm too busy working. Moved up here from Massachusetts a few years back to earn an honest living, and I'm still trying. You got 1,001 things to worry about in a place like this, from the food to the towels. You know, the job is so hard I gotta live right over this office. So sorry again, pal. I've never heard of your magazine." I said, "Guess I'll have to talk to our subscription department." He smirked. "Derek, you ever hear of a magazine called Shoreline?" The man he called Derek grunted something that sounded like no. Mayu smiled, and I had an urge to put a hand on my wallet. He looked as if he balanced his checkbook every night to make sure no one was cheating him. He said, "That's Derek Cooney for you. Best hands-on manager I got. But he only reads magazines if it shows broads with big tits. Now, why are you so interested in a girl that worked at my diner? News that slow? You trying to sell magazines, make a little money?" I didn't pick up my business card. It sat across an invoice from a local Coca-Cola distributor. "I get paid the same amount of money no matter what kind of stories I write," I finally said. "This one interests me, that's all. Young girl comes to a resort beach and ends up getting murdered. Something unusual. Something that belongs in a story." Mayu smiled again and leaned back in his chair, both hands against the back of his head. There were yellow sweat stains in the armpits of his white shirt. "Let me tell you something, Mr. Cole," he said. "It doesn't surprise me, this type of thing that happened last week. Not that I expected this particular girl to get killed, but some of these girls, they come up here looking for something more than spending money to buy some short skirts or tight jeans. No, they're up here looking for a good time. They're away from home for the first time. Mommy and Daddy aren't watching over them, and they're looking for that first drink of booze, or toot of coke, or their first lay. You remember your first lay? Pretty important day, right?" "I've had others," I said. "Maybe you have. So, these girls come up here and play around and get loose, and maybe they run into someone not so nice, someone who has different ideas of what's fun. So they die. It happens." "It ever happened before to one of your waitresses?" "Nope." "Did you know Lynn Germano that well?" He rolled his eyes, held his hands out. "These girlies come in and out of my diner and my hotel. I can't keep track of them. You show me pictures of her and two other girlies, I couldn't tell the difference." "Did you know where she lived?" "No idea. Probably on the beach, I guess. Most of them do." "Your other workers, did they get along with her? Do you know who her friends were?" He glanced at Derek and leaned over on his desk and pointed a finger at me, one that was nicotine-stained, the fingernail bitten down. "You look here, mister," Mayu said, finger still extended, his voice rising with every sentence. "I'll tell you this, and it's my last answer. I get these little chickies in here all of the time. I give 'em a job and some working experience, and give 'em cut-rate rooms here. And how do they pay me back? Complaining, quitting after a week or two 'cause they miss home, calling in sick 'cause they're on the rag or their boyfriend boffed them too hard and it hurts too much to stand up, stealing food and silverware and sheets. All I know about this broad is that she's causing me a load of problems, period. I gotta find someone to fill her schedule. I gotta talk to the cops, and I gotta talk to assholes like you. There." He sat back in his chair, face red, breathing hard, but looking triumphant, like he had won a race. Derek was no longer cleaning his fingernails, but he still had his little knife in his beefy hand. I got up from my chair, knowing it wasn't going to get any better. Mayu grinned. "Happy now? Got enough for a story?" "Happy has nothing to do with it, but I have a rule when it comes to interviews." "Oh?" "That's right. The rule is, I'm done with an interview when the interviewee begins to sound like a seagull with rotten breath who's having a bad day." His smile disappeared, and he said, "Better leave now, smart-ass, and stay the fuck out of my diner and my hotel. Leave, before I have Derek take you out." "Very original," I said. going out the door without turning my back to them. You see that in a movie somewhere? As I went outside, Lucy's face was red, and she was busy moving a couple of sheets of paper from one end of the counter to the next, so I knew that her employer's loud voice wasn't something unusual. I winked at her as I made for the door, but I didn't feel particularly cheerful. Even when I got outside into the sun and salt air breeze from the ocean, I still felt greasy. I walked back up Atlantic and saw that the boys in leather had attracted a red sports car with Massachusetts plates, and leaning out of both windows were two young women with teased blonde hair and long fingernails, talking to the 5 or 6 guys who had gathered around the car. No accounting for taste, and my mood didn't improve when I saw a parking ticket flapping in the breeze from the Range Rover's windshield wiper. Still, it had been a productive morning. I'd learned a lot, and I had also learned that Oliver Mayhew was a liar, since Lynn Germano had lived at 12 Dogleg Avenue, and earlier in the morning, I had found out that 12 Dogleg Avenue was owned by one O. Mayhew of Baker Street. That night, I sat at a table for 4 at the Marshside Restaurant in North Tyler. It was located at the end of Morgan Avenue and had 3 things going for it. It was slightly remote, which meant that the average tourist never found it. It had the best Italian food on the seacoast, and it was built right next to the salt marsh, and at night had a marvelous view of the long row of twinkling lights and signs that made up Tyler Beach. I was on the outside veranda, which was screened from top to bottom, waiting for Alice Crenshaw to come back from the restroom. The dishes from our non-Heart Association-approved dinners had been cleared away, and there was a cup of coffee for me and a cappuccino for her, and the check on the table between us. The marsh stretched out like a flat table, dark and quiet, with the lights of lonely fireflies flickering out in the distance. I'd been told by Alice and other older residents of Tyler that the fireflies used to be so thick that it looked like a Las Vegas display out there at night. But with the march of the years and improved housing and pesticides, the fireflies had been darkened. Progress. No doubt one of these days there'd be so much progress that they'd be able to send up fake fireflies, so no one could tell the difference. Alice came back, touching the back of my neck for a moment. She wore a simple black dress with sandals and no stockings, and a string of pearls around her neck. Her hair was in its usual shape, but instead of her perfume, I smelled tobacco. Restroom break or cancer stick break? She sat down and gave me a wan smile. You can go to hell, and you know that. Alice took a sip from her coffee cup and gazed over my shoulder, as if looking at someone, but that night we had the whole veranda to ourselves. She had been quiet for most of the night, not saying much. She had ordered her favorite veal dish, and screw anyone who doesn't want me to eat veal, she would always say, but not tonight, and had only eaten half of it. I took a swallow from my own cup and said, I'm not going to bother asking you if something is wrong. I just want to know if you're going to tell me. She rested her chin in a hand and looked out across the marsh to the bright and low lights of Tyler Beach. You're too damn sensitive, you know that? She said. My husband John, now, I could have the blues about something and he wouldn't notice until I burnt his toast 3 days in a row. But not you, Louis. You can tell. She stopped for a moment, still looking out to the marsh. Father could tell, too. He could tell when something wrong was going on. He'd say, honey, child, as a doctor, it's my job to know. And he was right. It was his job. Father was something else in this town. A doctor who took care of you, no matter what the problem or how much money he made. House calls, if you can believe it. He was at home in those mansions up in North Tyler just as much as he was at home in some of the backwoods shacks in Falconer. He never turned anyone away, and when he died, the town named a ballpark and a library after him. A lot of people here still remember him. And now the doctors won't see you unless you got money, a health group card, and time to sit around in their lousy offices all day." I said, "Something else going on, Alice?" "Shit, I don't know," she said, looking back at me, her face yellowish in the candlelight. "Sometimes the years just weigh down on you, like lead shoulder pads. I look out on those lights and wonder who's getting hurt, and who's not getting loved, and who's being abandoned. And you wonder about all the other nights, years and years back, and think of all the bad things that have happened out there. It just leaves a sour taste in my mouth." "A lot of good things have happened out there, too," I said. "Your dad the doctor, for instance." She shook her head. "The good things just flow right through you. The bad things stick around." I waited, wondering if she would speak again. But instead she finished her cappuccino and pulled out 3 $20 bills from her purse and left them on the check. "Is that all?" I asked. "Anything else making you glum?" She tried to smile and then paused, as if she wanted to say something else. Instead she said, "Just the years. Just the years." She looked down at the stained tablecloth. "Take me home, will you?" I stood up and offered her my hand and said, "Only if you don't try to drag me into your house." And with that usual saying on my part not producing the usual smile on her part, I walked out of the Marshside restaurant with Alice at my side, suddenly afraid of what was happening to her. Chapter 6. Look through the newspaper advertisements and brochures and Chamber of Commerce mailings for the Granite State, and you will learn an interesting fact about New Hampshire. It has no crime. None whatsoever. The brochures and handouts mention the long sandy beaches of Falconer and Tyler and Wallace, the cool blue waters of the Lake District, and the sharp-edged granite peaks of the White Mountains, and the deep green forests of the North Country. There are the historic sites and buildings. America's first astronaut, Alan Shepard, was born in Derry, and John Paul Jones lived for a while in Porter while a ship of his was being refitted. But there's no crime. But Diane Woods knows better. And so do I, and so does Felix Tenios, whom I was meeting that Wednesday afternoon. And while the crime in New Hampshire doesn't approach the numbers of our foul-mannered sister state to the south, it does have an oddness about it. There may not be much crime, but it does make the newspapers. Like the case up north, where a husband and wife are involved in a spouse-swapping game. Eventually, the husband and wife divorced, and as far as the other couple goes, that guy supposedly ran off and left the other wife behind. After a decent interval of a month or two, the husband who stayed in town married the woman who was abandoned. Everything was fine until there was a deathbed confession from the husband's father a few years later, and the cops went digging and found the bones of the missing man in the front yard of the happy couple. And I said to Diane, "Good God! How could he have lived with that woman and produced a child, knowing her dead husband was buried just yards away?" And Diane had said, "Never mind that. How could the man's father visit the house, knowing his daughter-in-law's first hubby was rotting away in his front yard?" There have been other cases as well, like the former CIA agent from New Orleans who had climbed Mount Washington, the highest peak, 6,288 feet in the Northeast, and who died on the summit like a Buddhist monk from Vietnam in 1964, ablaze in a fireball, except there was no fuel can or bottle next to the body to suggest that he had done it to himself. There was also a case in Tyler a few years back, which Diane absolutely refuses to discuss with me to this day, where a retired Tyler police sergeant who had held a grudge against his neighbor for 10 years walked over to the neighbor the night the Red Sox lost Game 6 of the 1986 World Series and blew him away with a 12-gauge shotgun blast to his chest when the neighbor came to answer the door. When he was caught, months later, the retired sergeant had just shrugged and said of his neighbor, he was a Yankees fan, and I knew he'd gloat. After some beers and some discussions, Diane had told me one night, our lack of quantity in crime is made up by its quality, and I couldn't argue with that. This Wednesday afternoon, a light rain was falling. It was foggy in Tyler, and the ocean breeze was sharp and salty. I drove north on Atlantic Avenue, heading into North Tyler to Felix Tenios's house. Traffic was light, and with the suddenly cooler weather, most of the tourists were heading to the malls in Porter or to the 4-screen movie house in uptown Tyler. In addition to my jeans and a plaid flannel shirt, I wore a light green shell parka. Underneath the parka, I wore a shoulder holster and my 9mm Beretta. Not that I was concerned about Felix, but I was concerned about being with him if someone else a little less friendly than me came to visit at the same time. Felix and his work is another thing that never makes it into the brochures. Mention organized crime, and you hear of Boston's North End and Providence in Rhode Island, and maybe Portland in Maine, but you never hear of Wentworth County, New Hampshire, which is no doubt the way they prefer it. There are small interests here and small activities, and from what I've been able to gather and pry out of Diane, Felix does freelance work, whether it be disciplining someone or keeping an eye on a summer estate in winter. While he has a minor record in Massachusetts, he is clean in New Hampshire and everywhere else in New England. In my discussions with him, he is adamant about one thing: no drugs, or anything connected with drugs, and I wish I could believe him. He lives on Rosemount Lane in North Tyler, a small road off Atlantic Avenue, just north of the small North Tyler beach, which only boasts a state-owned strip of sand and a couple of motels and a general store. Rosemount Lane heads off to the right, to the east, and rises up to look out over the ocean. There are 6 houses on the road. 5 of them are grouped near the intersection of Rosemount Lane and Atlantic. The 6th is a modern ranch-style house with sliding glass doors and open balconies that is on the highest point of Rosemount Lane. It belongs to Felix Tenios. The lawn is kept well, and there is not a single shrub, brush, or tree on the property that can hide anyone. I parked in the gravel driveway next to his red convertible Mercedes, knowing better than to block his car by parking behind it. Out of habit, I checked the 4 tires of the Mercedes, and they looked fine. I walked up to the house, feet crunching on the gravel path, listening to the ocean waves hiss and moan against the rocks below me. The rain was cold against my face, and I was almost shivering by the time I got to his house. I knocked on the door and heard a muffled yell, and then went inside. If my house is antiques and old books and wide wooden floors, then Felix's is framed Boston Museum of Fine Arts prints, Scandinavian design furniture, and track lighting. He was standing in his kitchen at the counter, watching me as I came in, and he was eating a plate of pasta. Felix is proud of his gourmet cooking skills, and I caught a whiff of sautéed garlic and fried tomatoes. He had on a sleeveless black t-shirt and gray sweatpants. His upper arms and chest were tanned and muscled, and his fine black hair was combed back. On the marble counter was a small television set. He was watching a tennis match, which he switched off as I came over. "Manners," he said, wiping off his mouth with a light blue napkin. "Mama taught me a lot about who to trust and what to know, and she also taught me about manners, about shutting off the television when you have a guest." I sat across from him on a high wooden stool. Behind me was a window that overlooked the ocean. Behind Felix were 3 kitchen cabinets. Gunmen can't hide in kitchen cabinets. I said, "Then I'll be polite in return, and let you know I'm carrying." He nodded, picked up a glass of wine. "Knew it the moment you came in, Louis. You should see yourself in the mirror sometime when you're carrying your piece. You have this strained look on your face, like you just had an enema, or like the weight of your gun's dragging your chest down. You got to lighten up, Louis, or someday someone you're trying to fool ain't gonna be fooled. Get you something to drink?" "Ice water," I said. "Coming here or talking to you has always been an educational experience, Felix." "That's so," he said, coming back from the refrigerator and giving me a glass mug with ice, chips, and water. "Did you haul out your 12-gauge any time recently?" I think we both smiled at the memory as I drank the water. We had first met a couple of years back, when I was working a story similar to the one I was working on now, about Lynn Germano. Not that it was about a murdered high school girl working as a waitress. No, it was about a woman friend of Alice Crenshaw's who had been embezzled of her life savings. But the stories were similar in that neither would ever be published in Shoreline. After a few weeks of poking around and asking questions, Felix arrived at my elbow one day as I was having a beer at the Whales Song. His message was simple. Someone was upset at my activities, and Felix was there to make sure that I stopped them. My message was equally simple, somewhat shorter, and exceptionally more vulgar. Felix left. I finished my beer, and when I went out to my Range Rover, I found that all 4 tires had been slit. Getting the tires replaced took 2 days. Finding out who Felix was took another 3. On the 6th day, I went to his house with my 12-gauge and returned the favor to the 4 tires of his Mercedes-Benz. He came out. I stood there, the smoking shotgun in my arms at parade rest. He looked at me with a blank stare, smiled, and said, "You want to come in for a beer?" And that was that. On the 7th day we both rested, and he took me to an afternoon game at Fenway Park and dinner at Loch Ober's in Boston, and said, "You're about the only guy in this state who could have done that and gotten away with it." We've been close acquaintances, not friends, ever since. He took his plate and dropped it into his dishwasher and leaned against the counter, resting on his thick forearms, the wine glass still at his elbow. "You said you were looking for something," he said. "Which might be what?" "Some information. Looking into what you might have heard about this Lynn Germano case, the waitress who was strangled and found hanging in her cottage." He picked up the glass and swirled around the wine, looking at the light amber fluid. "You asking me if I was involved in it?" "No, but I will if you want me to. Were you involved with it?" He smiled, showing off teeth that were either the result of very good genetics or very expensive dental work. "I don't think you'd believe any answer I'd give you, so I'll give you this. That one was not professional. Not professional at all. You got too many potential witnesses. You're in an enclosed area. And you leave the body and a ton of evidence behind when you're done? That's not professional. I said professional would be an empty cottage and nothing else, except maybe a body wrapped in chains and weights and dumped off Hampton Shoals, right? Felix smiled again. Exactly. That's professional. Leave nothing behind but empty rooms. People and her friends and the cops think she's run away or got kidnapped, and soon her face is on milk cartons while her real face is getting nibbled over by lobsters. And you can feel good about things, knowing that it was clean. And since you're a professional, Felix, you weren't involved, I said. I shifted my weight, feeling again the stiffness of the Beretta at my side. Damn him and his observations. That's right. So what do you hear? He shrugged, glanced at the television set, and I knew he wished I was away so he could turn it back on. Hardly a peep. Just that it must have been a grudge hit, or something that got somebody else mad. Not much. He shrugged again. I've seen worse. Really? He didn't look at me. Let's leave it at that. So I did, and I finished off the ice water. One more thing, I asked. What can you tell me about Oliver Mayhew, and a guy that works for him, name of Derek? He tapped the edge of his wineglass. Yeah, some pair. Oliver Mayhew and Derek Cooney. Couple of sleazeballs, not worth knowing. Your business ever run into their business? He crinkled his nose, as if smelling some foul body odor. No, not really. We had a somewhat heated discussion some years ago, and he knows well enough what areas to stay away from. But he's always scamming, always looking to twist a little here and there. Wouldn't surprise me if those two do a little pharmaceutical sales with their French-Canadian clientele, or do a little cross-border work. Hell, thousands of Canucks come through here every week. Wouldn't take much for Mayhew to work up something where he's making some good bucks under the table off of that traffic. What's he up to now? Don't know, he said, running a fingertip across the edge of his wineglass. He's up to something, though. I heard that he's been boasting about doing something that'll be settling some scores and bringing in a lot of money. Says this is his last summer on the beach, and that he'll be going out west just as soon as the leaves turn. I saw the look on his face as he glanced at the television, and I knew it was time to leave. Being in Felix's house always makes me nervous, because I know it's a target area for a number of people out there that skirt along the shadows and have long memories. He's pretty confident about his skills, but I lost confidence in mine some years ago. As I got off the stool, he said, "You're working on this thing, then?" "I'm doing a column about it, yeah." He smirked. "Sure. Just be careful around Mayhew and his buddy Derek. That Derek isn't too bright, but he's very literal. He'll do anything that Oliver tells him to do, whether it's kicking some frat boys out of a room or torching some magazine writers home." The ice water seemed to gel a bit in my belly at that. Thanks for the tip. No problem. He smiled and leaned forward and lowered his voice. Tell me, Louis, about why you do it. And don't ask me why I do what I do, because the answer is easy. I make a lot of money, period. But not you. Why do you do it, when you and I both know that your column isn't ever going to get published? I put my hands on the back of the stool. It keeps me busy, and it gives me a sense of satisfaction. And in a way, I think it balances off some of the activities you're involved with. So I think that's a good trade. If I had planned to insult him, it had failed. He smiled and stood up from the counter, rubbing at his biceps. The people I deal with, they deserve whatever's coming to them. The funny thing is, they don't realize that. They yammer on about bills to pay and an unhappy childhood and parents who used to beat them up, and I don't give a shit. I really don't. The day the criminal justice system adopts my philosophy, it'll be the day you can go for a midnight stroll in Central Park and come out in one piece. You think Lynn Germano deserved what happened to her? The same smile, the same shrug. Maybe. You never know, Louis. You never know. She might have deserved it, and right now you and the cops don't know. Thanks, I said, heading to the front door. And let me know how the tennis match works out. I was a stride away from the door when he called out, One more thing, Louis. I turned and said, What's that? I know something else. Which might be what? His grin was wider. That before you came to Tyler, you were in a hospital in Nevada. And before that, you worked in Washington at the Department of Defense. For a moment, I thought the waves outside were making the foundation of Felix's house shift, for it seemed like the floor was moving beneath my feet. I was glad I had drunk that ice water beforehand, or I was sure that my mouth would have dried into dust at that last comment. Pretty good work there, I said. I'm impressed. How did you get that information? Is it true? I'm not going to say. He crossed his thick arms across his chest. Groups I do work with, there's two levels. There's the level that gets in the news, about the garlic and spaghetti eaters and messy hits. And then there is the other level, which is very busy, very rich, and very handy at keeping itself out of the news. Think of the budget in the DoD, and how much money's spent there, and how much money there is to be made, and that gives you some idea of the weight being thrown around. I made a few phone calls. That was it. And no matter how much cozy snooping went on, that's all I could get on you. Why did you want to know? He gave me a joking frown. Because I like you, Louis. And I hate guessing about why you're so quiet about what you did before you came to Tyler. It makes me nervous. So quit guessing, I said, and left. A minute or so later, I was in my Range Rover, shivering slightly, wondering what was propelling Felix Teneos. And I remembered what he said about Oliver Mayhew and Derek Cooney, and I shivered some more. The thought came to me of driving down my driveway and seeing nothing there except a smoldering ruin, and it almost made me feel ill. And another thought came to me. Felix had said the murder of Lynn Germano was unprofessional, so unprofessional that he couldn't have done it. Of course, a true professional could have made it look sloppily amateurish to draw attention away from himself. A true professional like Felix Teneos. I backed out of the driveway and headed back to Tyler Beach. A while later, I was standing at a metal railing on a sidewalk on Atlantic Avenue, looking over the wide and near-empty sands of Tyler Beach. I had added an Irish tweed hat to my clothing collection since the rain had transformed itself into a steady mist, and I was going to be outside for a while. And the wind off the ocean was a sharp one, biting at my hands and face. After buying a carton of coffee from the Surf Coffee Shop, I had trudged across the road and was now leaning against the railing, looking at the waves pound against the sands of the state park. There were a few kids and some parents on the sands, walking slowly and bundled up from the raw weather, and no doubt wondering where in hell the sunshine and happy beaches that the brochures had promised were. The red wooden lifeguard stands were empty of tanned lifeguards in orange suits, and I wondered if they were somewhere else working on their tans, even on cloudy days like this one. Despite the foul weather, I felt something warm inside of me, looking at the wide sands and hearing the harsh sound of the surf rolling in, seeing the white foam of the breakers pounding against the shore. This was a lovely place, despite all the touristy stuff, and too bad if people chose to stay inside on such a day and not enjoy it. The Lady of the Seas monument was about 50 feet up on my left, built on a little outcropping of rock that jutted from the sidewalk. The monument, a reclining stone woman looking out to the ocean with a wreath in her hand, was built to commemorate the New Hampshire sailors and Marines who had died on the world's oceans. Around the statue is a low concrete wall, with each of the dead men's names carved into it. There were a group of kids there, jawing and playing with skateboards. Off to my right was a 2-story glass and concrete building that was the state park's headquarters, and an empty bandshell with rows of benches. Directly across the street was the Beach Palace, and from here I could barely make out the neon lights of the diner. The coffee was hot and soothing. I stood for a while, thinking that maybe Lynn Germano had come to this very spot to look over the sands, and had fantasized about the summer stretching ahead. Or maybe she had dreamed about a certain boyfriend, thought and feared for her future, and fretted over college catalogs, deciding which slot she would go into, which courses she would take. Too late to know. It was beyond that. And I hadn't had much luck in getting a grasp of who she was and what had happened to her. Sarah Lockwood, her co-worker at the diner, hadn't been much help, and the same was true of her neighbors, her boss, Oliver Mayu, and her mother, who had closed a door in my face. But there was someone else out there. Someone who had gone into her cottage that night and had sex with her, and then squeezed the life from her throat, and still had enough nerve and composure to stage a fake suicide. I took another sip of coffee. A couple of the kids had crawled up on the Lady of the Seas and were rubbing their crotches against her stone head. Lynn Germano. Here I was rooting around for you, and I don't even know which college you were going to, what you'd decided for your life. I didn't even know if you had planned that far ahead, or if you were too young and too sure of yourself to worry about decisions like that. Some decisions. I had become a journalism major when I was in college, but had gone down some very strange roads before arriving here. And I thought again of what Felix had found out through his few phone calls. So strange that he had gotten that far in his quest, and I knew that he had done just that, for Felix was not one for easy exaggeration. But I had been told that the records and names would be erased, would be put in deep storage, would be forgotten. Somebody down there wasn't doing his or her job, and that surprised me not one bit. The sands of Tyler Beach looked cold and sodden, not at all like the desert sands I had been on so many years ago. In Nevada, of course, since Felix was right on target. The names automatically came back to me. The section I worked for, Carl Socha, Trent Baker, Sissy Manning, and the others. And the incompetent George Walker. Carl had been my best friend, and George had been our section leader, leading us around in circles in the desert for our annual qualifications that certain year. Everyone in the section knew we were lost, of course, and Carl and I had joked about it every day. But George was determined to bring us back at the end of the week-long exercise, lost or not. We all knew that the transponder he carried could have been switched on to trigger a search party, since we seemed to be doomed to spend a month in the desert. But George had been so determined, so stubborn. It had been almost funny, even in the heat during the day and the cold at night, until the morning when the helicopters flew by. Until those damn helicopters flew by. I finished my coffee, crumpled up the container, and tossed it into an overflowing Keep Tyler Beach clean wastebasket. I walked north. When I reached the Lady of the Seas statue, I gave the youngsters my best smile and told them that if they didn't get their adolescent asses away from there, I would call the cops. They went. I stayed, looking at the names carved in stone. None of them were familiar. There was a lot of room for others, but I knew my section would never be memorialized. Part of the deal. Part of the deal that had gotten me here. I sat on the low concrete wall and watched the waves roll in. After some minutes of deciding whether to call Paula or Diane to have dinner with me, I gave up and decided to eat by myself. On the way, I made a phone call. After a handful of words from me, Mrs. Germano had hung up the phone mid-sentence. I guess some things weren't going to change. A few hours later, it was dark and the rain was pouring down, not even pretending to be a mist. I drove down the trail from the Lafayette Houses parking lot to my house and slammed on the brakes before I reached the garage. The house was still there, undamaged, and I remembered Felix's warning about Derek Cooney and how he would do anything that Mayu told him to do. The truth is, I had thought a lot about that conversation during my solitary dinner at the Lighthouse restaurant, and I had eaten too fast and had skipped coffee and dessert. I should have felt fine looking at my house with a meal of sautéed haddock and 2 glasses of wine inside me, but there was something wrong. Something had been added. There was something on my front door. In a moment, my Beretta was in my left hand, and I scrabbled through the glove compartment, digging up my high-powered halogen flashlight. I stepped outside, the light shining through the streaming rain, and before I went to the front door, I went through the garage and looked at everything. Nothing seemed out of place. I went back outside into the rain and walked around the house, shining the light into the darkened windows, trying to see if anyone was in there, hiding or waiting. Along the ocean side of the house, the waves were quite loud, pounding and booming, tossing up their spray, and I walked carefully on the jagged rocks, not wanting to fall into my little cove and be swept away. Back out front, my face and hands were soaked, and rainwater was running down my neck, dodging my hat. The Beretta was heavy and cold as I walked up to the front door, shining the light closely, looking for fish lines or tripwires, but there was nothing there, except for the square piece of white paper on the door, tacked on its 4 corners. The overhang had kept it fairly dry. Stapled to the bottom of the paper was a familiar business card with the Shoreline logo and my name. There was a typed message. If you want to know more about the waitress' death, come see me tomorrow at my boat, the Carla V, at 5:30 a.m. in Tyler Harbor, Dock 4. No phone calls and no cops. Henry Desmond. Just above the name was a scribble. It was a familiar name, and I recalled a column I had done last year, for real, about the attempts of the Tyler fishermen to form their own cooperative. Henry Desmond. I remembered a man around 60, wearing dark green chinos and a work shirt, with leathery skin and thin white hair, and an eye that was somewhat damaged, which made him look like he was scowling all the time. As I thought back to the last time I had seen Henry Desmond, I kept my flashlight on the piece of paper, reading and rereading the note, and I started forming questions in my mind about him and what he knew about Lynn Germano, and what kind of relationship they had, and how he had gotten hold of my business card from my canvass of her neighborhood earlier that week. But first I would ask Henry Desmond who the hell did he think he was coming on my property. The rain kept falling, and I tucked my flashlight under my arm as I unlocked the door and went inside. I only took off my wet clothes after a half-hour search of the house, flashlight and Beretta still in my cold hands. Nothing seemed to have been disturbed, except for me. Chapter 7. At about 5:30 a.m. on Thursday, I was on Ashburn Avenue at Tyler Beach, squeezing both hands on the steering wheel, wondering how in the world I could be stuck in traffic at that hour of the morning. A moment before, I had driven past the police station and wasn't surprised to see the lot empty of Diane Woods's Volkswagen. Even police detectives need their sleep. From the police station to the turnoff that led to the Tyler Harbor docks is a drive of about 100 seconds. But man and his works were conspiring against me that morning in the form of the Felch Memorial Bridge, which spanned the harbor and led Route 1A into Falconer, and then to Salisbury. The span over the harbor is a drawbridge, and this morning it seemed to be stuck in the upright position. As I waited behind the other cars, I remembered reading a story about the bridge Paula had written. In it, the town engineer had predicted problems with the bridge unless the state fixed the drawbridge drive mechanism, and shivering slightly in the Range Rover's cool interior, I was ready to believe him, and ready to believe any predictions he might also have about the weekend's tri-state megabucks numbers. At this hour, the bars and fried food stands along Ashburn were closed, and there were only a couple of convenience stores open, their lights bright white and garish in the faint morning light. Most of the cottages were darkened, the parties and the love-making and loud music long gone. A long-haired boy zipped by on a skateboard, wearing jeans that had been hacked off at the knee and a tie-dyed T-shirt. He was sipping from a fruit juice box and weaving in and out of the stopped cars. Someone blew a horn, and he tossed them the finger. "Rush hour communications at Tyler Beach." So I waited, and I remembered. It had been a cold February evening, and in the selectmen's meeting room at the town hall, a blue haze of cigarette smoke was still drifting across the humming fluorescent lights, and the rows of wooden chairs were in disarray. Most of the people had left after the meeting's conclusion, and I had gone over to talk to Henry Desmond, who was sitting by himself in the rear of the room on a folding wooden chair. His chinos were patched and stained, and he wore a quilted blue jacket with tattered cuffs at the sleeves and a faded Red Sox cap. His skin had the look of belonging to someone who wasn't familiar with and who didn't care about sunscreen protection factors. I sat next to him and said, "You must feel pretty good, Henry, about the Fishermen's Cooperative being approved." His arms were folded against his chest, and with his damaged right eye, it looked like he was about ready to fall asleep. "Well, yeah, I guess," he said, "but it's one of those victories you feel sad about getting." "Why's that?" He nodded in the direction of the other side of the meeting room, where a couple of younger fishermen were laughing and talking to each other. "Look at 'em there, laughing and thinking everything's going to be all right now that we got the co-op. They don't know squat. All we did tonight was to stretch out the pain." I was jotting in my notebook as he talked, but I kept an eye on what he was doing, and he was looking at something very far off. He sighed and rubbed at the stubble on his face, and said, It used to be that my dad, when he was a young'un and the family needed lobsters, they'd just go out at low tide near the town line with Tyler and North Tyler with a wash tub and take whatever they needed. Nowadays, you gotta work 12 or 14 hours to get the same catch you could get for 3 or 4 hours 10 years ago. Hell, I remember when there only used to be 8 or 9 boats in both Falconer and Tyler harbors, and now there's damn near 30, out trying for the same schools, the same stocks. And they don't listen to you, not at all. They don't care about what it was like years ago. They think these are the good days, if you can believe that, where you gotta work so hard for so little. And don't even get me talking about what we're dumping out there in the water every day, from oil tankers to septic tanks. I've always thought that lobstermen and fishermen never say when they have a good day that they're afraid it's a curse, I said. Maybe so, he said. But it's turning out that there's no good news and no good days, and you can write that down. It's becoming a wet desert out there, with more and more boats from up and down this coast, chasing less and less fish. The co-op's just delaying the inevitable, maybe for another 5 years, maybe another 10. One of these days, the whole industry, commercial and family, it's gonna collapse. And those seafood restaurants are going to become gourmet restaurants, 'cause by then no one's going to be able to afford fish. Then why fight so hard to set up the co-op? He nodded again to the younger fisherman at the other end of the room. Those boys need help now, Mr. Cole. They got their bills to pay and their kids to feed, and you can't tell 'em to be patient and try to conserve and try to save things for the future. They got to worry about today, and I was just doing what I could to help 'em out. They don't have nothing else to do with their lives. Nothing. I put my pen down and looked at the other side of the room, and maybe it was the cigarette smoke, but I sensed that there were no smiles behind the eyes of those laughing fishermen, supposedly pleased at the co-op they had just won. They knew. Up ahead, some traffic moved, and the bridge span slowly came down, and more car horns blew. I checked the time on the dashboard clock. 15 minutes late. Something seemed to gnaw at my stomach. I hate being late. Someone once told me that being late at my own funeral would make me upset, and I said of course it would, because I'd be disappointing those friends and family who had gotten in early to get a good seat. I've always remembered that thought. Just before the Felch Bridge, I turned off to the right to Harbor Road, past other stores, restaurants, and charter fishing outfits, which charge you a fistful of dollars a day for the privilege of being on a crowded boat, drinking warm beer and eating bologna and cheese sandwiches, trying to catch fish with a dozen other people, and throwing up a lot. There was a gravel road that led down to the docks, and I parked next to a no parking sign by a series of dumpsters. It seemed too early in the morning for parking regulations and their enforcers. The morning light was getting stronger, and there was a good breeze. Tyler Harbor is a jumble of docks, public and private, and 2 marinas, with the usual mess of boats in dry dock, condominiums under construction, and seagulls scrabbling around, looking for something decaying and fly-ridden to eat. There were a number of pickup trucks scattered around in the parking lots, and out on the waters of the harbor, boats were churning their way out to the Atlantic, both the smaller lobster boats and the larger trawlers, with their nets rolled up on their sterns like coils of rope. Across the harbor was a smaller inlet that marked Falconer Harbor, and beyond that were the marsh and low lights of Falconer, and the bright lights and round boxy shape of the nuclear plant, quietly producing power. No protesters in sight. I knew I was late, and after grabbing a pair of binoculars from inside the Range Rover, I walked down to the docks and when I reached number 4, started across the worn wooden planks. To my right were the marshes and lights of Tyler, and farther up I could make out the condominium complex where Diane Woods lived. Near the condo were some small moorings, where Diane also kept her 24-foot sailboat Miranda at anchor. Dock 4 stretched out about 6 lobster boat lengths into the blue-gray waters of Tyler Harbor. I walked out to the edge of the dock and looked down at the water, lapping against the large and barnacle-encrusted pilings. I wasn't too sure what the tide was. Diane and other sailors I knew could just look and sniff at the air and tell you if it was high tide or low. But I only could tell it was low when some mudflats around the harbor were exposed, and one could practically walk across to Falconer. I wasn't too sure what tide it was this morning, but I was sure of one thing. Dock 4 was empty. I had missed Henry Desmond. From across the waters there were other sounds of engines growling, and another stern dragger rumbled out. No doubt some of the men I had seen that February evening were heading out to the Atlantic this morning. Did they feel any better, I wondered, now that the cooperative was set up? Was it any easier? I doubted it, and I lifted up my binoculars and saw a lobster boat swinging around, an old man at the wheel. Most lobster boats have 2-man crews, but a lot of the old-timers, like Henry, can only afford to work alone. The boat swung around some more, and I saw the blue letters against the bow, Carla V. I started waving my arms, and the boat seemed to hesitate. I brought the glasses up again and saw the old man wave back. How pleasant. 2 lonely people early in the morning in a smelly New Hampshire harbor waving at each other. Damn. I was going to start waving again like an idiot, but things happened very quickly over the next few seconds. There was a bright flash of light, and my mind, not really thinking that well, thought, the Falconer nuke plant? Then there was the loud boom that slapped at my ears, and a warm breath of wind that knocked me on my back, and my binoculars fell from my hands and into the harbor waters. And I thought, damn, a $200 pair of binoculars gone. Time seemed to have dragged on for a bit, until I knew I was on my back, opening and closing my mouth and eyes, feeling the pain at the base of my skull, and I slowly sat up, resting my arms against my knees. I shook my head, trying to make things feel clearer. I failed. Out on the harbor, the initial plume of smoke was drifting away, and 2 stern trawlers were making circles in the sluggish water, their diesels grumbling quite loud, their men leaning over the gunwales, looking and shouting and pointing. Moored boats that had been near the Carla V rocked to and fro from the force of the explosion. My face and ears and head hurt, and I had splinters in my right hand, feeling like tiny razor cuts. Out on the harbor, the Carla V had turned turtle, and its shattered hull was now burning. The plume of smoke was a weak, black one, straggling up into the cold morning air. There was other debris out there, also smoking in the now oily waters. I didn't recognize the shape of a man in the water, and I didn't want to. I started pulling out the splinters from my right hand. It was all I could do, but it was damn hard work, as my hands were shaking so. If I had been on time instead of late, and I began to remember other plumes of smoke and dust and other things, and I wondered again why it was happening to me. Though we didn't know it on that September morning years ago, it was going to be our last day in the desert. There were a dozen of us, all Department of Defense employees, wandering through the government-owned wastes of Nevada as part of a yearly training exercise in the infinitesimal chance that we would actually be sent somewhere in a Mideast desert, far from our usual offices and cubicles at the five-sided palace. The only people I was familiar with that week so long ago were the members of my own section, Carl Socha, Trent Baker, and Sissy Manning. We had on tan and gray desert uniforms and carried packs and our water and freeze-dried MREs, supposedly to stand for meals ready to eat, but after a couple of days we all agreed it stood for meals rejected by everyone. It was an odd time, being in that desert that year, almost the last in a series of very odd times from my previous life, when I knew next to nothing about Tyler Beach. It was supposed to be a training exercise to get us used to the desert, in case the DOD needed people who read and guessed for a living to be shipped over to Dhahran. Some training, some exercise. The only exercise we got was wandering up hills and sand dunes, hopelessly lost, as our section leader, George Walker, led us deeper and deeper into the backcountry. We crossed a lot of range signs and U.S. government no trespassing notices, but we ignored them all. We were the government. And there was no training, just the damn walking and the hot days and cold nights, and waiting for George to give it up and switch on the transponder so the helicopters could come and take us home. About the only part of the grind that I enjoyed was seeing the stars every night, for never had I ever seen them so clear. That September morning we had finished the sludge that was called breakfast, and we were taking a break before walking again. Carl Socha sat next to me, looking like a Bedouin, with the scarf around his black face. He had two passions in his life, the New York Knicks and the Politburo of the Soviet Union. He could and often did bore me for hours with obscure bits of information about tall men who could throw a ball through a rim, or squat men who could stay in one piece in a place that was now known for lynching its leaders. He was from Morningside Heights in New York City, and loved to tease the other New York member of our section, Trent Baker, who had grown up on Park Avenue in Manhattan. "Same state, but a million miles away, right, Trent?" Carl would always ask. "How does it feel, growing up without working a day of your life?" And Trent smiled sweetly and would shoot back, "How could I have worked, my dear fellow, when you and your kind were taking all of the best jobs?" Carl would snicker and say, "Yep, and the best women, too. All those upper-class nightmares are true, Trent, about the horny help slobbering over your mothers and sisters. You go home and tell your folks that." And Trent would only smile. This morning, though, Carl took a swallow from his water bottle and said, "End of today, I swear to God, that shithead George doesn't trip that transponder. I'm going to wrap his head and do it for him. I'm about out of water, and I'm all out of patience." "Sounds good to me," I said. "You do that, and I'll sit on his chest while you go through his pockets." "Damn right." He screwed the top back on his bottle and stashed it in his pack, and then looked over our tired and dirty crew. "Sissy's looking over at you. Been doing it all morning. What's up?" I tried to keep my voice light, but I'm sure I failed. "I think she's thinking something over, and hasn't quite made up her mind yet." "Yeah? And what's that?" "Whether or not to move in with me." Carl looked at me, his brown eyes unwavering. "Hey, don't even joke about shit like that." "It's no joke. I asked her the day before we left." "And what did she say?" "She said she'd think about it." "I still believe she's thinking." Carl shook his head. "Damn. Another fine bachelor man gets himself hitched." "Things are tough all around," I said. And it's not a hitch, just a trial run to see if things can go anywhere. Man, with Sissy Manning, that's a place I wouldn't mind going to." I got up and winked at him and brushed the sand off my desert fatigues and walked over to Sissy Manning, who was sitting with her pack at her side, tying back her red hair in a ponytail. Her face was grimy and her hands were roughened and her lips were chapped, but when she looked up at me and smiled with her light green eyes, it felt like she was sitting on my own chest, waiting to set off my own transponder. Squatting down beside her, I said, "You better watch it. Carl's noticed that you've been making eyes at me." She smiled, finished tying the ribbon, which, believe it or not, was also desert tan. "He's wrong. I've just been thinking about what it's going to feel like. Taking a shower again." "Doing any other thinking?" Sissy picked up a handful of sand and tossed it at me. "Damn you! Yes, I have. And I need some answers." Around us were other members of the group, including George Walker, who had a map and compass and who was still trying to figure out where we were. But I only noticed Sissy and the light freckles across her face and the little laugh lines, which were creased with dirt. Before we left for the desert, she had shown me a slinky pair of black panties and had said that she'd be wearing them throughout the trip, and that one thought had made many long minutes pass away. "Go ahead," I said. "Start asking." "You still going to hang around Carl if we do move in together?" I shrugged. "But of course. Next." She laughed and said, "Maybe I find him a bad influence on you." "Maybe you do. Next question." "You know the rules. One of us will have to transfer out of the section once we're sharing a roof." "Which one?" "Entirely negotiable," I said. "But if it's me, I want you to move into my place. I don't like your neighborhood. There, satisfied?" George started making announcements about moving out, and we both stood up and she gave me a quick peck on the nose. "What?" Sissy said. "And you'll have your answer at the next break, Mr. Lewis." But I would never hear it. Within a few minutes we crossed over a ridge, me walking with Carl, him muttering and cursing, and I looked ahead, watching Sissy, seeing her pretty little butt swing underneath her camouflage clothes. And though I was busy drawing up the list of people I wanted to tell when she said yes, I still heard the yell from someone at the head of the column. We bunched together, looking down at the impossible sight below us. There, in the middle of the desert and government-owned lands, was a herd of sheep, fenced in with a stockade and wire, peacefully eating some hay. Sheep? In a pen, so far from any road? Some people were huddled around George, who was looking over his map, searching for a farm. Carl said, "Damn fools taking us off the government reservation," and I was going to say something back to Carl when I noticed on one of the fence posts a video camera. Then came the sounds of the helicopters. And later, I would think, God, if only some of us were more alert that morning, had remembered better, and had started running, we might have made it. And I might have gotten my reply. Within a number of minutes after the explosion on the Carla V, police and fire units had arrived, and Diane had met me on the empty dock. By then, I had the splinters out of my hand and had wrapped a handkerchief around it, and only a few splotches of rust-brown blood had seeped through. Her wedge-cut brown hair was still slightly wet, and through it all I still had the slightly smug feeling of one who had gotten up earlier than another. And that, of course, was mixed with the slightly hysterical feeling that if I had gotten to this dock on time, I would have been on the Carla V as it was shattered this morning. My chest still hurt from trying not to think about it that much. She had on a short leather jacket over a polo shirt, and her usual jeans and black Reeboks. She said, "You want to tell me again what the hell you were doing here at this hour of the morning?" "Sure," I said, looking out over the harbor. The fire had burned itself out, and the overturned hull of the Carla V was slowly moving in the harbor swells. A stern trawler had tied off a line to the blackened hull, and an 18-foot aluminum boat that belonged to the Tyler Fire Department was slowly plowing through the waters, picking up blackened lumps of something that I didn't want to look at too closely. "Got a note from Henry last night," I continued. "He said he had some information for me about the Germano case. Nothing else more than that. He told me to meet him here, and I did. But the Felch Bridge decided to have a gearbox attack, so I was late. And here I am." "So there you are," she said, her arms folded. She looked out over the harbor and said, "This really sucks, Lewis. You get a note from someone saying they have information on a homicide in this town. Less than 12 hours later, this person's dead. Like I was taught at the academy, that's one hell of a fucking coincidence. You telling me that he didn't tell you anything more?" "Nothing." "And you weren't so curious about his note and what he might have known about the murder that you didn't call him? And you didn't think of passing on this little piece of information to me? That there was a guy out there who said he knew something about the case?" I said, "His note said no calls, either to him or to you. You always so dumb." I sighed and said, "You always this mean?" Kicking at a chunk of gravel on the parking lot, she said, "Yeah, I'm always this pissed when things like this begin happening. I don't need the grief, and I don't need the aggravation, and you of all people should know that. You being straight with me, Lewis?" I held my bleeding hand against my chest and looked back out to the harbor. The fireboat had halted in the water, and it looked like one of the firefighters was leaning over the side, busy being sick. "You needing to ask me that question tells me something, Diane." She nodded. "Yeah, you're right. And let me tell you something, Lewis. I have to go to the state police and the assistant attorney general working with me on this mess and tell them what you've told me. Tell them that a witness, hell, maybe even a suspect in this case, got blown out of the water this morning. That although it might have been an LPG tank that let loose, right now it looks like explosives. And that my friend the magazine writer saw it all happen. And they'll probably want to talk to you. And I'll have to say some stuff about how I've known you ever since you moved here and how upstanding a guy you are. I just don't want something you're doing to come back and bite me on the ass. Got it?" I said, "I'm working on a column. You know that, and you've trusted me before when I've done other columns. You want me to stop working, you let me know. And I'll tell you if I'll go along with that." "Oh, fuck this," she said, and Diane walked off. I looked back to the fire department boat. One of the crew still had his head hanging over the water. I walked to my Range Rover, past a useless fire department pumper and 2 marked cruisers from the Tyler Police Department. The windshield was ticket-free. A very small victory in a day full of defeats. Henry Desmond was dead before he could tell me or anyone else what he might have known about Lynn Germano's death. Diane was pissed at me. And the guy who had killed both Lynn and Henry, if it was the same person, which was a pretty good guess, was still out there. He was close. He was sticking around for some reason. I drove home with one hand, keeping a close look on the rear view and side view mirrors. At home, there were 2 messages on my answering machine. I let the little green light blink as I showered, and as the water ran, I had the bathroom door locked and my 9mm Beretta on the bathroom counter. I shivered as the water ran down my back and legs, remembering again the hot blast that morning and my memories of that damn Nevada desert so many miles and years away. I put a bandage on the largest cut on my hand, and as I dried myself, I looked down again at the scars along my left side, on my back, and on my left knee, and I wondered again why I didn't think of Nevada more often. Not that I was complaining. I threw on a terrycloth robe and padded downstairs, still carrying the Beretta, the weight making my hand shake. Of course it was the weight. I went to the answering machine and played back the messages. It was now 7:30 in the morning. One message was from Paula Quinn. "Lewis, this is Paula. What the hell happened down at the harbor this morning? I heard you were in the area. Give me a call." The other was from my neighbor up on Weymouth's Point. She sounded nervous. "This is Alice Crenshaw, Lewis. Please call me as soon as you can." I called her, and there was no answer. Then I tried Paula at her apartment in North Tyler, and the phone rang and rang, so I tried her at the Chronicle office. She answered the phone herself on the second ring. "You're there pretty early," I said. "Yeah, well, I get a lot of work done in the morning when no one else is here to bug you," Paula said. "Only problem is sometimes when you answer the phone, you get some old geezer on the line who's complaining about his subscription or a classified ad. Tell me, what happened at the harbor?" I sat down on the floor, my back against my couch. "You know Henry Desmond?" "Sure," she said. "I've talked to him, doing a couple of stories about the fish co-op, but it's been a while since I've seen him." I adjusted my back and looked at my reddened and still bleeding hand. "Well," I said, "Henry Desmond was going out on his lobster boat this morning when it exploded. Henry got himself killed. And the Tyler cops, and I'm sure the state police and maybe even the Coast Guard are looking into it." "My word," she murmured. "Henry Desmond. Were you there?" I looked out the glass doors to the outside deck. The ocean was a gray blue this morning. No comment. "Damn it! All right, off the record." I thought for a moment. Okay, off the record. I was at the harbor. "Jesus," she said. "What were you doing there?" No comment. "Lois," she complained. "I told you, we're off the record." "Paula, on or off, the answer's the same. No comment." Before she hung up, she said, "Sometimes you're a prick, Lewis Cole." And I told her that sometimes I agreed with her. When I was done with the phone, I unlocked the sliding glass doors to my deck and stepped outside, breathing deeply of the ocean air. My hands were no longer shaking, but I still had the Beretta with me, and I knew it would always be close at hand over the next several days. It's been said that men who carry guns have a need to feel important or larger than life, and that the gun is just a compensating phallic symbol for their own feelings of impotence. Maybe. All I knew is that I like to be armed when the wolves are out there, especially the 2-legged rabid beasts that can strike at any time, at any place. Below me were the cold and wide gray waters of the Atlantic, and I thought for a moment about the dead man and how particles and atoms of his were now being mixed in the salt water before me. And even though it was a horrible death, whatever now existed of Henry Desmond was probably happy that he had been buried at sea. I just didn't know. I also didn't know much about psychiatry, but I did know I liked having my Beretta at hand. I also knew that I didn't want to join Henry Desmond or Lynn Germano. Chapter 8. Some years ago, I moved to Tyler Beach, New Hampshire, soon after I was able to leave Nevada on my own. I knew I would never return to Nevada, and there were also a couple of other places on the map that were now forbidden territory, which I would never go to again. These places included Washington, D.C., the Maryland suburb that I had called home, and the Virginia suburb where someone special had lived. Another forbidden place was the state of Indiana, where I grew up and went to school and got what passed for my education. Those places were now in another life that I was trying to put behind me, as far behind as the forgotten memories of grade school homework assignments. In trying to think of a new place to live and breathe in peace, I remembered as a young child the first time I had seen the ocean during those few years when my parents and I had lived in New Hampshire. I still remember the awe and excitement of seeing for the first time something so huge and fearless and blue, lapping at my feet, and in that instance, living in a motel somewhere in Pennsylvania, I knew that Tyler Beach was my destination. Phone calls were made and deals were struck, and eventually I got here and got a byline at Shoreline magazine. I also eventually got to meet Detective Diane Woods of the Tyler Police Department. I had been in Tyler Beach for about a year, feeling myself out and spending long afternoons on the deck of my house with a lemonade and gin in my hand, just waiting and thinking and trying to deal with that acidy guilt that seemed to fill me up at odd times. I'd worked hard in cleaning my house and buying the antiques and books that filled it up, and though I worked myself to exhaustion every day, I would often wake up at 2 a.m. and find myself staring at the ceiling, listening to the whispers of the waves upon the coast, trying to sense the sounds of helicopters. I knew if I didn't do something about the guilt, it would swallow me, and one day I would go swimming out in the ocean and not come back. One day I decided it was time. It took a while, but in researching one of my first columns for Shoreline that I knew would never actually get published, I got curious about a group of surfers who would show up at odd times on North Beach, between my house and Weymouth's Point. Surfers of all ages went there at different times of the week, and especially in the fall, when hurricane season spawned tremendous spinning storms that churned up the Atlantic seaboard, causing great swells along all the beaches. The surfers in New Hampshire are under no illusions. They know the waves along this part of the Atlantic are anemic compared with the monsters out in California and Hawaii, and they also knew that surfing in thick black wetsuits to protect themselves from the cold water doesn't fulfill the sexy surfer image. Yet they did it, because it was all they had, which is a motto that most live by, which was fine. But I was also curious about a certain group of surfers who came almost every other day, no matter the shape of the waves or the tide, and who didn't go out onto the waves that much. With the help of a Nikon camera with 200mm zoom lens, I got the usual and customary photos of this group, passing along small plastic packages in exchange for folded bills of money to spectators who just happened to wander by. I took down the license plate numbers, traced them, and found their residences. And after a month of research on this particular column, I had some nice documentation that stretched all the way into Boston. When I felt as if I couldn't go any further with this particular project, I noticed that the burning feeling in my stomach had decreased so much that I could actually eat some food and keep it down for longer than a few minutes. I also noticed that I was able to sleep at night, and that the nightmares of flying helicopters and hooded creatures with labored breathing didn't return as often. One morning I woke up and almost started weeping because I felt good. That was it. Nothing too out of the ordinary, just that I felt good. I then called the Tyler Police Department and asked to speak with a detective, and they gave me their only one, Diane Woods. I made an appointment to see her, knowing quite well what was going to happen. I would pass along the information, and then she would chew me out, talking about interfering in a police matter. She would threaten me with arrest. She would tell me not to do anything like this again, and then she would kick me out. And I would go home and have another gin and lemonade, and watch the evening news out of Manchester a week later, and see a piece about a major drug bust in Tyler Beach. Well, I was partly right. She listened to my spiel and looked at my collection, and then she said, "Let's go for a walk." We walked for a bit, and then ended up at the Whales song, and she had a club soda with a twist, and I had a Coke with crushed ice, and she listened to me again and said, "Not that I don't trust my department, but it's easy to bug someone, and sometimes I have sensitive things to talk about, you know?" Remembering where I had worked just over a year ago, I nodded. "This is a hell of a town," she continued. "They like to think of themselves as a typical small New Hampshire village, with a pretty town common and white church steeples, and a historical society that knows exactly where Reverend Bonus Tyler landed back in 1638. And that's partially true." She stirred an ice cube with a finger. "That small town means they freak when it comes to budget time, and in another way you can't blame them. There's no sales or income tax in this state, which means that the towns around here have to make do on property taxes and not much else. And the number of people who enjoy seeing their taxes get raised in this town can probably fit in my cruiser." I said, "There's a point here you're trying to make." She nodded. "So true, Lewis Cole," she said, still looking into her drink, as if embarrassed to look at me or anyone else in the restaurant. "The point is that I'm the only detective for this sunny little community, which is manageable in the wintertime, when we really are just a small town. Not too many felony cases, and I can do a good job on what does show up. But in summer, when you get 100,000 tourists streaming through here on a weekend, you start drowning. You start picking and choosing, concentrating on the cases that count, knowing you're missing a lot of stuff, like a certain group of non-surfers that hang out on North Beach. You feel like quitting, but this is your town, and you have a sense of responsibility. And in a way, though you hate admitting it, and you would never admit it on a courtroom stand, you like getting the odd pieces of help tossed your way." "You're welcome," I said. "Sure," she said, "but it's dangerous. If you have the balls for it, fine. But anything goes down wrong, I don't know you, Mr. Cole, and I'll toss your ass in jail with a smile on my face, doing everything I can to protect my job." I finished off my Coke and said, "I'm beginning to like you already." And that was my first meeting with Detective Diane Woods of the Tyler Police Department. After returning those 2 phone calls from Alice and Paula, I switched down the volume of the answering machine, and after making sure all the doors and windows in my house were locked, I went upstairs and lay down. and stared at the ceiling for an hour without once closing my eyes. And then something happened, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up, and it was 5 in the afternoon. I got dressed and saw no messages on the answering machine. When I called the police department, the dispatcher told me that Diane was not in the building, and in the fine tradition of dispatchers everywhere, she wouldn't tell me where she was. I had an idea, though, and went through my Porter area phone book, which contains the Tyler listings, and found an address on the beach. I also grabbed a manila file folder, and I went out, carrying my holstered Beretta in my other hand, and I stashed it under the front seat. As I drove up my bumpy driveway, I couldn't get the sight of that damn plume of smoke and the burning hull of the Carla V out of my mind, and I hoped Diane was where I thought she was. She was. 10 minutes later, I pulled into a tiny street called Clipper Lane, just off Atlantic Avenue, about 100 yards from the harbor. Diane's Crown Vic and a marked police cruiser were parked out in front of a weather-beaten 2-story cottage with the name Desmond carved into a wooden sign hanging over the door. There was a small garage next to the cottage, and an empty dirt driveway that looked as if it would be overwhelmed by a Volkswagen Beetle. I parked in a no-parking loading zone area behind a fried dough restaurant. I decided to leave my gun behind. I didn't think I'd get into too much trouble, with Diane and the other police firepower being around. As I walked up to the cottage, Diane came out, carrying a clipboard under her arm. She was still wearing a short leather jacket over a polo shirt, and her jeans and black Reeboks. She stopped and made a show of rolling her eyes and said, "Louis, I'm really too busy for your nonsense this afternoon." I was carrying the manila file folder, and I said, "I know, but I have something for you. Something in trade. You give me 5 minutes in that house, and I'll give you something that might be able to help you." "Why should I give you 5 seconds?" I said, "Because I was straight with you this morning. If I was trying to futz around with your case, I wouldn't have told you anything. I could have said that I was down at the harbor looking for a boat charter, or bait, or a good deal on a 20-foot sailboat, but I didn't. I was straight with you." She seemed to ponder that for a moment, and I was thinking, well, if she doesn't want to go with that, then I'll just leave. It wasn't worth it. But I wanted to see some things firsthand, get a feel and taste of what was going on. Diane shifted her clipboard. "All right, just a couple of minutes, and I'm with you every second, and when we're done, we go over to the station. I got people there from the Attorney General's office and the state police. We'll be wanting to get your statement." "Deal," I said, and I followed her into the cottage. Even with the window shades up, the place was dark. The same 2 uniforms in black zippered jumpsuits that had been taking photographs and drawing diagrams on clipboards nearly a week ago at Lynn Germano's place were here in Henry Desmond's home, doing the same work. I just nodded at them as I wandered around. The 2 of them must have fascinating conversations with each other when they were off duty. The place was relatively clean, but absolutely stacked with old books, magazines, and newspapers, and there were a couple of piles of clothes in one corner. I looked at some of the stacked volumes. Most of them were in awful, cheap colored bindings that marked Reader's Digest condensed books, and there were a lot of paperbacks with their covers torn off. There were even a couple of dusty light green high school yearbooks from 1948 and 1949. The Tyler Warrior. Hanging on the dirty white plaster walls were a couple of faded black and white photos of what looked like a family at the beach, and I thought I recognized a much younger Henry Desmond in a couple of them. The kitchen was also small, with a metal table and 2 chairs, all looking like something that might have been advertised in an Eisenhower-era issue of Life magazine. In the white porcelain sink was an empty coffee mug and cereal bowl, with a small puddle of milk in the bottom of the bowl. Henry Desmond's breakfast dishes. I felt a tinge of sadness, wondering if anyone would wash the dishes from this pathetic last meal. Upstairs was a bathroom and shower and a bedroom. The bed was made and was covered with a pink sheet with tassels. Ink? Henry must have stolen it from a motel in Massachusetts. On the walls were more photos of nameless people and some fishing boats, and a couple of framed certificates. Henry's high school diploma from Tyler High School in 1949, and next to that, his honorable discharge certificate from the United States Navy in 1953. Scattered across the floor of his bedroom were copies of National Fisherman, the Tyler Chronicle, and that magazine for manly men who don't date, Penthouse. Diane had followed me all the while, not saying a word, and I went back downstairs and out on the front porch, feeling warm and dusty. There was no basement, and I could look at the open garage and see some fishing gear from where I stood. I wondered how many other men and women of Henry's age were living in similar cottages, alone in the stillness with their old books, living out the long days until the time quiet strangers would come into their silent homes, taking notes and filling out forms. Family members, I asked, as Diane joined me on the pavement. The road wasn't wide enough for a sidewalk. Diane shrugged. Couple of cousins down in Gloucester. In fact, he was visiting them the past week and just got back to Tyler 2 days ago. Not much else. Did he know Lynn Germano? Any love letters in there from a high school waitress smitten with an aging lobster fisherman? From up the street, an old Cadillac with Massachusetts plates roared by, its muffler rotting away, and it slowed immediately when the driver spotted the marked cruiser. That's what we're checking, among other things. She was looking at me, tilting her head, as if each ounce of patience was dripping away. Before she could say anything else, I passed over the manila folder. Here. Inside's the note I got, telling me to meet Henry at the dock this morning. She opened the folder, and I said, "Careful now. It's only got my prints on it. Anything else you find, it belongs to someone else." "Like Henry?" Diane asked, closing the folder and looking up at me. "Maybe so, but I doubt it." I gestured to the cottage. "You and I have both been in there. Went on both floors in every room. Did you see a typewriter?" "I didn't, but that note's typewritten. Somehow I don't get the feeling that Henry borrowed a neighbor's typewriter to write me that note. Maybe he did, and maybe you'll find that neighbor when you guys do your canvas, but I don't think so." Then I saw her face change, from the tight-lipped police detective who was somewhat angry with me and my existence, to the Diane I could make smile with a quick joke about town politics. She said, "Seems obvious, then." "Yep. The guy who blew up Henry Desmond and his boat was looking to take a magazine writer along on the ride. Someone who didn't want to risk writing up a note, in case I knew Henry's handwriting." "Jesus, Lewis." "Yeah, right." I was feeling antsy, as a result of confirming what I had suspected, and of seeing the look on her face. Both things disturbed me. I said, "You still want to talk over at the station?" She nodded and said, "Give me a minute or two with the boys inside, and I'll meet you there." I walked back to my Range Rover, feeling my hands and feet itch. Over the years, I've traded words with a lot of people, but only a couple of them have actually tried to do me bodily harm. They say that coming close to death makes one appreciate one's surroundings and breathe deeper of life. All I saw was the cracked asphalt of Clipper Lane and a couple of seagulls rooting around a ruptured green garbage bag, and the smell that afternoon was the constant salt and decaying trash odor of this part of the beach. In the short drive to the police station, I kept the Beretta on the front seat, within easy reach. I spent another 2 hours at Tyler Beach, with about 90 of those minutes at the police station, talking to two very large, well-dressed and polite men from the state police and the Attorney General's office. In New Hampshire, the state police and the Attorney General's office take immediate control of a homicide investigation. In some instances, in the smaller towns, it means the local cops are demoted to fetching coffee and donuts and making boring canvases. In other towns, such as Tyler, I'm sure, it means an uneasy triumvirate of officials trying to piece things together and work cooperatively without stepping on each other's toes. Sort of like the American-British-Soviet alliance during the last big one. During my talk with the state boys, Diane was with me, professional but polite, and in her friendly tone, I could tell that she was telling the boys that I was all right, so the tension level was fairly low. They asked me about my background, about any relationship, imagined or real, I had with either Lynn Germano or Henry Desmond. They didn't seem to like my answers, but they had no choice. It was all that I could offer them. Though they didn't realize it, they did offer me something. When a couple of phones started ringing, I stole a photocopy of Henry Desmond's driver's license, blown up in detail, and in my remaining half hour at Tyler Beach, I went to the Palace Diner at the Tyler Beach Palace. None of the waitresses recognized Henry Desmond's photo, and no one could ever recall Lynn Germano being seen in his company. Sarah Lockwood, the high school student from Falconer who had given me some information about Lynn Germano, was not working that day. I left the diner after having yet another cheeseburger for dinner and an apple crisp and a cup of coffee for dessert. The apple crisp was delicious, cooked with lots of cinnamon. As I turned into the Lafayette House parking lot, I remembered the other phone call I had received that morning, and I made a sloppy U-turn and went back south on Atlantic Avenue, heading to Weymouth's Point. It only took me a few minutes, and I was back at Alice Crenshaw's house. The gate was open and the house lights were off, the windows darkened. I drove onto the gravel driveway and waited, engine running, the lights illuminating the front porch and the empty wicker furniture. Alice's blue Volvo was parked in the open garage. The wind was picking up, and I waited, wondering about staying and seeing if she would eventually show up. She was probably on a bike ride or one of her walks, and I didn't think she'd be that late since it was getting dark. I heard a banging noise. The front door to the house was open and was flapping free. The door was open. In a moment, I was out the driver's door, gun in one hand and flashlight in the other. I walked up to the porch and leaned in and called out, "Alice?" There was no reply. Call the cops, I thought. Of course, and the nearest phone was inside the house. How convenient. Broken glass was on the floor as I walked in. "Alice!" With my flashlight, I found a switch to the inside lights, and I murmured, "Oh shit, Alice," as the lights came on. The living room was torn apart. The couch turned over, the chairs smashed, a mirror on one wall shattered, and glassware and dishes in broken pieces across the floor. Milk and food and what looked like motor oil had been dumped across the rugs. "Alice!" There was no answer, and I didn't bother to ask again. It took me some minutes to go through the empty house, my arms shaking, my clothes quickly becoming soaked with sweat as I went into the darkened cellar and then upstairs to the bedrooms and sitting room. Everywhere, someone had gone on a rampage, turning over bureaus, breaking chairs and table lamps, swabbing oil and grease on the plaster walls, stomping on framed photographs. In her bedroom, the person, or persons, had torn off the blankets and had slashed away at the mattress. In her closets, all of her dresses and clothes had been slashed and cut and tossed into multicolored piles of useless fabric. There was no sign of Alice. I had a terrible need to urinate, and I stunk of sweat. My arms were still trembling. I went back downstairs and into the kitchen. The refrigerator door was open, and the tile floor was covered with a puddle of milk and flour and beer and wine and ketchup and flour, and in the puddle were smashed glassware and dishes. The door to the rear porch was also open, and I went outside. No one was there, and the sound of the waves didn't sound too loud at all. I rested my flashlight and Beretta on the porch railing and wiped my hands dry, and then picked them up again. The U.S. Navy spyglass that had once belonged to John Crenshaw had been torn off the railing and smashed against a porch pillar. On the porch was the wicker table and a wicker chair, and I remembered the last time I had been out here just a few days ago, when we had talked and I had a glass of orange juice, and the June sun was quite warm on my back. Just a few days ago, when there was a table and 2 chairs, and now there was only 1 chair. I went off the porch and across the short back lawn, which ended at the bluff of land that marked the very point of Weymouth's Point. Below me was a tangle of boulders and rocks that fell for over 50 feet before reaching the waves of the cold Atlantic. I aimed my flashlight down, and something tightened up in my throat, tightened so much that I almost forgot to breathe, since what I saw were the crushed remnants of her chair, looking like the white bones of some animal. Chapter 9. When the helicopters came that morning, we all stood there, looking up at them flying by, just as silent and as dumb as the sheep penned up below us. There were 2 of them, modified Hueys with some type of metallic outrigging on the side of their hulls that made them look like crop dusters. They were flying low and coming straight at us, and as that was registering in my mind, Carl Socha looked at me, tearing away the camouflage scarf from his black face. "Louis," he said, his voice urgent. And I never knew what he intended to say next, since they struck us then. The mist was fine and oily, and fell upon us all at about the same time. I took a breath, and my lungs seized up and refused to work, and I fell to my knees, gagging. I looked up once and saw Carl sitting down on the sand and rocks, a puzzled look on his face, as blood started streaming from his nose and mouth. He looked at me and then rolled over and collapsed. I jackknifed forward and tried to breathe. When I got up to look again, my eyes were tearing over and my mouth was filling up with some sort of fluid, and the sound of the helicopters was quite loud, drumming into my head, almost splitting my skull in 2. The sheep were all still except for a couple piled up in one corner of the fenced-in area, kicking and trembling. All about me were the folded-over and now shrunken forms of the people in my section in the desert that day, lying still in their camouflage gear. I tried to find Sissy. I tried to stand up. I tried to clear my mouth, and in everything I failed. I was on the sandy ground, and the sound of the helicopters would not go away no matter how much and how long I yelled through the fluid in my mouth. And then someone turned me over, and I looked up and saw two shapes there, wearing robes with shrouds over their heads, with large eyes and noses and labored breathing. One spoke to another. Here's one who's still kicking. And that was that, for a while. Some dreams are slippery when they deal with reality. You can dream that you're eating roast pork and potatoes with the Princess of Wales, both of you wearing bathing suits, and then you're up to your waist in snow while climbing K2, fighting off flamingos. Then there are the dreams that are too real, that are merely replays from some video recorder in your head. I had just had one of those dreams, about the helicopters in the desert, and I was outside on my second-floor deck, naked and leaning against the railing, airing out the smell of sweat and bad dreams from my bedroom. My telescope rested in one corner of my bedroom, where it would remain this night. It was about 2 a.m, and up on Weymouth's Point, the lights at Alice Crenshaw's house had now been darkened. When I have a bad dream, it can rest on my soul like a foul fog for the rest of the day, and I remembered what had gone on during the past few hours. Diane Woods and a couple of other officers had arrived after my phone call from Alice's home, and Diane had a tight-lipped yet puzzled look about her. She pulled me aside and said in a furious voice, "If you're doing something and you're not telling me, I'll have your ass in the county jail so fast you'll leave your goddamn socks in, Tyler." With that, she went back to work, and a couple of uniforms went down to the rocks and retrieved Alice's chair, and searched in and out of the jagged boulders and found nothing, though one of the cops cut his hand fairly badly when he took a serious fall. The U.S. Coast Guard and NH Fish and Game were alerted that there might be someone in the water, and in a while a Boston whaler from the state came up to Weymouth's Point, stabbing at the night with a spotlight. It was later joined by a 44-foot Coast Guard utility boat from Newburyport, but the waters were empty. I answered some questions from Diane in the stinking and cluttered mess that had once been Alice's living room, and then she walked me to my Range Rover and said, "You believe in coincidences?" "Depends on the type of coincidence," I said, hand on the door handle. "I can believe someone thinking about their favorite type of ice cream cone, and 5 minutes later an ice cream truck comes by. I find it hard to believe that Lynn Germano and Henry Desmond get killed in 1 week, and that Alice—" I wavered, and my tongue felt thick, and I grabbed harder onto the door handle. "That something bad happened to Alice around the same time, and that's all just a coincidence?" She folded her arms and rubbed her wrists. "I get the same feeling. Something awful is roaming through Tyler, and I don't like it." She looked over at the house and said, "We'll be doing some print work and whatever. Some of our boys will be walking the beach tomorrow, seeing if anything washes up. And I know the Coast Guard will stay out there for at least another day. Meanwhile, why don't you get home? And for God's sake, stop calling me." Being a good citizen, I did just exactly that. And now I was leaning over the railing, watching the lights of Tyler Beach and the stars overhead. And I was tossing things through my head, remembering my dream of a few minutes ago. I had lost a lot that day the helicopters came by, and I didn't like what was happening in Tyler. The feeling I was getting reminded me too much of what had gone on that morning in Nevada. I wondered about Alice, about what might have happened to her. I hoped she had given a good account of herself. Lynn Germano, Henry Desmond, Alice Crenshaw, and almost me. Someone was a busy person out there, with a lot of plans and dreams and a sharp edge that hadn't been dulled. And there had to be a thread there, some sort of connection. I knew Alice and had known Henry slightly. Alice knew practically everyone in Tyler, so I didn't doubt that she knew Henry Desmond. And Lynn Germano and Henry Desmond? Well, maybe, though that wasn't certain yet. And I remembered a dinner date I had with Alice a few days before at the Marshside restaurant, when she had let me see that something was bothering her, and the tone of voice in that message on the answering machine. Something was there. I knew I had a lot of work ahead of me. Still, I wasn't tired, so I waited there on my deck, waiting for sleep to call me back in. On Friday morning, I talked for a few moments with Diane, who told me that nothing new had been found since I left her that morning at the debris that used to be my friend Alice Crenshaw's house, and that none of her quiet neighbors had seen a thing. In the afternoon, I met Paula for lunch at Sam's Clam Box, just over the town line into North Tyler. Sam's place used to be a house, subdivided into 4 apartments, until Sam decided he would make more money by ripping out the apartments and making it into a restaurant. He was right, and 5 years later, after hard work and eating too much of his own product, he had died from a heart attack. Sam's Clam Box was on its 3rd set of owners, and they hadn't changed a thing Sam had been doing, so business was fine. The old house was on a rise of land, just above Samson Point, where the State Wildlife Preserve was, and there were fine views of the ocean and the Isles of Shoals and the grass-covered hills that were once concrete gun emplacements. We sat at a table with paper placemats that showed diagrams of how to eat a lobster for people who had never been face to face with a crustacean, and after we ordered, she took a drink from her water glass and said, "Tell me, why were you such a shit with me yesterday when I tried to find out what went on at the harbor?" Today she had on tapered jeans and black shoes, and a black, wrinkled polo shirt with the top 3 buttons undone. Her ears stuck through her blonde hair, but I was too polite to mention it. Her large leather purse with reporter's notebook sticking out of it was hanging off her chair. "I had a lot on my mind," I said. "You were at your newspaper office, on your home turf, on deadline. Thing was, if I told you something that was off the record, you might have been tempted to put it in your story in some way or shape. I didn't want that to happen." "Didn't trust me?" "Paula, I trust you. I don't trust your job." I scratched at my ankle. Underneath my own pair of jeans, I was wearing an ankle holster with my .32 Browning automatic. It was a warm day, and wearing a jacket to cover a shoulder holster would not only raise a few eyebrows, it would make me sweat like a dolphin out of water. "Humph." She took another sip of her water and said, "Some journalist you are." "Never claimed to be a journalist. I write for a magazine." "But didn't you ever write for newspapers before you came to Tyler?" "Years and years ago in Indiana," which was partly true, if one counted a college newspaper as a real newspaper, which most reporters don't. "Speaking of which," I said, deftly trying to change the subject, "you did a good job on the Desmond piece in this morning's paper. Didn't know you knew Henry that well." She folded her hands and looked out the window. "I didn't. I did a couple of pieces about the fish co-op. Then I got to know him because for a while he was one to go to the Conservation Commission meetings every month. Sat in back by himself, stinking in his work clothes. And when the Conservation Commission was done with its meeting on buying tree saplings for the Boy Scouts or putting up salt marsh signs, Henry would get up and ask them when they were going to get off their ass and do something about the harbor." Paula paused for a moment, still looking out the window. "He wasn't all that original, because he kept on saying over and over again that Tyler Harbor was the heart of Tyler, and if we kept on dumping sewage and chemicals in there, it would kill the town. When the meeting was over, he'd come to me and make sure that I had taken good notes about what he had said, and I nodded a lot and grunted in the right places, and the next morning I wouldn't write a goddamn thing about him for that day's paper. So that's how I knew Henry Desmond, by listening politely and not writing a word." That particular reporting technique sounded familiar. "You got any pet theories, Miss Local Reporter, on why he was killed?" She smiled at that. "Stop calling me that, or I'll spank you." "Who knows? Maybe he was running drugs. Maybe he was humping someone's wife. Maybe he pissed off some other lobsterman. They're very futile out there on the ocean. There are places where you set your traps, and God help you if you set them somewhere else. Boats have been known to burn at dockside for stuff like that. So it could have been a number of things." "Well, one person knows." "Yeah, the mad bomber." She looked at me and said, "What were you doing there? Buying some select lobsters?" I carefully decided what to say next. Paula's my friend, but she's also a reporter. He had left me a note, saying he had to see me about something important. I had done a column on him and the local co-op last summer, so I went and got there in time to see his boat blow up. She shuddered. "Talk about luck." "Yes," I agreed. "Talk about luck." Paula unfolded her paper napkin in her lap and said, "Saw in the police log this morning that you had some excitement over in your neighborhood last night, up on Weymouth Point. Someone trashed Alice Crenshaw's house. You know, the woman who's president of the Historical Society, and she's nowhere to be found. The police were out on all the beaches this morning, and some firefighters, too, and nothing came ashore. I even hear that the fishermen have been alerted in case something comes up in their nets. Jesus, what a place! What do you think happened to her?" "I don't know. I was telling the truth." She said, smiling, leaning back in her chair with her hands across her slim stomach. "What a time these past couple of weeks have been. When I was with the Dover paper, I was covering a couple of towns in Maine, right across the border, and all I did were stories about town managers getting fired and apple festivals and Maine politics. Nothing really there for a portfolio. So when I came to the Chronicle, I thought being here would give me more meat, with the beaches and the summer business and tourists. A nice mix with a lot of opportunities for stories." "And what kind of meat would that be?" I asked. "Stories with oomph, with impact, stuff that would make people sit up and take notice," she said, leaning back across the table, eyes alit. "I once read a story about Edna Buchanan, the Miami Herald crime reporter, and she said something about her stories only succeeding if they caused a guy to spit out his coffee at breakfast and grab his heart and say, 'My God, Martha, did you read this?'" I saw our waitress approaching and said, "I suppose you didn't find those kinds of stories right off." "Are you kidding?" she said. "Louis, being a reporter's a business, just like anything else. When I was in J school, I thought it was a noble undertaking, and that kind of bullshit is fine if noble undertakings could ever make a car payment. Nope, it's a business. You either move up or you get stagnant and end up your days rewriting press releases on school lunches and checking over your health plan. I want to get to Boston and do some real reporting. And this stuff over the past couple of weeks, the body in the marsh, the deaths of Lynn Germano and Henry Desmond, and this thing with Alice Crenshaw, that stuff will get me there. It's the first time since I've been at the Chronicle that something exciting's been going on in Tyler, and I intend to report the hell out of it. As our waitress dropped off our lunches, Paula smiled and said, "Like they say, these are stories a reporter would kill for." About then, I lost my appetite. Since I was in North Tyler that Friday afternoon, and for a few other reasons, I went up to Felix's house and found him in his small backyard, sunning himself. He had on a pair of running shorts, wrap-around sunglasses, and the obligatory gold chain around his thick neck. His dark skin was covered with fine black hair, and in a few cases, on his stomach and shoulder, he had pink scars. I had a silly thought for a moment of pulling open some of my own clothes and comparing scars, and comparing notes, but it wouldn't work. His stories would probably be more interesting than mine, and I'm sure he wouldn't understand why I had let some people keep on breathing. He was resting on a cushioned lounge chair, facing the house. Understandable, since it would be difficult to climb up the rocks and the sands behind him, and at his elbow was a small table with a glass filled with melting ice cubes. A copy of the Globe was folded over on the table, and by the awkward way it was folded, I knew it was hiding a metallic object of some sort. Felix took his sunglasses off as I approached and tilted his head, giving me a quizzical look. "Carrying?" he asked. "Yep," I said, standing next to him. I caught a whiff of his cologne and made a guess about the shape of the bottle it came in. 32, in an ankle holster. He shook his head, smiling. "Either you're getting better, Louis, or I'm losing my skills, and I don't know if I like either of those explanations. Let's just say I'm getting a bit lighter on my feet. Got a moment? A moment? Yeah." I sat down on the grass, resting my forearms on my knees. "Let's talk about what happened yesterday in Tyler Harbor, about the boat explosion and Henry Desmond's death." His smile was still there, but I think it was only from courtesy. "You seem to think I know something about that." "No, but I do know of the things you have interest in. And I'm sure you're up to speed on this one. Talk to me, Felix. How could it have been done?" "Not interested in the why?" "I've got a lot of interest in a lot of things," I said. "Explosives, for one." Felix put his sunglasses down on the table, and for a horrible moment I thought he was going to reach for the folded-over newspaper. But instead, he threw one large arm behind his head. Behind Felix were the bright waters of the Atlantic, churning and hammering against the beaches and rocks of North Tyler and its sister beach to the south. People were out on those beaches today, seeing if Alice would wash up ashore, and I felt like an altar boy who stole some sacramental wine. I should be out there, taking part in the search, instead of being with Felix. But being with Felix could mean some answers, and working the beach wouldn't get me too far, except for taking care of the guilt. That would have to be taken care of later. "Explosives," Felix finally said. "Two likely possibilities. Dynamite or C4. Care to hazard a guess?" "I'd say C4. Easy to get if you've got the connections, easily concealed, and hard to trace. Dynamite is made with a company-specific chemical, so an analysis could tell you the manufacturer and lot number, and that can cause a good trace. No such luck with C4, and it's easy to use. Felix nodded. Very good. But remember, too, that everything is now dumped in the ocean, mixed with the fire from the boat and who knows what else. That doesn't leave much for any forensic types. Plus, supply and demand. Maybe C4 is easy to get, maybe it isn't. Now, with that decided, how does the explosion occur? That leaves us with the option of a timer or a command switch. I didn't like the answer, but I said command switch. Timer has too many faults. If someone is late or a boat engine doesn't work or the weather's bad, then you miss your target if you've set a timer. Command detonation. Someone was at the harbor that morning and set off the charge, conveniently missing you in the process. I thought a cool breeze had stirred up, for my skin prickled. Care to elaborate on that, Felix? He gave me a quick wink. Sure. You were at the harbor that morning, waiting to see Desmond about something. Maybe something connected with the Germano case. While you were waving at him, putting away in his boat, the killer, or killers, set off the charge. They couldn't risk having Henry find the charge later in the day, so they decided that morning to take care of 50% of their business. You were supposed to be on that boat, but you weren't. Congratulations for being that missing 50%. But your value, or whatever, for the killer hasn't changed. So I would guess he's still out there, sharpening his knives, waiting for another opportunity, which makes me happy to see you carrying. I would recommend you keep on doing that. I was stunned at what Felix had said. Except for Paula, whom I had just left, the only ones who really knew of my presence at the harbor yesterday were Diane Woods, an assistant attorney general with the state, and an investigator with the state police, which meant that Felix had a source with the Tyler Police Department, the attorney general's office, or the state police. This did not give me a good feeling, knowing that someone who got paid with my tax dollars was busily passing along information to Felix Tenios. I said, maybe I should get volunteers to start up my Range Rover for me. He laughed and shifted in his lounge chair. It wouldn't hurt. How does it feel, Louis? How does it feel to be among the haunted? It's a marvelous feeling, you know. Your senses are sharper, everything tastes better, and it's tremendously exciting, not knowing what's going to happen next. I think it's a feeling I can do without, I said. There are times that I'd rather like to be bored. Ah, but you might not have a choice, Felix said, sitting up in the lounge chair. You should be asking yourself, why did this fisherman die? Perhaps he was seeing another man's wife. Perhaps he was smuggling something into the harbor. Perhaps he was smuggling something out. You never know. Many questions, many theories. And then, what connection did you have with Desmond? Could it be something that would make someone so scared or angry that they tried to get you on that boat too? A good point. I had asked myself that question a lot. I barely knew him. Did a little squib on him in the fishing co-op back when they were starting. That's it. Would hardly recognize him if I saw him again. So the time you see him again is tied to the death of that waitress. That's your connection. You weren't humping that girl by any chance, were you? I didn't even feel insulted, which I'm sure meant something. Nope, and it doesn't look like Henry was either. There's another thing, too. A neighbor of mine, Alice Crenshaw, she's disappeared. To Felix right then, I didn't want to say the words. I added, right after Desmond's death, she's gone. I'm sure she knew Henry. They were about the same age and grew up together in Tyler, but they didn't exactly move in the same circles. But there's some sort of connection between all of these things. Of course, I said, and I'm going to find it. He waved his sunglasses at me. Be careful, my friend. I know you like to think of yourself as a simple little writer, just busily scurrying around trying to uncover the truth. You might find in this one that you're uncovering something that's going to bite your hand off, and then your head for good measure. Really? I asked. Do you have an interest in this matter, Felix? He put the sunglasses on his tanned belly and picked up the glass of ice water, rubbed it across his face. Let's say I've been getting a few phone calls. I've been asked a few questions. Some of the people I work for, they like to think of Tyler as a nice little haven. They don't like this place being in the news, because it can mean the wrong type of publicity. The waitress, well, too bad. Your friend Alice, oh, who knows? But the lobster man, well, the way he died was quite dramatic, quite loud, something that some of my contractors have seen before in their lives. Something they don't particularly like seeing up here. So, I've been asked to look into some things. You have you? Well, Felix, maybe we'll run into each other. Felix put on his sunglasses and smiled. I doubt it. And I don't think you'd want the two of us to run into each other. It might frighten you. I said, there are times I doubt that. Chapter 10. It had been a warm evening, so I was sleeping with the windows open and the screens down, which probably explained why I had woken up so quickly from the noise. I checked the bright red numerals of the clock on my nightstand. It was a little past 3 on this Saturday morning. I paused, waiting. Then there was a muffled whisper and the sound of one rock striking another, and I was sitting up in bed, sheet around my waist, waiting, feeling the blood pound in my ears. There was silence, but I was sure I hadn't imagined the sounds of a few seconds ago. The noise had been too loud, too distinct. I waited some more, but I didn't wait long. Only by going outside to see who or what was making the noises would I be able to go back to sleep. I wasn't about to go back to bed and pull a blanket over my head. That kind of stuff only worked in bad books about ghosts or UFO visitors. I spun off my bed, slipped on a pair of shorts, and tugged on a pair of topsiders. Underneath my bed, covered by a white cloth and resting on a foam pad, was my Remington 12-gauge shotgun, loaded with 8 shells of No. 4 pellets. I slid it out and into my hands. The metal was cold to the touch, and I didn't bother to check to see if the shotgun was loaded. There are no children or other innocents in my house, so I keep all of my weapons loaded. Trying to load a weapon with shaking fingers as something is on the prowl and battering down your door is always a losing proposition. It usually results in newspapers writing cheerful obituaries about the people who made the attempt. On my nightstand was a small flashlight about the size of a roll of quarters, and I put that in the rear pocket of my shorts as I went downstairs, keeping to the wall so I wouldn't raise too much noise by stepping on the center of the stairs, causing the old wood to creak. I waited at the bottom of the stairs, between the living room and the kitchen, listening and willing my heart to slow down. It didn't feel like anyone was in the house. Except, of course, my memories and the old sweats and scents of the people who had lived here before me, including vagrants and tourists and officers of the U.S. Coast Artillery units stationed at Samson Point. Nothing seemed disturbed, but there were those noises from outside, and I would only get back to sleep if I saw what was out there. The shotgun felt as light as a balsa wood model, and I slipped out the front door, making sure it was unlocked in case I had to make a quick re-entry. Outside, the air was warm, and the sound of the ocean waves was a low rumbling that I tried to ignore as I listened hard to whatever else was out there. I stepped away from the front steps and crouched down against the worn wood. I paused for a while, waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness of the night, and then I moved north, still crouched down, the shotgun still incredibly light in my hands. I went around the corner of the house, waited, and moved on. The land slopes down some from the front of the house, so I moved to the supports for the rear deck and stopped, looking at the short expanse of lawn and the tumbled boulders that marked the beginning of the ocean front and my isolated cove. The flooring of the deck was just above my head, and I leaned against a wooden beam for support, waiting, breathing. I moved my head back and forth for a few minutes, looking out of the corner of my eyes, and that's when I spotted the shape that didn't fit. I had lived some years here, and I knew all of the rocks and the driftwood in the shape of my tiny lawn, and there was something there that didn't belong, something only about 15 feet away and by the edge of my lawn. So I did something about it. I dug out my flashlight and jammed it in a corner of one of the support posts in the deck, making sure it was pointing in the general direction of the shape. And then I stood an arm's length away and switched it on and brought up the shotgun, taking a few more steps to the left, just in case someone wanted to take a potshot at the flashlight. The light glared out and a voice said, "Shit," quite loud. Then someone stood and dropped something, and there was a sharp sound of breaking glass. Next, the shape dropped down, and I heard a scurrying noise across the rocks as the person ran away. I yanked the flashlight out of the wood and ran to the rocks, holding the light out as far as I could with my arm, and scanned the rocks below me with the light. It wasn't that powerful, so all I saw were the dark and cold rocks, and the tiny beach and the ocean's waves curling in. I played the light across the rocks and saw a broken quart bottle of Budweiser beer, and I felt silly for a moment, like an over-eager Rambo homeowner coming out to protect his homestead from a kid or two drinking beer on the rocks, looking for shooting stars. Then I smartened up. I still must have been slightly sleepy, and I squatted down and looked closer at the shattered brown glass. There had been a rag in the bottle's neck, and the gasoline odor was now quite thick. I stood up and scanned the empty rocks again, then switched the light off and shoved it in my back pocket. I raised the shotgun up to my shoulder in one motion and fired off a round in the general direction of the running person. The noise was a hollow boom that tore at my ears, and the light from the blast was quite impressive, almost like a miniature torch. I dropped the shotgun down and with a slick slack of the pump action, ejected the empty shell and rubbed at my shoulder. Wasn't worth much, I knew, except to make an impressive noise and make my ears ring, and also to tell my friend with the taste for Molotov cocktails that I knew he had been there, and I knew what he had intended to do. And if a few moments here and there had turned out differently, I wouldn't have been aiming into the stars. I would have been aiming at him. I walked back to the house. The empty shell and the broken glass could wait for a daylight cleaning. I went to the kitchen, and in the darkness, no point still in turning on lights and silhouetting myself as a target, poured myself a tall orange juice and threw in a jigger of Stolichnaya. I unlocked the sliding glass door to the downstairs deck and went outside and sat there, with the shotgun across my lap, sipping the orange juice and vodka. There would be no more sleeping tonight. My heart was still tripping along, like a 10-gallon-a-minute pump facing a 20-gallon-a-minute waterfall, and my hands were shaking, and my right shoulder and ears still hurt. I hope my friend out there was just as uncomfortable. I sipped at my juice and tilted my head back and looked at the stars. Vega was a bright hardness, and I made out the constellation of the winged horse Pegasus, racing endlessly across the night sky toward the swan, Cygnus. The shotgun started to weigh a lot right about then, and I rested it across the wooden sides of the fake red wood chair I was sitting in. The night air was still warm, and yet I shivered here and there as my heart began to race down and the adrenaline and other chemicals in me started to drift away. A lot of thoughts spun and flickered through my head, and most of them were dark fantasies and thoughts of me waking up to flames and clambering over the second-floor deck in terror, while someone below took their leisure at blowing me in two with a half-dozen rounds of whatever weapons they or he had been carrying. Enough, though, and I tried to think of other things. I was still here, I was still breathing, and I would continue my work. Alice, did you meet this dark man? The man who tried to burn my home? I stayed put out on the rear deck for some while. Out on the dark ocean was the beacon from the White Island Lighthouse, one of the tiny Isles of Shoals, where legend had it that pirates had buried treasure as they stopped to get fresh water for their ships. Maybe so, even though I knew that if all the legends were true, one could walk over buried treasure chests from Portland in Maine to Cape Ann in Massachusetts without missing a step. There were only a few other lights on the ocean, and they were probably stern draggers out from Tyler or Foss harbors, going out for an early run, or trawlers from Gloucester and Cape Ann, working their way north, or nuclear-powered submarines, gliding in or out of the Porter Naval Shipyard, going back out to the hunting and killing fields in the wide, gray waters. The ocean was a constant murmur and rush of water crashing against the shore. A few seagulls cried out among the slow thermals, and there was the faint hoot of a whistle buoy farther north, marking the entrance to Foss Harbor. I was lucky where I lived, for I hardly heard any traffic from Atlantic Avenue, not more than 100 or so yards from my house, and the only traffic that ever made any impression on me was the type that floated on the seas. After a while I finished my drink and was feeling almost human. I tilted my head back again, looking for shooting stars, but Lewis Cole's theory of meteors took hold, which says the harder you look for shooting stars, the less likely you'll see them. The sky began to lighten toward the east, and soon the stars began to wink out, except for the brighter ones and the shiny one that was a star in disguise, which marked Saturn. I looked to the horizon, and I could start making out the lobster pots bobbing out there in the waves, and on the horizon there was a smudge of pink and red, growing wider and deeper until finally the sun rose up. There was no great moment of demarcation where it was suddenly night and suddenly dawn. No, there was just a gradual state, gradualness you could miss if you didn't look for it. I blinked a few times, and it seemed as if the seagulls' cries were louder and full of more emotion. I rubbed at my face and watched the rising sun for a few minutes, looking out to the great ocean and the waves from the safety of my home. And I remembered again why I had come here, and why I loved it so. I am almost certain and I knew it would eventually make a great column for Shoreline, that the Tyler Beach Chamber of Commerce was a front for a satanic cult, a group that met each week to pray for good weather. These businessmen might pretend to be good Christians or Jews, but I believe it's all a farce. Get them talking and mention the magic word weather, and you see their eyes narrow and their brows tighten. They will discuss weathermen and tropical depressions and cold fronts with the fervor of those possessed, for it was weather that could make or break a season, and the short summer season of a handful of weeks, running from Memorial Day to Labor Day, was all that they lived for. Many still talked darkly about the famous Summer Without a Sun of 1985, when it rained almost every weekend, and so many businesses had been hurt that the arson fires that fall among several motels and restaurants along North Tyler and Tyler lit up the cold October and November nights like pagan bonfires. Maybe those arsons were their sacrifices. Maybe so. All I knew was that this Saturday morning the chamber's work must have been doing well, for the day was a good one, hot and slightly breezy, and by noon the beach sands were jammed with towels and umbrellas, coolers and radios, and Atlantic Avenue and Ashburn Avenue and the streets between were all jammed with slow-moving cars that never went above 10 miles per hour, and most of those cars had license plates that didn't say "Live Free or Die." One of the few benefits I had in writing for Shoreline was the parking pass I threw in my windshield that allowed me to park for free at the police station. I had gotten the pass through a friendly moment with Diane Woods one summer, but I didn't like to use it that often. But on this day I made an exception and parked between two Ford pickup trucks in the private police station lot. One of these days I would have to get Diane to explain to me why so many cops drove pickup trucks. In the meanwhile, the cops had been busy. The search along the beaches of Tyler and its neighboring towns had been empty, no sign of Alice Crenshaw, and the fishermen returning to the coast's harbors had only captured their normal catch of the day. Alice, I thought, walking out of the police station lot, I hope I know what I'm doing. At the Palace Diner, I looked at the waitresses, wearing their white shorts and black T-shirts. I passed among the outer squares of booths and tables, but I couldn't see Sarah Lockwood working anywhere. I went up to the inner square of the diner, where the kitchen area and cash register were, and I asked the cashier where Sarah was. The cashier was about 17, with heavy pink makeup over skin that was breaking out. She wore large hoop earrings, and her light brown hair had been moussed and teased and tortured. She shook her head and said, "She don't work here anymore." "Why's that?" I asked. "She was here last week." She looked up briefly and then looked away and said, "Listen, okay, I gotta get back to work." I turned to where she had looked and saw a familiar face. Derek Cooney, Oliver Mayhew's gopher and manager. This time he was wearing a better style of clothing, white chinos and his own Palace Diner T-shirt, though how they got one that size I didn't know. His black hair was combed back from his puffy red face, and standing there in the diner with the waitresses moving about him, he looked like a pedophile at a Girl Scouts convention. I called out, "Got a promotion, Derek? Or are you coming down in the world?" He answered with the one-finger salute for people with limited vocabulary. I didn't mind the salute that much. What I did mind was the bloody scrape around his right wrist. I wondered if he and I had been keeping the same hours that morning. Falconer is the southernmost town on the New Hampshire seacoast, a town with a lot of contradictions in history, with elegant homes on large acres on the northeast end of the town, and with shacks and rusting trailers on sandwich-sized lots to the south, near the Massachusetts border. Some people in Falconer would literally stop at night to give you a jump start for your car, and then come back a week later to your home and steal it. Many of Falconer's children go straight into the armed services upon graduation, and among the businesses in Falconer, I've been told that the workers there have the highest percentage of donations to the United Way. Contradictions. After the first English settlers arrived in Tyler back in 1638, poor Scotsmen landed in the marshlands to the south of Tyler, forming the town of Falconer. More than 300 years after it was first settled, most of the families in Falconer still have Scottish names, such as Magruder, McKinnon, and Stewart, and they have an accent and a dialect all their own. That poverty-related past and other things have helped to ensure there is still no love lost between the relatively well-off residents of Tyler and their poor and prideful cousins in Falconer. While Tyler has its resort beach and its image as New Hampshire's oceanfront playground, Falconer has the state's only nuclear power plant, mere minutes away from the tattoo and gold jewelry parlors on Route 1. People in Falconer call Tyler residents beach bunnies, and people in Tyler call Falconer residents birdmen. Those few words have sparked a lot of fights in the bars and Legion halls in this part of Wentworth County. After a few phone calls, I learned that Sarah Lockwood was now working at McGregor's Lobster Pound on Route 286 in Falconer, just across the Massachusetts border from Salisbury. Route 286 cuts right through the marsh, almost parallel to Route 51, farther north in Tyler, and on the marshlands is the concrete dome and buildings of Falconer Station's Unit 1, and the rusted and not quite finished in this century dome of Falconer Unit 2. The nuclear power plant is in McGregor's backyard, and Sarah was working at the order window when I walked up to her after parking in the cracked asphalt parking lot. Her curly black hair and pudgy face were smeared a bit with flour, and there were no cute white shorts and black polo shirts with the restaurant's name over the chest, like at the diner. Instead, she was wearing a too-tight pink polyester waitress's uniform and the thick, sensible white sneakers that are easy on one's feet. Business was slow in the afternoon. I was the only one in line, and she looked up at me and frowned as I came to the window. She said through the screen, "You've got nothing else better to do? You want to get me fired from here, too?" I halted, gave her a look. "I didn't know I had anything to do with getting you fired in the first place." Sarah looked down at the long order pad before her. "Sure. Word came down from Mr. Mayu himself. I was taking too many breaks and was talking to troublemakers, especially troublemakers who are out to hurt his business. Since I've been talking only to you on my breaks for the last couple of weeks, I guess that's why I'm here, making about half of what I made at the diner." The smell of the grease and other things began to make my stomach clench, and I said, what else did he say? "Jesus!" She looked behind her and said, "Will you please give me your goddamn order, all right? Then I'll bring it out to you." I ordered and paid for a lobster stew with a glass of ice water, and I sat at a brown picnic table on an outside deck. Both table and deck were splattered with white seagull droppings. A table next to me was littered with trays and empty beer cans and greasy cardboard plates, and flies buzzed around for attention. The deck overlooked a tidal stream and the tall grasses of the marshland. Beyond the stream was a wide sweep of salt marsh hay and the saltwater creeks and low ditches cut by the farmers here 2 centuries ago, when they harvested the salt marsh hay for their cattle. When they cut the hay, the farmers would place great haycocks on top of wooden stakes set in the ground, called staddles, And even now, more than 50 years after the farmers had stopped cutting the salt marsh hay, the stakes are still out there, along the marshes of Falconer, Tyler, and North Tyler. I started thinking of what it must have been like to have been out there with scythes or horse-drawn harvesters, fighting the heat and flies, not knowing that in a few years tens of thousands of tourists would start to stream through the roads in their new motor cars, changing everything and building motels and restaurants and subdivisions on the cleared farmlands. Changes. In another 100 years, this place would probably become a tourist attraction for rich Japanese or Brazilians, and they'd probably wonder why people were so hell-bent on eating fried food and throwing away plastic and metal trash that would last for centuries. And they'd line up to take pictures of the grass-covered park that once held the nuclear power plant. Some thoughts. And I also started thinking of my return to Tyler Beach that night and a visit I was going to make to the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn. It was a hot afternoon, and some seagulls were circling overhead, and the rest of the deck was empty, save for a couple in their 60s, mechanically eating fried lumps of something and staring over each other's shoulders, and perhaps staying quiet because they had run out of things to say to each other. The ankle holster made my lower right leg sweat, and I scratched at it. Sarah came out after about 15 minutes, carrying a tray with a styrofoam bowl and a cardboard glass of ice water. As she started setting down the food, I said to her, "Sarah, look, I'm sorry about what happened to you at the Palace Diner. We talked for a few minutes on your break. Neither of us knew what Oliver Mayu was going to do." "Sure," she said, spilling some of the lobster stew on the picnic table and not bothering to clean it up. "Neither of us knew, and you're still writing at your fancy magazine, and I get to work in Falconer and pray that I get 25-cent tips from old people on Social Security. Nice arrangement. Something must be getting at Mayu, something that made him angry enough to fire you. What was it? What's he up to? And I should help you, just like that, right?" I felt uneasy, and the look on her face was a sharp one, and I could see her becoming a terrific prosecuting attorney before the century was out. I hoped my future legal battles wouldn't land me in her arena. I said, "You should help because you feel right about it?" She looked over at the restaurant windows and walked to the picnic table next to me and started clearing the table, piling the trash together on one tray. "Sure," she said, "the right thing. That's one of the many pieces of shit you folks push on us while we're in school, Mr. Cole. Keep your nose clean and be good and honest and work hard, and you'll get far." Fair enough. Those were the rules of the game, and I accepted them. Accepted them even when student loans got cut back so far I had to bike a couple of miles every day to a job that was going to help pay for college. Accepted them even when a shithead like Oliver Mayu fired me, and now I have to work at this dump for my uncle, who makes me wear a tight outfit like this so he can see my tits. She crumpled up the napkins with a fury and tossed them into the center of the tray. I even accepted those rules when I was busting my tail at the Palace Diner, and Lynn worked half shifts whenever she worked at all, and she made more money than all of us put together, and stayed in her own cottage, and rubbed up against the boss every chance she could. "What was going on?" I asked, feeling slightly light-headed at the thought of Mayu with a 17-year-old girl like Lynn Germano. "You're telling me that she had something going on with Oliver Mayu?" She tossed the trash into a waste container at the corner of the deck, banging the trays against the plastic rim. "No, I'm telling you that if you come here again, I'm going to tell my uncle and cousins that you tried to pick me up, that's what. And then you can talk to them." Sarah went back into the restaurant, slamming the door behind her. I looked out again to Tyler and its beach, feeling quiet and subdued, and not particularly proud of what had happened. I took a spoonful of the lobster stew and almost gagged. Someone had poured salt into the stew, making it inedible, and I choked again when I took a sip of the ice water. It was soapy. By now I was smiling. Sarah Lockwood, you sure as hell didn't need any help from me. I left a tip of $40, and as I pulled away, I saw her go out to the deck and pick up my tray. She looked at me with that dark look, and I saw the two $20 bills flutter into the trash, along with my uneaten lobster stew and glass of soapy ice water. As I drove south on Route 286 heading to the beaches, I hoped that she was waiting until I was gone from sight before retrieving the money, but I wasn't betting on it. I also wasn't betting on a quiet evening. Chapter 11. After some dreamless nights, right after the helicopters came to us in the desert, I woke up in a hospital room, my mouth dry, and my arms and legs feeling quite weak, as if my skeleton had been taken out and replaced with dry and hollow sparrow bones. The room was bare of any decorations, and had no windows, and there were no get-well cards or flowers along the side counter. There were IV tubes running into both of my hands, and by moving around a little, I could feel taped sensors on my chest and elsewhere. There was a call button clipped to my white pillow, and I pressed it. A male nurse and a female nurse came in. I tried to speak and managed to croak something, and the male nurse held a cup of water with a straw, which I suckled at. The water was sweet and cool, and seemed to wash away a year's worth of crust and dirt. Dirt. Sand. Dead sand in my mouth. Helicopters overhead, and dust and grease falling across us. "Where is this?" I whispered. The male nurse started to say something, and the female one said, "You know the orders. He's to be summoned when this one wakes up, and that's it." "But—" the male nurse started to protest, and the female one said, "Orders," and they left. And in the next few seconds I learned two things. One was that when I lifted the sheet, there was an incision along my left side, with ugly black stitchwork that almost made the sweet water come back up, foul and smelly this time around. And the other was that neither of the nurses had been wearing a name tag. Then I heard footsteps and a man whistling, and I sat up. After my visit to McGregor's Lobster Pound, I took a nap that Saturday afternoon and didn't sleep well, which wasn't that surprising. It's hard to sleep well with all of the doors and windows of your house locked, and with the weight of a 9mm Beretta in your hands. When I got up, the eastern sky was getting darker, and a few bright stars were finally poking their way into the first few minutes of dusk. I got dressed, and under my navy blue blazer, I also wore a Bianchi shoulder holster and my Beretta. There are some that say you shouldn't go looking for trouble, and in a way I wasn't. I was just presenting myself at trouble's door. I made a quick phone call to the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn and asked for Oliver Mayu, and when he answered the phone, I hung up and left, switching on the answering machine. My stomach growled as I drove up my bumpy, winding driveway. I hadn't eaten anything since the disastrous meal Sarah Lockwood had served me earlier, and in some way I was going to see if I could at least get repaid for that. As I went through the parking lot, I looked over at the blazing lights of the Lafayette House and saw the well-dressed and well-mannered men and women climbing the short steps with ease, going into a warm and welcoming environment where the drinks were cold and the credit was endless. In a sharp way, I almost envied them, envied their good fortune and good times, but that sour tang of envy lasted for only a moment. I only saw the surface of their appearances, and I fantasized about the rest. I didn't know what demons rested there in those pretty minds, resting on muscled legs and cloven hooves, breathing and waiting for their chances. I didn't know their demons, and I didn't want to. I was busy enough with my own. I headed south, down Atlantic toward Tyler Beach, and after a mile I made a turn and drove past the crowded and expensive residences of Weymouth's Point. I came to a halt in front of Alice Crenshaw's house. The front gate had been barred and sealed, and the windows were dark. Her Volvo was still parked in the gravel driveway. I remembered Thursday evening and the cold walk I had made through the debris of her house, calling out her name and hearing nothing except for my own breathing and the crunching noise of my footsteps on broken glass, and then going out to her rear lawn and seeing the crushed wicker of her favorite chair scattered among the sharp rocks and boulders. Jesus, Alice, what kind of demon traipsed into your house and made off with you? And where the hell are you now? Dead and submerged in the ocean, or buried in a shallow grave somewhere in the woods of Wentworth County? Or did you escape whoever was here, and somehow get out? And if you did escape, why haven't you called? The day's Chronicle had a story that said the search along the beaches would be over in another day. And then, well, it was up to nature and the waves, or whatever, to bring her back. What a wait. Damn brooding, I announced, and went down the slight hill, trying without success not to look at the rearview mirror. It was dark by the time I found a spot near the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn. The crowds along Atlantic and Ashburn and the side streets of Tyler Beach had changed since I had been there earlier. During daylight hours, there was a reasonable mix of kids out looking for some good times, and parents with children looking for something they could remember years from now and say was fun. But with sunset and the cooler air, most of the families had retreated into the motels and cottages, to the heated indoor pools and HBO and Showtime cable channels, and it was a young and sharp mob this Saturday night, as it was every Saturday night from May through September. I didn't mind it that much, unlike some people I knew. I liked the play and the energy and the freeness of it all, as the teenagers cruised in their cars or traveled in packs along the sand-dusted roads, laughing and shouting at each other, confident that every day would be like the one before it, and that they would live forever young, safe and secure in the thought that the hardest decision they would ever face would be what brand of beer to buy, what kind of video game to play, and whom they should kiss. What I did mind, however, was the casual brutality of the loud drunks braying at every attractive woman who sauntered by, the furtive looks and gestures with folded cash being passed from one hand to another, the dirt and trash along the streets, the electronic spasm of the video game noises, the grumble of the car engines, and the pounding rhythms that shrieked from shoulder-carried radios. The cry of the gull, the hiss of the waves, and the gentle whistle of the boys were not only drowned out, they were trampled and buried and crushed under the weight of everything else at Tyler Beach. I remembered with a wistful smile last summer, walking along Atlantic with Alice, hand in hand because of the crowds, and her squeezing my hand tight and whispering into my ear, "These are the nights I wish for a hurricane to sweep through here and scour everything clean right down to the sands. Next time round, maybe we wouldn't foul this place so bad." Maybe so, but I doubted it. At the corner of Atlantic Avenue and Baker, I turned and walked to the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn. I went into the lobby, past the yellow and green wallpaper with seashells and the rack with vacation folders. Instead of the young Lucy from last week, this night a middle-aged woman was working behind the counter. She was smoking a cigarette and reading a paperback novel that had the front cover ripped off. I gave her a friendly half-wave, and she grunted back as I bounded up the stairs to the second floor, to the door that marked Mayu's office. It was closed and locked. I knocked, and there was no answer. Then I remembered our last conversation and his complaints about his living conditions, and I went up to the next set of stairs. At the first right-hand door on the third floor, there was a sign that said, "Private." I knocked there, too, and there was no answer. Damn. Some ambush. He had been here only a few minutes ago when I had called from home. I looked up the corridor at the rows of identical numbered doors, all painted a shade of yellow that somehow reminded me of an infant's vomit. Halfway down the corridor was a fire alarm box, and at the corridor's end there was a fire exit with its glowing red and white sign. Near the end of the corridor, a door to one of the rooms opened, and two young girls, about 16 or 17, stumbled out, giggling. They looked like sisters, with light brown hair done up in hairspray and mousse, and wearing black dresses that ended at mid-thigh. I walked up to them and took up my wallet and flashed it before their eyes. "I'm from the Tyler Health Department," I said, lying with the easy conviction that they wouldn't know there wasn't a health department in Tyler, only an animal control officer who was a health officer part-time. "Yes?" The one on the left asked cautiously, hand still on the doorknob to her room. She had light blue makeup caked over her eyes, making me think for some reason of ancient Egypt. Her friend had rouged her cheeks so red it looked as if she had just come in from a February evening. They looked slightly silly, though I admit I'm not up on the current makeup rules. I smiled. "Nothing to worry about. Just a random inspection. You two girls work for Mr. Mayu?" The one on the left nodded, and the one on the right with red cheeks said, "We're both chambermaids here. Tammy works on the first floor, and I have the second." "So you get a discount by staying here, right?" They both nodded, and Tammy, her hand still on the doorknob, said, "Look at it this way. Corinne and I get to save a lot of money by staying here, and though we have to put in a lot of hours a day, our nights are free." "Is he a good boss?" I asked. They both looked at each other and shrugged, and Tammy said, "Well, he pretty much leaves us alone." Corinne added, "Though he does like to stare, sometimes." "Really?" Corinne with the red cheeks giggled, and I smiled again and said, "Well, all I need is to have a quick look into your room, make an inspection, and make sure everything is fine, and I'll let you get going. We do these types of inspections up and down the Strip to be sure you're not being mistreated. You wouldn't believe some of the ways the hotel owners treat their help." Tammy with the heavy eye makeup frowned and said, "Corinne, will you let Paul know I'll be a few minutes late?" And Corinne said yes, of course, and she strolled away, swinging a little purse with metal flakes on it, humming some tune I didn't recognize. I went into the room and just did a quick spot check. I was doing this more to fill time than anything else. and because I also wanted to feel out what other people who worked for Oliver Mayhew thought of him. But I also wanted to be quick. So far, my count was 1 waitress fired, and I didn't want to add a chambermaid to the score. The room was tiny, with 2 single beds, and by the rumpled sheets and blankets and the smell and the pile of clothes dumped on the light green carpet, I guessed that Tammy and Corinne were saving their tidying skills for paying customers. The wall was cracked plaster, almost matching the color of the doors, and there were 2 framed prints of the White Mountains hanging on the near wall. I wondered if at mountain lodges upstate, their rooms had framed prints of the sands of Tyler Beach. On the wall where the 2 beds butted up against the plaster, the girls had tacked up a long, wide poster for the New York City Ballet, showing long legs and ballet shoes and nothing else. On the opposite side of the room, there was a low counter that was covered with coins, earrings, hairbrushes, hairspray, mousse, and other items of makeup, and there were 2 mirrors, reflecting both single beds, set just above a color television that was chained to the wall. Tammy sat on the edge of the bed near the window and said, "You looking for anything in particular?" "The usual," I said. "Illegal hot plates, rat droppings, lack of smoke detectors. You see any rat droppings?" She shivered, and for a moment she looked like a cat, with that mane of hair and the makeup over the eyes. "God, don't even mention rats to me." As she sat there, I went to the closets and opened them, and saw the usual mishmash of jeans, blouses, sneakers, high-heeled shoes, and 2 yellow and white uniforms. Hanging from each uniform was a bundle of keys, and someone was smiling at me that night, for 1 key on each bundle was clearly marked with a white tag, "Pass key." I didn't bother to look behind me to see if I was being watched. That would be too suspicious. Instead, with 1 quick motion, I tugged one of the keys off and palmed it and said, "Things look fine, Tammy. Sorry I took your time." She sat with a fearful look, arms folded. "Any rat droppings?" "None. You're clean," which was slightly true. I let her go out first, and she walked quickly down the hallway, no doubt hurrying to catch up with Corinne and her friend, Paul. Then, as I took my time, I heard a familiar voice, talking loudly to someone. I turned and pretended I was a guest, fiddling with the door to my room, when I heard Mayhew come to the top of the stairs. He was talking to someone, and when the door to his room opened, I turned, and in a few more steps followed him in. Oliver Mayhew looked at me, a brief moment of surprise etched on his face, the skin turning pale. He was carrying a large cardboard box with the word Sony on one side, and so was his companion, a boy of about 18, with heavy acne and wearing jeans and a black T-shirt with the face of Madonna silk-screened in. Unlike Tammy and Corinne's warren, this room was large, as big as an apartment. The 3 of us were in a living room with vinyl couches and chairs that looked like they had been salvaged from somewhere else in the hotel. Off to the right was a kitchen area with a fake oak dining room set and what looked like the door to a bathroom, and off to the left was an open door leading to a bedroom. I could make out some shelves in there and a big screen television, one of those mammoth numbers that can easily cost several $1,000s. The place was quite clean, which somehow seemed unusual, but then I suppose the maids who came in there were extra careful. There was a moment, and then Mayhew surprised me. Before doing anything, making any sound, making any motion, he went to the bedroom, followed by the boy, and they dropped both boxes. He closed the bedroom door, and they came back. By then a few seconds had passed, and some color had returned to his face. "What the hell do you want, Cole?" he demanded. "And who the fuck do you think you are, barging in here like this? This is my property, my apartment, and you can get your ass out of here." Tonight he had on one of those lime green polo shirts with an alligator on one side and faded jeans, but he ruined the effect with the 3 gold chains around his neck. His skin was dark, and in the light I saw that his face was more pockmarked than I had first remembered. His gray-black hair was parted as before and combed back, and his brown eyes had the warmth of sodden driftwood. I said, "That's pretty foul language, especially for a potential customer. Suppose I came by just to say that my magazine wanted to rent a suite of rooms for a conference here next month, complete with guest speakers and television coverage. The way you just treated me would have destroyed that deal." "You're bullshitting me," he said, slightly troubled, looking to the boy next to him for a moment, as if looking for some sort of reassurance. "Very good," I said. "Here I was, just thinking that you were a flinty guy, only worried about counting columns of numbers or counting sheets, and you've just showed me that an occasional thought can stumble through your mind. No, I came by tonight to talk about your hiring and firing practices, like the nonsense you pulled with Sarah Lockwood, firing her because she spent a few minutes talking to me. That doesn't tell me you're one caring soul." Mayu turned and said something quick in French to the young boy, and the only word I caught was Derek, so I was certain of more company in a moment. The boy scurried past, and Mayu smiled, showing off yellowed teeth that an orthodontist could have vacationed to Cancun on. "First, I can fire any young bitch I want, because it's my business, not yours," he said. "Second, if you don't get your ass out of here, I'm going to have someone break it for you. So stay if you'd like. I'm sure I'll enjoy the show." "I think I will," I said. "I'm finding the conversation charming. Tell me, Oliver, you ever buy lobster or fish from Henry Desmond, the lobster man who got killed this week?" He kept up his grin. "Screw you, Jack." "The name is Lewis," I said. "Or did you throw away the business card I gave you? One other question. You're a pretty clumsy liar, you know, in saying you knew nothing about Lynn Germano or where she lived or what kind of person she was when you put her up in one of your cottages, probably for free, and the two of you had something going on together. So what was going on between you two? I'm kind of curious. She must have kept her eyes closed through everything." My, how that had an effect. He licked his lips quick, like a hyena looking up from his meal to see if he was being spotted, and his eyelids narrowed down, and he said, "Just you wait." And that's when the sound of heavy footsteps coming up the stairs made its way into the room. I decided not to wait. I left. He followed me out, still smiling, and probably looking forward to what he thought was going to happen next. Coming up the stairs, thick legs chugging together, was Derek Cooney, wearing his white chinos and black Palace Diner t-shirt. Behind me, Mayu said, "You've got 5 minutes with this shit, Derek, and then I want what's left dumped out back with the rest of the trash." Fairly inspiring words. Cooney grinned, probably not knowing some basic laws of physics and balance, especially regarding stairways, and he kept on coming. I stopped until he was a few steps from the top, having made up my mind in Mayu's office what I was going to do. And then I spun on one leg and kicked out with the other, catching him full in his chest. He said, "Oof!" and spread his arms out, windmilling for a moment like a silent movie character, and then he fell on his back and slipped and tumbled down to the stairway's landing, his legs spread open, losing a Nike sneaker in the process. Mayu said something sharp, but I ignored him and followed Derek down to the landing and jumped on him, making sure one of my feet landed square in his crotch. He made a loud noise that seemed like a squeal and bellow, and as I got off him, this all happening about as quickly as it sounds, his hands went to his crotch, and I grabbed his T-shirt and slapped him 3 times in the face. With Cooney lying there, the wind knocked out of him, his back hurting and his crotch feeling like someone had been using it for batting practice, I could have punched him in the face, or kicked him in the ribs, or done any number of things. But by slapping him like that, I humiliated him before his boss, and that's what I wanted to do. I'd no intention of waiting for him to arrive on the 3rd floor and join me. I knew we were going to have a confrontation, and fighting fair, or whatever the hell someone else was going to call fair, was not an option this particular night. He was on his back and I was standing up, and that was just fine, thank you. I also wanted Mayu to see the whole thing, to let him know that a certain writer for Shoreline could do more than just cancel his magazine subscription. I stood up and pulled back the blazer so that he could see the shoulder holster, and I said, "I'm leaving now, and I won't look too kindly on either you or your friend here following me out, or doing anything else. Understand?" Mayu let forth with a string of words, mixing both French and English, going into great detail about my sexual habits and how they involved animals and both of my parents, and then I walked downstairs and went out through the lobby, and the woman was still there at the counter, reading her paperback romance, completely insulated by its pages from what was going on around her. In a way, I almost envied her. The last thing I heard as I left the hotel was Mayu's shouts, this time directed at his supposedly fine hands-on manager. I made it a couple of blocks from the St. Lawrence Seaway Inn before the shakes began, and I started limping. My right foot and knee were aching from the kick I had given Derek in his chest, and both of my hands throbbed from the slaps to his face. And I smelled awful, and I knew that I had sweated out my shirt. Just before the Tyler Beach Palace complex was Romulus Men's Store, which, like every store on Tyler Beach this Saturday night, was still open. In going through the displays of glowing orange and red shorts and the streams of T-shirts and sweatpants, I managed to find a small display of men's underwear and dress shirts at the back of the store. By paying a $10 tip to a young man with spiked hair who was clerking that night, I got to change in a back bathroom. I washed out my armpits and winced as I put on the clean shirt and underwear. A couple of muscles were probably pulled, and they would scream at me tomorrow, but that was several hours away, and I had other work to perform that night. I trashed my old shirt and underwear in a wastebasket and left the store. Feeling tingly and quite awake, I actually went into the Palace Diner and ordered a lemonade to go, spending $1.50 for a plastic cup of ice, sugar, and a squeezed lemon, which tasted wonderful, and which I finished in 3 swallows. Traffic along Atlantic Avenue was going slow, with cars and pickup trucks stopping and starting as young girls ran from vehicle to vehicle, searching for something I'm not too sure even they realized they were looking for. On E Street, I took a right to a bank of phones, and I made 3 phone calls. One was to Felix, and I arranged to meet with him in 30 minutes, and the second was to my home. There was a message on my answering machine from Diane. "Louis, this isn't urgent, but I need to see you as soon as you can get free." Then, just for something to do, I suppose, I called the Germanos number in Lawrence, but the woman who answered the phone hung up on me the moment I said 2 words. I then hung up the phone myself, breathing deeply, and if I listened closely enough, I could hear the waves coming in, reaching for all of us. I drove to North Tyler, the ocean on my right all the way, and I pulled into the Lady Manor House, a large bed-and-breakfast inn set on the ocean front, just before the town line to Wallace, and near enough so one could see Wallace Harbor from the windows on the north side. The inn building was a large white Victorian, and reminded me of the Lafayette House, though it was just a bit smaller and didn't have the interesting history of having had the Marquis de Lafayette stop by. Some burden, I guess. The inside lobby was carpeted with oriental rugs and tall potted plants, and there was a lot of brass and wood among the walls and doors. I went into the lounge, which had slowly twirling fans from the ceiling and elaborate French glass doors overlooking a patio. The furniture was white wicker, and the chairs had flowered cushions. By the long bar there was a red-headed woman wearing a black cocktail dress and playing a piano. It sounded like jazz, and I liked the way she played. She looked at the keys and smiled to herself and ignored everyone in the room, and she didn't sing. On the piano's polished surface was a brandy goblet, and most of it was clear glass, empty save for a few dollar bills. I guess some of the customers were upset that she wasn't playing Barry Manilow. Felix was sitting with his back to the wall, a drink in his hand, smiling at me as I came in. Tonight he wore a thin, soft black jacket that looked like it was Armani, and pleated gray slacks and a tight black T-shirt, and he didn't bother getting up as I approached. His hair was flawless, and his skin was clear, and he smiled and said, "When you mentioned a business proposition, Louis, you certainly intrigued me." "Well, then that's one for me," I said. "Never knew I could ever intrigue you." Felix raised a hand, and then the waiter appeared. With his crew cut, the waiter looked like a college football student trying to pick up a few bucks before summer training started. As I saw him go back to the bar with my order for a Molson Golden, I felt a brief pang of regret for Sarah Lockwood, slapping down fried food and ignoring the touch of her uncle there in Falconer, and I hoped she would eventually find some comfort in what was going to happen to Oliver Mayhew, because I knew it would be something bad. Felix sipped at his drink, and we waited for my ale, and when it arrived I said, "So, interested?" "Very. I can't imagine what I have that you would want." "Not what you have. What kind of services you offer." I took a swallow of the Molson and wondered what cold, bright stream in Canada this brew had come from. "I'm in the middle of a situation now, one that's a bit more than I can handle." His smile was positively cheery. "I never thought I'd see this day come, that a man of your, honor, I guess, would be looking for my talents." "Don't get your hopes up," I said. "All I want is something of mine to be protected." "Your house," he said. "Exactly. I'm in the middle of something involving Oliver Mayhew and Derek Cooney. Nothing that I can't handle, but while I'm out and about, I don't want them or some crazies hired by them to torch my house or go in and raise hell on my property. Simple as that." He seemed to settle in his chair, bunch up his shoulders. "You looking for wet work?" "No." I took another long swallow of the ale, remembering I was still hungry and needed to get something to eat before the night was over. "No, I just want my house and land protected." "Doesn't have to be by you, Felix. I'm sure that in your work you hire out some of your tasks to other people. All I ask is that they be reliable and discreet. I don't want a couple of bikers in leather and chains hanging out in the parking lot of the Lafayette House, harassing people. Can it be done?" He smiled again. Suppose I say no? Then I'll depart and leave you with the check and think of something else. Felix laughed and ran a hand through his hair and said, Consider it taken care of the moment I get to a phone. I felt a little better. His earlier prediction of someone torching my house had almost come true that morning, and I had no interest in seeing the prediction come true any time soon, or any time later, for that matter. Good, I said. How much will it cost me? He shrugged. Won't cost you a cent. Consider it a favor. I put down my beer. No favors. This is a straight business deal, a service for cash. I'm not going to get roped into something where I have to owe you or anyone who works for you any type of favors. You've got a problem with that, then I'll pay the check and leave, and we can forget about it. No favors. A strict business deal. By then, he wasn't smiling. It'll be expensive. I can afford it. On a magazine writer's salary? He scoffed. You tell me what it'll cost, and I'll pay you. He did, and though some of the Molson wanted to crawl back up my throat, I just nodded. Not a problem. Felix shook his head slightly, picked up his drink, and swirled the ice. Where do you get your money? I've always wondered about that. I know magazine writers don't get paid shit, but you drive a Range Rover and seem to live pretty well. Doesn't matter, I said. Let's say I have some conservative investments. You'll be getting your share soon enough. Out through the windows I could see the lights of some of the boats on Wallace Harbor, a much smaller one than Tyler to the south or Porter to the north. It seemed to be a peaceful place, and I doubted any boats had ever blown up and sank there, or that anyone had died violently on those waters. Henry Desmond, Alice Crenshaw. For just a moment something tugged at me as I thought of Alice, and wondered what might have happened to her if she had been in her chair as it was tossed down to the sharp rocks below her home. Felix said, All right, but payment when the job is complete. How does that sound? My turn to shrug. If you say so. He finished off his drink and said, Why are you making Mayu and Cooney mad at you? They cheat you out of towels some night you stayed at their hotel? No, I said. I don't like the way they operate, that's all. And I've been asking some questions and poking around, and I don't like what I see. There's something there with them and Lynn Germano, and maybe Henry Desmond, too. And they don't like me asking questions. Sound like a couple of reputable businessmen to me. I'd tell you to go pound sand myself. That's not saying much. He grinned and said, I do know that Mayuse said this is his last summer on the beach, so watch your back. You might find yourself tied in a guest room at his hotel while Derek torches the place to get the insurance money for Oliver. I'll remember that. There were some more negotiations, which resulted in both of us leaving money for the check. And as we walked out, I said, One other thing, Felix. Which is? Which is this. I'm putting a lot at stake, trusting in your abilities. The night I go back to Samson Point and there's nothing there except burnt rubble or someone's dumped toxic waste on my lawn, then I'll believe you had something to do with it. Remember that. Felix almost giggled, as if I was joking, and I said, Just remember what the price of tires is nowadays. Oh, I do, he said, still smiling. I'm sure. You didn't ask me if I was carrying tonight, did you? Felix said, I already knew the answer to that one, so I didn't bother asking the question. As we passed the piano player, he put a $20 bill into the brandy snifter. The woman smiled at him, and he smiled back, and I felt better, as if I were watching a hungry Doberman allowing itself to be petted by an infant. Chapter 12. On Sunday morning I woke up fairly early, feeling well rested, I guess, and knowing that a pair of friendly eyes were out there somewhere, making sure my house was fine and that I slept unmolested. Though I had slept well, I grimaced as I made the short walk from my bedroom to the bathroom. Certain muscles that I didn't exercise that much were tight and creaky after yesterday's meeting with Derek Cooney on a stairway. I wondered how Derek was feeling that morning, as well as his boss. I took a shower and carefully examined my body in the mirror, checking the old scars and feeling the fabric of my skin. Except for the taut muscles, which felt slightly better after the hot shower, everything else seemed fine. After getting dressed, I ate a small breakfast of tea and toast, standing at the counter, reading a copy of Forest Notes, which is put out by the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests. It's an environmental organization that appeals to me. It doesn't lobby or fight in Congress or picket. It just buys land in the state, preserving it forever from developers or businesses. It doesn't seek much media attention, and it gets the job done. As I ate, I knew I had 3 things to do that Sunday, and one of them involved seeing Diane Woods. One other was finishing my magazine column before I started getting threatening phone calls from Boston. The third was my usual Sunday ritual. Before I left, I called Diane's house. There was no answer, so I tried the dispatcher at the Tyler Police Department. Diane wasn't at the station that morning, and the dispatcher, still true to her vow of silence, refused to tell me if she was on duty or not. So, I had an idea of where she might be, but I decided to try her at home first. For all I knew, she was out getting the Sunday newspapers. As I drove up the bumpy driveway, and despite the bumps, I vowed once again never to pave it, I looked around, curious at who my friendly eyes were, so newly hired through Felix Tinios. There were a few empty cars parked in the Lafayette House parking lot, along with a van, and a young man standing there, breathing into his hands, one of the valet parkers, taking care of the early Sunday morning brunch business. Someone in the van, looking through darkened windows? Or in one of the upper floors of the Lafayette House? Or hiding among the rocks and low shrub of Samson Point? Or maybe it was the valet parker himself? I gave him a half wave as I drove by. This early on a Sunday morning, the seagulls outnumbered the people along the beach, and the only ones out there were a few joggers and power walkers and the state work crews in tan uniforms, picking up trash and debris from the beach. I tried not to think of a bloated Alice Crenshaw, rolling ashore with a cold toss of the waves. Although sleeping on the beach was against the law, there were a few huddled shapes in blankets on the cold sands, looking like corpses from some battle, ready to be airlifted out. I'm sure they had disquieting dreams, having slept out in the open, with the cry of the gulls and the sounds of the waves in their ears. It was an oddly empty Sunday morning at the beach, with a few empty beer cans rolling across the road, and I managed to get through all of Tyler Beach while only touching the brakes once. The complex where Diane lives is on the northern end of Tyler Harbor, where it narrows to meet the tidal flow of the Wanalancet River. The complex is called Tyler Harbor Meadows and is made up of about a dozen townhouses built near the water's edge in a horseshoe formation. There is a small dock off the parking lot where most of the condo residents have skiffs or rowboats tied up, and out on the harbor at its mooring was the yellow and black sailboat that was Diane's Miranda, named for the not-so-popular-among-cops police warning. It was a bit after 8 a.m. when I drove into the condo complex and saw that the guest parking spot for Diane's unit was occupied by a light blue Toyota with Massachusetts plates. I found an empty spot near the condo's dumpster and walked to the center of the complex. All of the townhouses are narrow, with 3 floors, and all are painted a shade of ivory. There was an upstairs light on at Diane's unit, number 14. Except for myself, no one else was wandering around the parking lot. Diane's Volkswagen Rabbit was parked next to the Toyota. I wondered who the Toyota belonged to. I rang the bell and waited a few minutes, and then rang it again. On the glass of the door was a sticker for the Tyler Police Association. The seagulls were crying out on the harbor, and there was a faint puttering noise of a boat departing this Sunday morning, heading out to the Atlantic to do the Sabbath's work for some family. I was conscious of the weight of the .32 in my ankle holster. As I raised my hand again to the doorbell, Diane threw open the door, whispering, "What the hell do you want?" through the screen. I said, "Beats the hell out of me. You wanted to see me." "Jesus Christ! Not at this hour on a Sunday morning." She was wearing a man's blue striped shirt, and not much else. Her brown hair was tousled. "Your timing sucks. Why didn't you call?" "I did. There was no answer. And when you called yesterday, you said as soon as possible. This is the best I could do. Should I go?" She yawned and rubbed at her hair and said, "Shit, no. Come on up. I must have disconnected the phone last night. I warn you, though, I've got an overnight guest here who's about to leave. Promise me you won't be shocked." I opened the door and followed her in, heading up the carpeted stairs. Her legs were quite long and tanned. "Who you choose to spend the night with has surprised me just once, Diane, and I got over it a long time ago." She giggled, and I went with her to her kitchen. The stairs made a sharp turn, and there was a kitchen to the left, overlooking the parking lot and the harbor, and to the right was a small living room, with a low wooden counter holding up a television and stereo system, and a tan couch with 2 matching chairs. There was another set of stairs that started in the kitchen and led upstairs, to a bedroom and her study. The kitchen had a white-tiled floor and a glass-topped table with white tubular chairs, and sitting in one of the chairs, sipping a cup of coffee, was a young woman, about 25 or so. She wore yellow sneakers and black slacks and a long-sleeved tan T-shirt with the sleeves rolled up her thin, white arms. She had short blonde hair, cut sharp along the sides in a zigzag pattern, and on one ear she had 4 earrings. She looked up at me as I came in, and then looked over at Diane, a curious but friendly look on her face. "Kara Miles," Diane said. "This is Louis Cole, a friend of mine. He's a writer, lives up on Tyler Beach." She put down her cup. "No kidding. What do you write?" "For a magazine out of Boston," I said, "called Shoreline." I leaned back against the kitchen counter, and Diane walked behind her, touching her cheek for a moment as she leaned over and picked up her own cup of coffee. Kara smiled and said, "You know, I've always wanted to write, but I never seem to get the time. The work I do, writing up software, makes heading to the keyboard the last thing I want to do when I get home." "Sounds familiar," I said. "I'm sorry, I've never heard of your magazine." I smiled at her. "I'm sorry, too." She put down her coffee cup and reached under the table, pulling up a light gray gym bag. "Jays, look at the time, Diane. I gotta get going. Nice meeting you, Louis." Diane winked at me and followed Kara down the stairs. As I stayed behind at the kitchen counter, I heard the murmur of voices and then the soft, wet sound of a kiss. The door slammed, and Diane came back upstairs. She made it to the kitchen just as I saw the blue Toyota head out of the parking lot. Out on the harbor, the boats drifted at their moorings, rising up and down with the ocean swells. "Coffee?" Diane asked. I declined and said, "She looks nice. Been seeing her long?" She put her cup down and crossed her arms. "This is only our third get-together." "Really? How soon before she gets a key to your place?" She smiled at me, saying, "Pig," and then she laughed. That's sort of an in-joke, you know, a cliché. But like all clichés, it has some truth to it, about our search for commitment. The joke is that on the second date, one of the two shows up at the other woman's house with a U-Haul. She laughed again, and I smiled with her and said, "It's good to see you happy. Didn't think you've had many opportunities to laugh or smile lately. Where did you meet her?" She picked up her cup and Kara's and walked to the sink, her bare feet slapping on the tiled floor, the back of her neck red. She started washing the dishes and said, "Promise me you won't laugh or frown." "It's a promise." "Well, it's like this," she said, washing out a cup. "Think of where I live and what I do for work, and what kind of shit would be slung my way if details about my personal life ever got out. So I always have to keep that in mind, whatever I do. There's a fair-sized gay community in Porter, you know, and up in Maine at Ogunquit, but both of those places are too open and too near to Tyler. Being that open is something I can't risk, not in this area and these times, though I do hate skulking around. So for a while, I was going to Boston and other places in Massachusetts, and the bar scenes there are like any other bar scenes you'll find. Lots of drinking, lots of smoking, and a meat market." She shut off the water and began drying the dishes, speaking to the wall, not looking at me. "I hate drunks. I don't smoke, and I'm not in the mood to be on display. So I went searching somewhere else." "Personal ads?" She turned and stuck out her tongue. "Smart ass. Yeah, ads. And thanks for not laughing. There's a weekly newspaper out of Boston called Bay Windows. I started looking in those ads, and after a couple of minor disasters, hooked up with Kara. She works for Digital and lives in Newburyport, and so far we have had good times. We really have." "Good for you, Diane," I said. "Thanks." She opened a cabinet door and put away the dishes. "You know, it was a funny thing going through those ads. We always like to think we're different and special somehow, but reading those ads, well, it showed me that in some places there is no difference. The male ads in Bay Windows, most of them were pure raunch, men looking for other men for hard and quick sex and not much else. The female ads were just the opposite. Looking for friendship, looking for commitment, not looking for something temporary. Battle of the sexes, only in different uniforms." "Yeah," she said. "Right." I said, "You looking for a commitment?" She almost sighed and said, "No. Right now I'm looking for a cuddly someone who can be with me and make me feel good. That's all for right now. And we do have fun. Even after only a couple of dates, she makes jokes about my handcuffs. Says she wants me to chain her to my bed." "Have you?" She tossed a towel at me. "Thought you wrote for Shoreline, not Penthouse." "Man's got to have some outside interests." I picked up the towel and handed it back to her, and she said, her voice quiet, "So they do. So what are you looking for? I don't think you've ever mentioned dating, the time I've known you." Don't you have the interest?" I paused for a moment, then said, "I have the interest. Right now I'm just looking for some peace. And you're looking for something, or you wouldn't have called me." She closed the cabinet door and turned, and said, "I want to do a little talking, but I have to be back at the station this afternoon, and I want to do a few hours of sailing. Game? Just show me which end of the boat you want me to sit at." An hour later, after rowing out to the Miranda, we were heading out of Tyler Harbor. The 20-foot-long Miranda had an open cockpit and a tiny forward cabin where two people would have been breathing on each other's necks if they were in there at the same time. Diane had a 5-horsepower Datsun outboard motor, and with the jib and mainsails furled, she held on to the tiller and set us out toward the Atlantic, the motor making a hell of a lot of noise for its size. As we approached the Felch Memorial Bridge spanning Tyler Harbor, Diane held up an air horn and triggered 2 quick blasts. Up on the bridge, a man in the window of the tiny square structure in its center waved at us, and we waved back. Traffic gates at both ends of the bridge came down, and traffic on Atlantic Avenue came to a stop as the two sides of the bridge began to slowly rise up, as if sweating slaves inside the bridge were quietly spinning the cables under some overseer's whip. The wind was beginning to rise up, tossing hair across Diane's face. She had on a pair of white corduroy pants and a faded pink polo shirt and no jewelry, though I did notice in her leather kit bag, with the charts, air horn, and marine radio, she had tossed in her service revolver and badge. Even out here, she was still on duty, and I don't think there was a time she ever considered herself off duty. "You know," she said, as we motored through the open bridge, "one of these days there's going to be a tidal wave warning that a 50-foot wave is heading to Tyler Beach. The sirens will sound and people will be racing away in their cars, and on that day, this bridge'll get stuck open again." "It'll be a hell of a story, though," I said. "Some story," she said. "You won't be able to ride it if you're home that day. Maybe I'll be lucky. Maybe I'll be at your place." She kicked me. Fat chance. I looked back at the harbor and the other moored boats as we went through the bridge's opening, thinking for a moment of a pall of smoke and a burning hull. I wondered if the eyes that had been watching Henry Desmond and me that Thursday morning were still out there. I said, "You ever search Miranda for bombs?" She waited for a moment and said quietly, "Don't even joke about stuff like that." Who said I was joking? She didn't reply, and I kept quiet. When we had cleared the breakwater, we raised up the sails, setting up the mainsail first and then the jib, the sails billowing and then snapping out as the wind caught them. I don't know that much about sailing, but I'm a good enough crew to take direction and do what has to be done, and I know port from starboard, though I tend to get confused about the difference between a sheet and a line. Diane maneuvered the Miranda around, and the wind caught us, heeling us over, and we headed southeast to the distant shape of Cape Ann in Massachusetts, though we would never reach it in the time we had that morning. The water was gray and cold and wide, and I tried not to think about Alice Crenshaw, maybe still floating out here, her body swelling up and decomposing, the fish and birds picking away at the flesh. I sat against the starboard gunwale, my feet braced on the other side. Diane kept a hand on the tiller and another hand on the rope controlling the mainsail. Some salt spray was being tossed up by the boat's motion and was splashing into the cockpit. By now, she had put on her sunglasses, so I couldn't see her eyes. But I guess it was even, because I also had my sunglasses on. That way, too, I couldn't see her eyes when my pants leg rode up, exposing my ankle holster, but she did nod slightly, so I knew she had noticed it. Anything new about Alice? She tightened up the rope some, and the muscles in her tanned arm clenched up and then released. No news. We're still keeping an eye on the sands, and the fishermen know what to look for, but nothing's washed up. Forensics showed no blood spilled in our house, which may be a good sign. Or not. I just keep remembering how Lynn died. Strangulation. Talking about Alice made me feel uncomfortable, so I said, "What's going on that's so sensitive you don't want to talk about it at work or at your condo?" Her jaw clenched, and I knew I had hit home. And she said, "The usual sensitive stuff. Look, conversations you and I sometimes have can be used against me. I know what you do when you say you're writing one of your columns, and I don't like it, but I accept it, because I know what has to be done with what I have. And what I have this summer is me and 2 patrol officers on loan some days as part-time detectives who have a lot of enthusiasm and not much else. I know that, Diane, and I know the ground rules, always have." I folded my arms, looked at the thin ribbon of sand and marsh off to our right, slowly shrinking away with every passing minute. She said, "Glad to hear that. You know, one of the 2 deputy chiefs at the station has double duty. Besides supervising the patrol staff and me, he also does internal affairs stuff, and I know that he's not averse to using technological means and anything else to gain information, which is why we're here and not at my condo or the station." "You don't think the Miranda is bugged?" "Oh, Christ, anything can be bugged with enough time and effort. But I checked the Miranda here and there and haven't found anything yet. And out on the harbor it's hard to get aboard and slip something on. Even now, with the wind blowing by us, it would be hard to record a single word. And a shotgun mic is next to useless unless a fishing boat pulls up next to us. So that way nobody can listen in when I tell you what I've learned," I said. "Exactly. I'll tell you this. I'm getting tired of getting phone calls from the AG's office in Concord every morning asking me about Lynn Germano or Henry Desmond. On Desmond, the only thing we've learned is that it looks like dynamite was used in his fishing boat, though we can't find the detonating device. Probably pieces of it are on the bottom of Tyler Harbor, and there's no money or gumption to start dredging the harbor to look for it. And we've done interviews with everyone connected with either Desmond or Germano, and there's no connection between them at all." I thought for a moment and remembered a wasted trip to Lawrence and a couple of equally wasted phone calls. Each time I had called, the woman on the other end had hung up on me. "You talked to her parents, back there in Lawrence?" The Miranda heaved a bit as a large swell went by, and Diane moved the tiller a bit, adjusting. "We did. Not me personally, but one of our patrolmen. Nothing substantial or earth-shattering. Just a high school kid up to Tyler Beach for the summer making some money. Why do you ask?" Out near the horizon, I could make out the low red and black form of a freighter heading north to Porter and its harbor. Back after her death, I went to Lawrence and tried to talk to the parents, and I wasn't too successful. Not surprising, considering what they went through and what I do for a living. She nodded and waited a few moments, and then said quietly, "What have you got for me, Louis?" Though it only took a second or 2 for me to reply, I confessed that I had made up my answer an hour before, when I was going from her skiff to the moored Miranda. There are times when I don't reveal everything to Diane, because that little piece of metal she carries with her also carries a certain obligation to make a response. But if there was going to be a response to anything I had learned, I wanted to be behind it and know what type of response it was going to be. Not that I don't trust the criminal justice system. It's just that I sometimes trust my own instincts more. So I said, I've been poking around, asking questions. I've talked to her boss, the guy who owns the Palace Diner, and he hasn't been particularly friendly to me. Not looking for bad publicity, I guess. But I wonder if there's a connection between the diner and Henry Desmond. If he ever sold some of his catch there, or if he ate at the diner on a regular basis and got to know Lynn Germano. I've also been trying to track down if there was anything to connect them with Alice. And I've come up empty. She nodded and hauled in the rope a bit more. We have too. Someone trashed her house, and even without any blood traces, it looks like she went up in the clouds. But you know, a little voice tells me that she's out here, floating somewhere, and that she's been killed. I'm glad to see you're carrying. I still think someone wanted you on Desmond's boat last week. And I have a guess on who, if you'd like to hear it. For a moment, the only sounds were the hull skimming through the waves and the thrumming of the wind against the sails. I rubbed at my arms, wishing for a sweater. I said, "Do go on." She braced a foot against the fiberglass. You and I both know there's a guy in this town who has the resources and the capability to pull off this shit. Felix, I said, not liking what I was hearing. You got it. Felix Tenios. Now, I know you got this odd friendship with him, and that you and he talk. Hell, nothing wrong with that. There's been a couple of times when he and I have had a couple of words about a couple of cases I've worked on. But you watch yourself with him. I get the feeling you enjoy being around him, maybe because of the way he dresses and holds himself, but I've had traces done on him down in Massachusetts. He's a bad one, rotten in the soul, and if he decides to crack you one, I might not be around to save your ass. I said, thanks for the warning, I think. But I'm fairly sure that Felix is clean on this one, Diane. Maybe. I'd like to know more about what he's involved with, but there's a limit. Resources getting stretched, right? She looked grim as she maneuvered the tiller again. We're getting stretched so thin that I'll probably have to work till 2 a.m. tonight to make up for this sale, and you can thank our local government for that. Sometimes I don't know why I put up with this shit. I could get a good job in Porter, Boston, or someplace worthwhile in between, and get paid better with less hassle and have less worry with my personal life. I said, but you wouldn't be in Tyler. Look around. That's why you stay here, right? She did as I told her. She looked around, the wind tossing her hair about, and she took in the swells of the ocean, the white sands of Tyler and the tiny buildings, and the gulls flying overhead, and the other sailboats out there, and the fishing trawlers, and the low hills of Cape Ann off in the distance. The smells were of salt water, and the sound was that of a boat quietly tracing through water and nothing else. And Diane said, "You're one spooky son of a bitch, Louis. Sometimes you know exactly what I'm thinking, and you did get it right. Yeah, I love this place. I love it in spite of itself. Not because of the shops and diners and all the punks that come here every summer, but because of the stuff that gives Tyler the potential to be someplace special, you know? The beaches, the history, the real people here. How did you guess that?" "Just lucky," I said, glad and somewhat ashamed in that she was no longer pressing me about what I was working on, or about my relationship with Felix. But I wanted Oliver Mayhew and Derek Cooney for myself. "Fine," she almost snorted. "Get ready to come about." She swung Miranda about, and I ducked my head as the boom swung past. I leaped to the other side of the boat and hauled in the jib, and we sailed back to Tyler, not saying much the entire way, and Diane surprised me by holding my hand as we came into Tyler Harbor. Before I headed back to my house to work on my column, I pulled into the parking lot of St. Joseph's Church, the Catholic parish for Tyler. It's a simple brick building with a white steeple set near the center of town. Although I was baptized Catholic, I've never stayed for a full service during the masses I've attended since Nevada. I slipped in at the right time, just before collection, and watched the service. I sat in a rear pew and waited, feeling tired, my skin hot and prickly with the familiar sensation of a sunburn. My muscles were still sore, though not as bad as when I'd awakened that morning. I didn't know the priest's name, but he was a young fellow, maybe only a few years younger than I, with light brown hair that seemed awfully long. His voice was strong but peaceful, and he didn't try to batter the congregation into submission. I was surprised at how many people were there. As the Mass continued, I remembered how different it was when I was a child. I can still remember the foreignness and majesty of the Latin ritual, and how the priest would dress differently. This one today had on a simple white shift over his black shirt and collar, and I remembered the elaborate vestments that used to be worn, with different colors signifying different seasons and times of the year. And the music, none of this folk revival stuff with guitars, tambourines, and flutes. It was real church music, with powerful organ notes that seemed to reach in through your ears and tug at your throat. Something was lost when all of that was changed. There was a yearning and a sense of nostalgia in me and other Catholics for the old rites, but in a way I knew it was just a fantasy. Even if those rites and the music returned, it was different now, and nothing would change. I would still stay away, save for those Sundays when I felt the need to make some form of penance. When the collection basket came around, I gave every single bill from my wallet, and thinking of Nevada and Carl Socha, Trent Baker, Sissy Manning, and the others, the forgotten others, I left to go home. I had a column to write. Chapter 13. On Monday night, I was in the Tyler Town Hall, sitting next to Paula, and feeling the sweat work its way down my shirt, knowing that if I stayed another hour or so, the shirt would be ruined, depleting my meager wardrobe once again. Tonight was the weekly meeting of the selectmen, and I was sitting in the first row of wooden chairs on the left, the space traditionally reserved for members of the news media. I wasn't too sure if being a magazine writer qualified me as being a member of the media, but I was there to see Paula, and no one asked me to leave my seat, so I figured I was fine. The meeting hall was an addition to the town hall, connected by a short hallway to the rest of the Tyler offices. There were 8 rows of chairs set before the low table where the 3 selectmen and the town manager sat. As in most towns in this state, the town manager works for the selectmen and is hired and fired at their pleasure. The walls were white plaster, and hanging on them were certificates from when Tyler was named a bicentennial community in 1976, a number of proclamations written in fancy script and covered with gold foil seals, and black and white photographs of prior selectmen, some of them going back to the 1920s. The chairs were full of residents, and some people were actually standing at the rear of the small hall, which surprised me, since I am a supporter, but hardly a participant, in local town government, and Paula has told me that attendance at the selectmen's meetings was always spotty. The only reason I was there was to talk to Paula, and she had told me earlier that day that the selectmen's meeting was the only free time she had for me. That seemed to be a bit of a contradiction, since Paula was there to cover the meeting for the Tuesday edition of the Tyler Chronicle, but I think she was still punishing me for being so short with her the morning Henry Desmond died. That was all right. For most of the day, I had tramped along the beaches in Tyler, ignoring the legions of sun-tanned bodies around me, peering at the sands and rocks, thinking sad thoughts of Alice Crenshaw. Before us was the selectmen's table, and sitting there, from the left, were Bruce Garrity, town manager, with his polished bald head and taste for polka-dot bow ties, and who had once told Diane Woods that he would do almost anything to keep his job, even if it meant siding on the selectmen's side during a dispute with the police or fire departments. Gage Duffy, a 40-year-old lawyer in town, and the youngest selectman, who had a thick red mustache and often rolled his eyes in disbelief at what was going on during a meeting. Jack Fowler, owner of the Fowler Motel and new president of the Chamber of Commerce, who was also the selectmen chairman, dressed tonight in a white polo shirt that stretched over his stomach like a drum skin. And Betsy Tyler, 70 years old, and a descendant of the Reverend Bonus Tyler of Dover, England, one of the original settlers of Tyler in 1638, whose family ended up naming the town. Betsy Tyler knew her age and didn't care who else knew it either. She wore her gray hair pulled back in a bun, smoked unfiltered Camels, and wore blue jeans most of the time. She was serving her third 3-year term as a selectman, and God help any reporter who called her a select woman, and she had a disconcerting habit of spreading out a jigsaw puzzle on the polished black wood of the table and putting the pieces together during a meeting. Betsy always looked like someone's grandmother sitting up there, getting ready for the return ride to the nursing home, but she listened carefully and could quote minutes practically verbatim from meetings a decade old. And God and his mother help any visiting lawyer who criticized her jigsaw puzzles at a session. Like I said, the room was packed, and as the building inspector was giving his report of how many building permits were issued that month, and Paula doodled in her notepad, I leaned over to her and whispered, "What's the deal tonight with all the people? Selectmen giving out free beer?" She gave me a dirty look and whispered back, "I can tell you haven't been reading the Chronicle that much the past few days. There's a proposed ordinance that's been submitted to the selectmen, asking them to ban pornography within the town limits." "Define pornography," I asked. She turned around at the crowd and nodded to a well-dressed group sitting on the opposite side. "Forget my definition. See them? Local church group. They define it as Playboy, Penthouse, and the swimsuit issue of Sports Illustrated. Naturally, the businesses in town, the supermarkets, the convenience stores, and so forth, they don't particularly appreciate it." I said, "For once I'm on the side of business." There were no fans or air conditioning in the town hall, no money in the budget, and besides, it's only hot a few months out of the year anyway, went the conventional wisdom. Even with the open windows, I was sweating. Some of the more earthy attendees were waving folded-up copies of the agenda before their red and sweating faces. Sitting in the front row was the tax assessor, Clyde Meeker, who had so thoughtfully helped me find out the extent of Oliver Mayhew's real estate holdings the previous week. His dyed hair still looked it, and he was wearing a two-piece gray suit and jiggling his right leg up and down, as if something was on his mind. I tried to nod in his direction, but he was staring straight ahead, looking at the windows behind the town manager and the selectmen. I wondered what his business was tonight. Paula's blonde hair was folded back in a style that made her look like a 40s starlet, and she wore brown sandals, tan shorts that showed a lot of leg, and a frilly short-sleeved white blouse. Every time she bent over to take notes, I noticed the white lace cups of her bra, and it seemed like she was bending over a lot. Next on the agenda, after the building inspector's report, was a visit from the planning board chairman, a dumpy man wearing a plaid jacket who was complaining about the lack of selectmen support for the planning board's work. There were murmurs and whispers behind me, and the door at the rear of the room opened and closed a lot as people went out to get some air. The talking went on, and then a representative from the local Boy Scout troop showed up, asking permission to hold a car wash at the fire station to raise money for their fall camporee up in the White Mountains. At about 9 p.m., Betsy Tyler looked up from her jigsaw puzzle and said, "Move to recess for 10 minutes. Cigarette break." There were groans from the crowd, and someone said, "How about the ordinance?" And Betsy grimaced and stood up and said, "If I don't get a cigarette here in about a minute or so, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn this meeting, so give us 10 minutes. Besides, most of you have been shuttling back and forth from your seats all night long. Give us a break, too. My butt's ready to fall asleep." Jack Fowler picked up his chairman's gavel, put on his businessman's smile, and said, "Don't worry, folks. We'll be back as soon as we can, and we'll discuss the ordinance thoroughly, even if it takes another night. I know of some of your concerns, and believe me, I respect them. I think all of us know firsthand how this culture of ours is getting polluted, and it's going to be up to townspeople like you folks to make a change. Whatever happens tonight, at least that's a good start." He slapped the gavel down, and Betsy Tyler started rummaging through her purse, while Gage Duffy rolled his eyes, and Bruce Garrity tugged at his tie and gave an embarrassed smile. At that, Paula whispered to me, "Oh, Jesus, give me a break, Jack. The way he talks, you'd think he was running for selectman again." "Is he?" "Not for another 2 years. In the meantime, I gotta make a bathroom visit. My bladder's about ready to burst." I went outside with most of the crowd and stood by myself in the parking lot, which was adjacent to the uptown fire station where the Boy Scout troop leader had been successful in arranging his car wash. I then saw Clyde Meeker ride away on his Fuji bicycle, looking slightly ridiculous in his proper suit. Odd that he would come to the meeting and leave before it was through. I was running through some of the items I wanted to talk about with Paula after the meeting when Betsy Tyler came up to me, a self-satisfied smile on her face as she inhaled her Camel cigarette. "You're that Cole fellow, right? The one that writes for Shoreline?" "That I am." She nodded, cigarette between her fingers. "Not a bad magazine. Your column's okay, but, you ought to tell your publisher if he wants to boost circulation, he should put pictures of girls on the cover. Like those swimsuit magazines. Big tits and swimsuits. That'll increase your sales." I smiled and said, "That may be so, but that's not what Shoreline's all about." "Yeah," she said. "Too bad. Friend of yours called me over the weekend. Asked me to give you a message." I looked over Betsy's head, seeing if Paula was coming out to join me. "Oh, who was that?" Another puff on her cigarette. "Alice Crenshaw, from up on Weymouth Point. It seemed like everything about me shrunk, and all that was before me was the wrinkled face of Betsy Tyler, smoking a cigarette. The town hall, the fire station, the parking lot, and the 40 or so people milling around had simply vanished. I managed to say, "What did she say?" She checked her wristwatch. "Shit. Meeting's about ready to start, and I'm not even finished with this one butt. She called me yesterday, said she was fine and wasn't sure when she'd be back. That was that, and she hung up." I half noticed some people going back into the town hall, and someone laughed at something. Anything else? Did she say where she is and why she left town? And did she say what happened to her house? Betsy Tyler cocked her head. "You don't listen so well. I said that was that. She said she was fine and couldn't come back for a while, and that was it. Nothing else." "Did you tell the police?" She dropped her cigarette on the ground and ground it out with the heel of her shoe. "Sonny, I didn't become a third-term selectman in this town, especially this town, the politics the way they are, by being a dummy. Sure, I called 'em. Talked this morning to Detective Woods. Told her just what I told you. And she asked the same questions, too, and got the same answers." Diane. She knew this morning that Alice was fine and didn't even bother to tell me. Damn it, Diane, I thought. What the hell is going on with you? And Alice, Jesus, why didn't you call me? Why did you call Betsy Tyler? Then I noticed I was standing by myself in the parking lot. I thought for a moment about driving out and confronting Diane this instant. But no, Paula was waiting for me. I went back into the town hall, where most of the people were taking seats. As I was going to the front row, Jack Fowler came up to me and slapped me on the back. "How's it going there, Lewis?" he said, his face pink and fleshy. There were small sweat stains on his white polo shirt. His black slacks had little paper crumbs on them, and he wore what I guess was his standard summer uniform of white belt and white shoes. "It's going all right," I said, thinking, Alice is alive. She's all right. But where the hell is she? And I wondered what was going on with Diane that she wouldn't tell me. Maybe tomorrow. I'd see her tomorrow. "That's good," he continued, breathing in my ear. "Just a friendly reminder now about me being named president of the Chamber of Commerce. Don't want you to forget to put that in your magazine." I said, "It's never left my mind." And then he bustled up front, slapping Gage Duffy on the back and Bruce Garrity, and only Bruce looked like he didn't mind being touched, which made sense, since Jack signed his town manager's paycheck every month. Paula whispered, "Jack Fowler in Shoreline, Lewis? That's something I'd pay money to see." "Hush," I said. "Meeting's about to start." After a while, the main item on the agenda came up, and briefcase in hand, an earnest young man in a spiffy suit began to speak. He used a lot of fancy words about culture and trust and moral fiber. His hair seemed to be made of some foreign blonde fiber that was stuck to his head, and as he droned on, Paula took a lot of notes, and I remembered another spiffy man with a briefcase I had met once. He had come into my hospital room in Nevada soon after I had awakened, his shoes tapping on the tile, whistling what seemed to be a Sousa tune. He nodded as he came in and sat down in the sole chair in the room, balancing the briefcase on his knees. The suit was dark charcoal, and he wore a white shirt and blue silk tie, and his shoes were brightly polished. His face was flawless and clean-shaven, and he had no jewelry on his fingers and no watch. There were a few faint gray strands along both temples that highlighted the blackness of his hair. He moved some folders around, and then closed the briefcase and opened the folders and looked down at me. He tried to smile and failed. I don't know if he had ever smiled at anything in his life. His eyes seemed dry, like they were tan rocks of some sort, and I felt the queasiness of fear resting in my stomach. He took out a pair of half-glasses from an inside coat pocket and put them on, and started going through the folders. "The name is Donovan," he said. "An old Irish name. That's all you'll have to know, Mr. Cole." I whispered, "Where am I?" "A hospital, of course. But that's not really the answer you're looking for, correct, Mr. Cole?" "Well, I can tell you that this is a federal facility, affiliated with the Department of Defense, used for, unique cases, you might say. Like yourself. Cases that need special treatment. Cases that need to be isolated." He flipped through the papers some more and said, "Your section wasn't supposed to be in that part of the desert, you know. Incredible how lost you were, and incredible how you managed to get all the way into that particular testing range without being detected. Unbelievable. This is beginning to rank with one of the great foul-ups of all time, Mr. Cole. Do you realize the expense, the ruined careers, and the possible security breaches you incurred that morning because you were so lost?" "Take it up with George Walker," I whispered. "Can't," Donovan said. "He's dead, along with everyone else in your section and in that group that was fumbling around there that morning. Except for you, Mr. Cole. Our lucky Mr. Cole. You've probably realized what happened up there at that range, correct?" I moved my tongue around some, not wanting to ask the questions I knew needed to be asked. Dead, all of them. Their faces and their lives, and oh God, Sissy! They all wanted to seize my mind. But I knew I had to talk to this man, talk to him and make some sort of sense. If I started blubbering, he would probably leave, and I didn't want that to happen. Not yet. "Testing of some sort," I managed to say. "Some sort of gas on the sheep pen, and we were exposed, right?" "You do your job title justice, Mr. Cole. Research analyst indeed. Very good. Almost as bad as that sheep anthrax item back in the 1960s. That was a foul-up for the history books, but this one isn't going to make it to the history books if I can help it." He took a deep breath, as if sighing, and said, "My Lord, think of it. A bunch of mid-level research analysts, fancy names for readers and thinkers, are out trooping around in their yearly qualification that shows they can put on a uniform and play soldier with the best of them, if there was ever a national emergency that was so dire that it would come to that, because they are skilled in reading Farsi and Russian and Pathan and God knows what else. They don't have the God-given skill to read a map, even if it probably came from a mobile station. So they merrily climb up the hill and down the hill, just as the airborne test commences. A half hour earlier and you would have been spotted. A half hour later, well, most of you would have survived." I tried to move against my pillow. "Chemical testing was banned with that treaty some time back." "Correct again," he said, tapping one finger against a file folder. "You must have read that somewhere, right?" "Ha ha. Well, this hospital stay must be fogging your mind, Mr. Cole. Chemical testing was indeed banned, but this wasn't a chemical test. It was an airborne biological agent of some sort. I won't get into the background of how it got created out here, and that was the test you folks took part in. Unwillingly, of course. Peace may be breaking out hither and yon in the first world, but there's still some nasty third world types out there who wouldn't mind giving us a few on the chin. So the research continues. Budgets are fulfilled. Tests are conducted. I'm sure you understand." I decided that I wanted to see Donovan weep sometime, that seeing tears run down those cheeks would make me a very happy person. But that was far away, if at all, and I wasn't sure if I would ever feel the need to smile again, anyway. I said, "Why am I stitched up? I don't remember falling on something after the helicopters came by." He peered over his glasses at me. "I'm sure you've heard the expression that some good comes out of everything. Well, the very fact of your survival has thrown the medical types here into a frenzy. That biological agent previously had a 100% lethality factor in the laboratory. 100%, Mr. Cole. But you survived, and now they are busily holding meetings and looking back at previous test results and running tissue and blood sample checks on you, Mr. Cole. Some medical careers here may be ruined if that factor is reduced to 99.9%, you realize. Of course," he added, waving a hand slightly, "you didn't come through the experience unscathed. Soon after you were hospitalized, a soft tissue tumor of some type started growing on one of your kidneys, no doubt triggered, the doctors believe, by your exposure to this, unique agent. A very fast-moving tumor, something they tell me they've never quite encountered before. So they took it out, only a few days after you arrived here. You should consider yourself lucky, Mr. Cole. It was benign, and your kidney is fine. Now the medical types are all wondering if additional tumors will return, and I think some are quite hopeful that one would, so they can run further tests on it." Lucky. My lips couldn't form the word. Lucky. I looked around the bare room and said, "What now?" He stood up, started returning folders to his briefcase. "Well, you get better, I suppose. And other meetings will soon begin, Mr. Cole, about what to do with you. You can't really expect to go back to your old job, considering, the fate of your entire section, and just discharging you and giving you a new suit isn't really an option. We will have to talk again." As he left, Donovan said, "It would have been easier for all of us if you had just joined the rest of your section out there, Mr. Cole." That Monday night, democracy, freedom of speech, and the business community at Tyler Beach won a tiny victory, as the censorship ordinance was defeated by the selectmen by a 2-to-1 vote, with Fowler voting yes with a determined look on his face. I whispered to Paula, "Why did he vote for the ordinance? Doesn't he realize it'll make him look like a fool?" Paula whispered back, "He knew it was a loser from the word go. So he casts a vote for it, and maybe he gets some joking and shit from the other business people in the Chamber of Commerce. But he scores points with these lunkheads who want only good housekeeping on store shelves. Scoring points, Louis. Just politics." A few minutes after the vote was taken, Paula folded up her notebook, nudged me in the side, and said, "I'm bailing out. You still want to talk to me?" I said, "The meeting's not over. Where's your journalistic integrity?" She suggested that I do something rude with her journalistic integrity, and added, "I have a little rule when it comes to government meetings. They start running past 10:30 at night, my brain starts to shut down, and my efficiency level drops to 0. So I leave and make phone calls tomorrow to those dedicated government officials to find out what stuff they slipped by the town when no one was around." "So what do you do if they get over before 10:30? I asked. She slipped her notebook into her black leather purse. "Sometimes these clowns go out for a bite to eat and a drink, and sometimes I go with them. Gage Duffy's got the hots for me, I think, since he's usually the one that invites me. So I go. It can be a pain, but sometimes you learn some great stuff off the record, especially if they've had a few drinks. But there's no drinking tonight. If there is, I'm not going with them. And let's get out of here," I said. The town manager, Bruce Garrity, was droning on about some new health regulations. Gage Duffy and Betsy Tyler gave us half smirks, as if they were secretly wishing they could join us. But Jack Fowler glowered, upset that we would no longer be watching them, since now only a couple of diehards remained in the wooden seats following the vote. Outside, the night air was still fairly warm. With the light from the street lights and the fire station, I could only make out Vega and Arcturus, and not much else. "Where do you want to go?" Paula asked. And as I thought to myself about possibly telling her what I had learned of Alice, I found myself saying, "Why don't you come to my house?" Paula's voice brightened. "Fine, I'll follow you." And she quickly walked off to her light blue Ford Escort. I drove out of the parking lot and started down Marshwood Avenue, heading to the beach, not knowing what I was heading into, only knowing that I wanted to get there. And a set of headlights followed me every foot of the way.